In the opening of manhwa we can see a woman standing and staring from outside of window. She thinks I did everything I could. Then lightning flashes. I endured 3 years in this awful place. I can't take it anymore. She clenched the medicine in her hand and takes all sleeping pills in one go and drink wine instead of water. See, empty the whole bottle. While drinking she thought she wants to end this all. She is tired of all the mockery. I have no attachment to this life, for me to not even have someone to say goodbye to before dying. How did things come to this? She thought about her past. I was born as the sole princess of La Crowned, and lived such a blessed life, more than anyone else. Would things have been different had I not married that man? What does it matter at this point? They're all in the past. While staring her engagement ring, she said farewell to her husband. A flashback of her past appear in front of her eyes. 3 years ago, before her marriage, a business led by the La Crowned royal family ended up failing, and the king passed away before he could resolve the chaos. Every day, the protesters became angrier in front of palace, demanding the royal family should pay with their lives for this catastrophe. Ultimately, they started riots. They surrounded the castle and threatened the royal family. The royal family sat in debt, while royal family was facing crisis. A man named Winter Blooming was in need of a peerage. He is an illegitimate child of Duke Blooming, birthed by an outlander mother. Though he is the eldest son of the Blooming household, there was very little chance that he would inherit the title of Duke, as he is a child of mixed blood. The only thing he had was his talent in making money and amassing wealth. In La Crowned, there are 2 ways to earn nobility: first inheritance and second marriage. So that leaves one way for Winter to earn nobility, and that was to marry a member of the royal family. He gave up what was essentially his entire fortune, and repaid the royal family's massive debt. In return, Princess hand in marriage he will get a noble title. So this is how Princess and Winter got married. I now pronounce you husband and wife. During marriage ceremony, Princess thought highly of her husband Winter Blooming. I didn't know Winter Blooming was such a charming man. Her heart's thump. Who would have thought that I would fall in love at first sight with a man who'd become my husband? I hope he liked me too. Far more mature than I have heard. Princess held Winter's hand and said, I realize I am a very fortunate person to have met you. Hearing Princess' words, Winters is actually shocked and he can't say word. Their sweet talk got interrupted by Princess' brother Ash Lawrence, Violet's older brother. He said, everyone, thank you for attending today's wedding reception. I am sure you all know that Sir Winter Blooming has given 24 million lakhni for this marriage. Princess thought why he needs to keep mentioning that again. The Ash, her older brother, announced thanks to his generosity, most of the royal family's debt has been repaid. However, we don't want to end it there. The royal family would like to apologize for putting the nation in crisis. As such, we will dissolve the royal family and bestow all authority to the parliament. The Lawrence household will also renounce our nobility. In simple words, from now there will be no royal authority. Now kingdom will become democratic and parliament members will run kingdom, which means then the title for which Winter spent half of his wealth now he will not get it, causes only royal family can grant new titles. Ash did this on purpose causes royal family has no money means no power, but Ash wants power anyhow, so he used this tactic so that he can pay off debt and kingdom authority, and he can also make nobles happy, causes nobles never wanted Winter to get title. After hearing this, the banquet filled with noble people chatterings that how the title that was supposed to be bestowed to the princess's husband has vanished into thin air, I guess. Nobles was enjoying Winter's despair. Someone said, I heard he was an excellent businessman, yet he was scammed into a marriage. Serves him right for trying to get nobility as an outlander. The wine glass Winter was holding shattered and Princess is startled. She called his name Winter, but Winter left the room in anger. Meanwhile, noble people appreciating Ash for his decision. What an excellent decision, for the royal family to willingly surrender their authority. What a great wisdom. Ash is enjoying his attention and shamelessly smiling. Seriously, how can he smile after selling his sister, and then betraying her husband? He not even once thought about how hard life will become of his sister. Princess is standing alone, no one is on her side, even her mother. People who hate Winter start attacking Princess Violet and said she tricked Blooming household for marriage. She should return their money. How can she do this? Seriously, these so-called two-faced nobles harassing Princess to show off their authority. After the Ash declaration, that was only the start of the tragedy that was to come in Princess life. Princess Violet is thinking about her encounter with her husband and in-laws before taking such unthinkable decision. She ran barefoot in the corridor for her husband, and her maids are shouting, "Madam Violet, you have to return to your bedroom." Violet grabs her husband in hand and beg, "Please don't go, please stay for just one more night. Mother-in-law is having a party tonight. Let's go together." She keeps begging, but her husband said, "I will be back in a week. You can go to the party yourself. Or just say you're sick and skip it." Winter thought that Violet want to avoid parties causes she may thought the party's preparation aren't up to her standards causes this is what Winter's family keep telling him, so he awesome that. But Princess Violet is devastated by his cool reply and said, "If it were that easy, I wouldn't even be asking you." Winter gave Violet cold shoulder and said, "While you continue to waste my time, do you know how much I could have made?" Maid whispering, "You should stop, Madam Violet." Winter in cold tone, "Did you forget how I lost 24 million lachney trying to buy the status that you were just born with?" Princess, "I know, but..." Winter flink his hand from Princess and said, "If you know, then choose pay back my money. Or grant me nobility, Princess. If you can't do either, remain quiet." Princess grit her lips and grabbed Winter's hand again, said, "It's not like being late by one day would make a huge difference, please just once." But Winter gave Princess Violet cold look and went back, and Princess just keep looking at him with teary eyes. A thought occurred to Princess Violet. Would this busy man even come to my funeral? After that, Princess feel pain and called family Dr. Rickman, the blooming household physician. He said, "As I've told you many times, there is nothing wrong with your body." Princess reply, "I keep telling you that I have terrible pain. Doctor said, I understand that you had a very delicate upbringing as a princess, but you can't keep feigning illness like this." Princess made snickers behind her. Princess said, "But it's the truth. It hurts so much. I can barely stand." In cold tone, "Please stop lying and get up. This is becoming a bad habit. If you keep wasting my time like this, I'll have no choice but to tell Madame Catherine." Princess didn't know that he do make prescription of expensive medicine, but instead of giving Princess, he kept all money for himself and gives false report to in-laws and husband that Princess is lying. Maid said, "Madam, you need to get ready soon." Princess, "That's right. It's not like I have a choice since that's what the doctor said, but I did like to change for peace." Princess cut her hair short. All servants are shocked and whisper what happened to Madame Violet's hair. She said she needed a change of pace, so she cut her hair. Whisper, "It's perfect for us since taking care of long hair is such a hassle." Princess thought, "I don't want to go to the party. It's not like there will be a place for me there. I'll just be looked down on, but if I don't go, they won't leave me alone either." Then a voice came, "Violet, Princess Mother-in-law." Princess, "Oh, greetings, Mother-in-law and Sir Diev. Catherine Duke Blooming's wife, Diev heir to the Blooming household." Her mother-in-law said, "You are a bit late because you're feeling unwell. I was quite worried after hearing that you were feeling ill. What did the doctor say?" Princess was about to reply, then doctor shout from middle of banquet, "Madam Violet, you are here. I told you that she was feigning illness." Whisper started in banquet, "Did you hear that? Feigning? How deceitful does she have to be? Just because she didn't want to attend her in-law's party." Even her own mother-in-law pick up on Princess and said, "She's a princess, of course. Even a prick would be intense for her." A guest joined her mother-in-law, "Madame Catherine, you are far too lenient on her. Didn't she con the Blooming household?" Princess eyes filled with terror. Everyone humility Princess Violet for their fun. Causes her husband nerve came to any banquet with her or event, and Violet always wear shabby clothes causes of her in-laws. A once happy princess, it was a fun subject of gossip everywhere. Princess came outside the banquet and prayed this awful party end soon. Meanwhile her brother-in-law Winter younger brother came. "Violet, there you are. You came alone. Is brother busy as well today?" He is having a sinister smile on his face. Then he took his scarf and gave to Violet. "It's cold today. They're quite terrible, humiliating and tearing you down like that. They don't even care that you're here by yourself. You should have had a drink with me when I asked, as if you have any remaining dignity left to save." He tried to hug Princess without her consent. Princess shouts, "That is out of line." Diev said, "You ignorant princess. It would be best if you started making smarter choices. Winter doesn't even come home that often." Princess ran away. and Debbie thought you will regret this, princess. How despicable. Who would believe me that the gentlemanly heir of the blooming household is, in fact, an ill-mannered man that flirts with his sister-in-law? No, would anyone even listen to me in the first place? I can't take it any longer. I refuse to be their punching bag anymore. Farewell to my happy past and hellish married life, and my husband Winter, farewell. Oh, it's not as painful as I thought it would be. My body feels refreshed, as if all the pain and fatigue has been washed out of me. Is this heaven? It's soft and warm. Had I known death would be this sweet, I would have taken my life 3 years ago. How delightful. Then suddenly Princess realized her voice changed. She quickly get up. What the voice, and these are not my hand. What going on? She is currently in her husband body and her body is still lying in her. Princess saw her reflection in mirror, 6 feet 3 inch, with broad shoulders, black hair and gray eyes, a wild outlook but still outrageously good looks. No way, I have become Winter blooming, I must be dreaming. Then a man barged in room with coffee in his hand. It was Hyle, Winter's secretary. He said, "That bastard, Raoul, is here. Please get ready now. Why are you just standing around? I told you, we don't have time. You even woke up late, which is very unlike you, President. Wear this and please put on your tie today. It's a formal occasion." Violet, yes, I mean, I understand. Hyle, President. Your manner of speech. Why do you sound more refined? Oh, you're practicing your manners, aren't you? You did go overboard yesterday. Violet asked what happened yesterday. Hyle, I am talking about the meeting over the Vitelin coffee beans. Raoul was asking for 30 rands per gram. What are you doing, sir? Why aren't you getting changed? Violet startled and said now. Then she said, which Winter will never say. Hyle, I am a bit embarrassed. Could you step outside for a moment? She thought, even though this is Winter's body, changing in front of another man, I will need your help putting on the tie later. Hyle gets shocked. Goosebumps from Violet words. Hyle said, why are you acting like this first thing in the morning? Is this sort of punishment? Violet said, could you please turn around? Then she dressed up. Hyle, he is helping Violet for tie, and while doing this he said, sheesh, President, just swear at me like usual. You never ask for something like favors. Violet inquired, are we having a meeting right away? Hyle replied, yes, please remember. You cannot get angry no matter how much that bastard irritates you today, and don't throw the table. Violet normally swear and throw tables. He seemed like a cold-hearted man with a frozen heart. I guess he acts differently in front of other people, though this all must be just my imagination. But that still doesn't mean I can be careless with this negotiation. I can't just take things easy even when I'm dreaming. Violet thought she is still dreaming. Then scene shifts. During meeting the gentleman said, as I have told you yesterday, I will not sell the Vitelin coffee beans anywhere below this price. Violet reply, but we've already signed a contract. If you suddenly raise the price, be difficult for us. But the man said, this much should be nothing for you. Don't spout nonsense. Isn't your hotel chain currently having unprecedented success? Violet in-laws and everyone around her always tell Violet lie that Winter is in blink of bankruptcy. So she thought, a success, could he have recovered a bit of his fortune? No, this is simply my own delusion. I have always felt guilty because he lost most of his fortune by marrying me. That's why I welcomed him with open arms whenever he would return home. The man said, at the current price, I wouldn't even be able to pay the children properly. Violet get shocked and said, children's are working. Man, yes, of course. After hearing child labor, Violet was about to agree the terms and raised price. I understand, then, as you've suggested. Hyle interfere, President, pardon me. It seems our president had a bit too much to drink last night. He whisper in her ears, what are you doing, sir? Are you actually hungover? Violet reply, no. It's just that there are kids working in. Hyle said, it's obvious that he's trying to leverage the fact that you were worked to death when you were young children. You did child labor, so he must using your sympathy for his own need. There's no way that cheapskate is paying the children a fair wage in the first place. Even if you pay him more, all it's going to do is line his wallet. Seriously, sir, this obvious. Violet asked, how would I have reacted normally? If I wasn't hungover, that is. Hyle said you're really acting weird today. You would have thrown the table at him the second you heard him say 30 rands. I will reschedule your meeting with that bastard. Violet shocked from what Hyle said. She thought I have to throw a fit and Ater would have. She tried to lift the table and thought would he have thrown something this heavy. The man in front of her, Winter, will throw the table on him. She stopped and think no, this isn't how she would solve problems. She said to man, let's restart the negotiations, from the beginning. The man is shocked that why Winter hasn't done anything. What are you talking about? Violet said let's sort this through conversation. We can calmly sort things out until we come to a resolution we both can agree on. She thought throwing the table and instilling fear is how Winter Blooming would have done it, but the one currently present is Violet Lawrence. I have endured people's ridicule and lived like a ghost. Now that I've sat down here, I need to see this through to the end. She said to man that I will start the negotiation for start, and I won't stop until either we find common ground, or one of us surrenders. Then scene shifts. In Winter House. Winter is ringing bell. Maid, isn't Madam Violet calling for us? Shouldn't we go check on her? Another maid said nah. She'll probably just whine about being sick again. Just ignore the bells. How annoying. Winter, is this thing broken? Why isn't anyone coming? My head hurts like it was split open. He went to stairs and called Rickman. Good thing you're here. Treat me right now. But Rickman in annoying tone, excuse me, what is it this time? Winter, my head hurts, figure out what's wrong. Rickman, I already told you yesterday that there's nothing wrong. Winter reply, what do you mean, nothing's wrong? My whole body feels like crap. Rickman said crap. How vulgar. I have so much to do. Yet she's wasting my time as usual. He fake examined Violet body and said, like I said, you're fine. How long are you planning on pretending to be sick? Winter gets angry and said what? Rickman tried to fool again and said I understand that you were a princess, but this is far too excessive. Winter got angry and grabbed Rickman by his shirt in anger. And said I have to go and negotiate with that damned Vitalin cheapskate, so do a proper diagnosis. Winter opens the door of his safe. The safe was filled with gold and money. He took out money and threw it to the Rickman and said, is that enough? Now, tell me what you should do. The arrogant doctor now gets startled, and said, to treat you, no matter what. Winter in angry tone, that's right. I need to get to the capital as soon as possible, so do whatever it takes. If this body faints on the way, no, my husband will have your head. Winter thought, that, though you're done for as soon as I regain my body. Thank God, finally Winter will fire this useless leech doctor. Servant, are you all right, doctor? Doctor is stunned. He can't believe what is he witnessing. He thought what's going on? Why would Sir Winter, who values money like his life, give her the code to the safe? Why is Madam Violet acting so high and mighty? Up until a minute ago, she stayed quiet like a mouse despite everything. Then Violet's body start paining again. Winter grabbed his head in pain. Servant asked, are you all right, madam? Winter said, I am all right, and bring me coffee, a hot, steaming cup. All servants are also get startled, from what sight they are witnessing. Then servant gave him coffee and thought, she's having the same way as Sir Winter would have. He said, how long are you planning on just standing there? Servants ask, what do you mean, madam? Winters barge on them and said, Rickman, find me a cure, and you, Philippe, get me a train ticket to the capital. Servants, understood. We'll get on it right away. When they leave, Winter thought, they are slow, and what's the matter with this body? That aside, I thought she was a refined princess, but she's just like me. I'm now certain that I've switched bodies with Violet. Winter thought that, he is surprised how well he is taking this body and situation. Compared to being captured and forced to work by tiny people. Being experimented on by a witch. This is nothing, especially when there are countless people hold a grudge against me. He thought maybe someone who is holding grudge against him might done this. Winter, while stroking Violet's hair, thought, it took her long enough to cut her hairs. Then he suddenly remembered a flashback of past year winter season, when he was having dinner with his wife. She was very happy. Violet said, I am so happy, Winter, You're staying home for 4 whole days. And we can even have dinner together. Winter replied, I'm going back to the capital soon anyway. But still, then Princess smile and she start blushing and hesitate. Ask, don't you think my hair is long? Winter replied, yes it is. Princess asked, should I cut it? It would be a fresh change. Winter in cold tone. Do whatever you want. Is that something I should be having a say in? He thought that, she's welcome to do whatever she wants. And then Violet face changed causes of his cold behavior. Winter gets up said, if you have nothing else to say, I'll be on my way. I don't know if she changed her mind, but she didn't cut her hair then, but after that day, she also stopped pestering me with trivial questions. Oh God, someone give this man communication lesson, damn. Servant came. Madam Violet. I've brought you the medicine from Dr. Rickman. Also, the carriage to the train station will arrive around dinner time. Winter took medicine and sent servant back. Then he thought that from his answer about Violet haircut, it seems she isn't pleased by his response. Wonder what the problem was. I really can't understand her. Yes, sir, causes you lack of senses. Scene shifts to Winter office where Princess is sleeping on sofa and Winter assistant came. Good morning, sir. She asked when did she fall asleep. Assistant replied, you can rest a bit longer. You've worked hard for the past 2 nights. I didn't think you'd keep Raoul here until he gave up. What I wanted to know is when did you learn how to smoke a cigar? Seriously, yesterday was amazing. During yesterday meeting, even Nobel was surprised that, how does he know proper cigar etiquette despite being of lowly birth? Even Violet said, we can't be smoking cigars without wine. Can we? Heil, grab some good bottles. About 10 of them. I think we'll be talking for a good while. Princess said to Heil, I might have gone overboard keeping him here for 47 hours. But Heil said, what are you talking about? You scored a successful contract, not to mention, we got to see Raoul back out like the whimpering coward he is. Such a refreshing sight to see. That man cures Winter, you monster. Finally you have your way. Violet smiled, and blushes, and thought, I did it. I didn't think that royal etiquette would come in handy like this. If this is what it's like to live in my own fantasy, such a life doesn't seem so bad. If this is a dream, I hope I never wake up. Hale informed her that, Winter received a telegram, while you were asleep, from Madame Catherine. Violet asked, from Mother? While sipping the coffee, Violet disgusted and thought, it's scalding hot and way too sweet. Hale informed about letter context, that Madame Catherine said you should offer Madame Violet a compliment for cutting her hair. Everyone's looking out for her. So why does she not want to get along with the rest of the blooming? In depression tone she said, I don't care. Hyle said, pardon. Princess thought, Winter has never even once accompanied me to a party. Even when he came to family gatherings, he'd be busy talking about work and disregarding me. How would he know anything about the stares and ridicule I've received? Even if he did know, he wouldn't have sided with me anyway. 'Cause he can't get his money back or Nobel title. Everything is simply her fault. He has no interest in me whatsoever, that's why. Thinking all of this, Violet said to Hyle, I don't care what my wife does. Hyle, President. Then suddenly voice came from outside the room. President, are you there? Madame Violet is here. Everyone is stunned, and Hyle asks what? Why is Madame Violet here? Servant from outside reply, I'm not sure. She insists that we let her in. But Winter rushed like he does and servants try to stop him. Mademoiselle can't go in like this. Violet thought, is this how I wake up from this dream? I don't want to go back. He barged in the room and ordered, everyone get out. Hello, Winter, isn't there something we need to speak about in private? Violet, who is in Winter's body, is shocked. Outside the room of Winter's office, there is chaos among the servants. Causes Princess Violet arrived, without any notice. Philippe, voice, Hyle, there you are. Hyle saw Philippe in distress state. He asked, wait, Philippe. What's wrong? Why are you so out of breath? Philippe asked, did Madame Violet arrive here safely? She ran full force as soon as she got off the carriage. A flashback of when Winter arrived in Violet body. Philippe shouting, Madame Violet, you shouldn't strain yourself in your current condition, Madame Violet. I'll ask, so you escorted her here. The hall is full of murmur and whispering of servants. Philippe. She just kept insisting that she had to go see Sir Winter. Why is everyone gathered out in the hallway? Where's the madam? Hyle thought, why is Madame Violet suddenly acting like that? What changed her? Inside the room, Winter and Violet are discussing their current condition. Winter, who is in Violet body, asks, so we switched bodies, explain what's going on. Princess, I didn't do anything. Winter, an angry tone, if you didn't do anything, then how did this happen? Princess reply, I am just as confused as you are. Winter saw wine bottle in office, he got mad and asked what are these wine bottle are doing, and this rotten cigar smell, what the hell you did to my body. As soon as Winter touched Princess, they both experienced sudden pain. They both fell on ground. They realize they are now in their own bodies. Winter, I think I know, we went back to our own bodies when our bodies touch. Is that how it works? Princess is disappointed and said, it seems so. Princess thought, I came back to this body. It wasn't a delusion nor was it a dream. Does this mean I have to keep enduring all those awful gays in this body? Just when I had finally braved myself to escape from that hell. Winter voice, Violet. Are you listening? Stop daydreaming, and let's finish talking. Princess thought, there's no point in being disappointed. No one cares about my insignificant emotions. Princess replied to Winter, please continue. I'm listening. Winter asked, what happened? Violet, I'm not sure how this happened either. Winter, what? You don't know about the contract that you made? Princess clenched her hand, and thought. Oh. You meant the contract. She thought their marriage contract. He's talking about money. Even in this situation, I am a fool, expecting to have a normal conversation. She thought their soul exchange. It could be, Winter's ash-gray eyes, are a mark of the Conneets tribe that migrated to Lacround long ago. I heard that among them, some were skilled in shamanic magic. Violet said, right, aren't you an outlander? Is there anything you know about supernatural things like this? What? Do you think that all outlanders know how to use magic? Winter gets aggrieved, and in angry tone, are you saying that this happened because I am a lowly outlander? Princess is frightened. She said, no, that's not what I mean. Winter said, it's not that uncommon for people to discriminate against us in an elegant manner, and of course, you're cut from the same fabric as the rest of those all-important royals. Violet, as well shivering out for fear, said, that's not I mean. It's just that something like this has never happened before in my family. She thought, how strange, I just wanted to continue talking with him, if only for a bit longer. She said to Winter, you don't seem like you know much about the Conneets tribe either. That's why I brought it up. She thought, why does this always happen every time I try to get closer? That wasn't what. Winter thought, she's acting like I'm chasing her away. Why does she always react like this? Yes, man, you always neglect her, that's why she is like this. Winter grabbed Princess' hand. What are you doing, Winter? He came out from his office. Hyle, he finally came out. What did you talk about for so long, President? He and all servants are stunned from the sight they are witnessing. Winter, he is holding Princess in his arms. Winter said, whether I'm a descendant of a shaman or not, don't waste your energy worrying about useless things and get some rest instead. I know since I dragged that body all the way here, that you shouldn't be able to stay standing any longer. Violet replied, it's not that bad, I can stand. Winter said, no you can't. Winter puts Princess on his bed and remove her shoes. Princess, but this is your room, at least allow me to go to a different room. Winter said, this is the best room. So just stay here, I'm going to work. You stay here and rest. By the way, this thing, your body, I thought I was going to die coming here. Turns out your body is the heaviest burden. He thought, even when I was punished as a servant, it wasn't as painful. He said to Princess, how can you live in such body? But Princess said, really, but I feel pretty good today. Did you eat some good medicine earlier? Winter, that's feeling better. You bewilder me. I'll fetch a doctor, so stay here. Winter, call Hyle and instruct him. Call the doctor. Also, buy some comfortable women's clothes. We'll head to the company as soon as I finish washing up. Hyle? Wow. But what's been going on with you, sir? You keep doing things you'd never do. Wait, you're suddenly back to normal? Princess thought, in the end, we didn't resolve anything, as usual. Scene shifts. Now new doctor is attending Princess Violet. Doctor, your body is in terrible condition. You've been taking medicine for your weak heart, correct? Princess, yes, that's right. Doctor, this older medicine isn't used anymore because it worsens the migraine. I'll prescribe you a new medicine, so please take that instead. Oh my goodness, who in the world uses this medicine anymore? Was it even prescribed by a real doctor? Princess thought, but at least the migraine can be treated. What a relief. Princess gets up from the bed and ready to leave room. But doctor tried to stop her. Madam, where are you going in your current state? Princess, I requested another bedroom. I should move before the owner of this room returns. Doctor said, why does a married couple act like they are strangers? Violet thought, strangers you say, this only happened because of the body switch. I mustn't get used to this sudden kindness because, in the end, nothing will change, or at least that's what I thought. Then scene shifts to next morning. An army of maids are coming in Violet room with ton of dresses and accessories. Violet is stunned. She asks, why are all these clothes in my room? A voice came, Madam. How was your meal? Now, let's get ready. Even if we start now, we might only barely make it in time. Lulu the hotel maid, we need to choose an outfit for your lunch date with the president. Grab the rest. All maid are super excited to dress up Princess. Princess is surprised and asks, lunch date with my husband. Princess is surprised after seeing such beautiful dresses. She thought, wow, what a fancy dress. Am I really allowed to wear this? Lulu said, Mr. Hyle went and bought them in a hurry. He said it'd be the first meal that you had shared in a while. Princess replied, I also only just found out that I'm having a meal with him. Princess thought, if I wore such a fancy dress, to be indulging in such luxury after wasting all her husband's money. How shameless can one be? The entire blooming household would be up in arms. Princess thought, let something modest as usual. Maid, that color looks perfect on you. Madam, it looks perfect for this weather. I also like that. Princess. Princess said, no, I was going to pick a different one. Lulu, do you not like that dress? You've been staring at that dress from the start. Princess, have I? Princess thought, actually it's my favorite color. Then she thought, as there's no one here to criticize me, maybe I can, just for today. Princess informed maid Lulu, then I'd like to go with this dress. Lulu, excellent choice, madam. Elle will do your hair and makeup. Please have a seat. While brushing Princess' hair, Lulu said, President indeed a lucky man. To have such a kind and beautiful wife. Princess replied, thank you for your kind words. Princess, but I'm a bit worried. How can my husband afford all this? Maid Lulu surprised from Princess' words. What do you mean, madam? Princess replied, I heard that after spending 24 million lakhnas to marry me, he almost declared bankruptcy. Lulu, that's so, that's odd. The president buys dresses like these regularly. Princess is surprised from hearing Lulu words regularly. Maid Lulu, inform Princess, that Hyle is always buying racks of dresses. Princess thought, that's impossible. I've not once received a dress from my husband. Then who did he buy all those presses for? Princess thought maybe Winter have affair, but little did she know that her in-laws are the one who never inform her about dresses sent by Winter. Winter, what's taking her so long? Hyle, there's still 2 minutes left, President. Besides, the clothes just arrived at 10 a.m. Of course, she'd be late. Winter, why do you keep taking Violet's side? Winter, what's the point of taking so long when all she's going to wear is some old-fashioned dress like she usually does? Hyle replied, that's true. Why does the madam always wear simple dresses? While they both were talking, Princess Violet arrived. Winter kept mumbling. It's probably just the precious princess's style. How could people like us possibly understand? Princess arrived. She looked so mesmerizing that Winter stopped talking and kept looking at her. Princess, shall we go? Winter. Winter replied, I was expecting you to dress like you usually would. Princess, why did you assume that? Winter said, because you like old-fashioned dresses. Princess startled from Winter words. She tried to say that is because, but she stopped and thought, there is no point of saying anything, because he would care. I am famishing, let's go. They both went to a fancy restaurant. Violet. Wow, the view is gorgeous. Winter, though we almost ended up seeing the night view from all the quarreling. Violet. That's because you were saying all that unnecessary stuff. A flash before they enter the restaurant on ground floor. Winter, we'll take the elevator. Violet. I can handle that much. My bedroom is also on the 5th floor. Winter. How can you possibly climb 5 floors in your condition? Heil, immediately install an elevator in the mansion. Heil. Yes, sir. Violet exhaust. I told you that you didn't have to. Was walking around in my body that difficult? This means that Winter doesn't have any idea how her wife lives in mansion. Her room is on 5th floor, most for rest and almost in the corner of mansion. Winter, you were right. Violet puzzled. What do you mean? Winter reply. I looked into my ancestry, the Khanite's tribe. There are various records of people switching bodies with one another, even though they didn't have shaman powers, but we couldn't find out exactly how it works nor the reason, and also, the contract you negotiated was excellent. Then Winter said, let me give you a reward. Violet, reward. Giving your wife a reward. She thought Winter as stiff as ever. What I want to receive from Winter is. Violet replied, then would you please escort me to your father's birthday party next month? Can you be please my side? Winter as usual in cold tone. He replied, you seem to be severely mistaken. My time is far more valuable than you think. I meant a materialistic reward. Tell me an item that you want. Violet. I see. She thought even though we've been married for 3 years, we're still practically strangers. I'm so sick and tired of this. Violet reply, it's fine. I don't need a reward. I'm just glad everything worked out for you. Then a Winter gets irritated. He said, this again, I despise your attitude. If you want to say something, just say it. Don't be so meek. Winter thought Violet is showing her princess attitude. Princess said, there is something I would like to know. Winter, what is it? Violet, if I had died, would you come to my funeral? Winter, what? What do you mean by that? Violet, it's exactly as I said. Winter, if you die, don't be so childish. Violet reply, why do you think I am being childish? Winter thought, you know nothing about me. He said to Violet, how many times have you been hit in your life? Have you ever been forced to work for anyone? What about been locked up somewhere? Tied up and dragged around, and worst, have you ever starved because you were too poor? Then sarcastically, Winter, as are you actually threatening to kill yourself? Violet reply, I am simply asking, if I had died, would you have finally give me a day of your time? She thought, I know it's a useless question, because you are the man that wouldn't use a single day for me. Oh man, he is literally gatekeeping his wife's trauma. Winter leave table and Violet in anger. Then Heil came back. President, I am back. Oh, did you already finish your meal? I have the quote for the elevator. President, where are going in the middle of your meal? Sir, why are you leaving Madam behind? Winter left without a word and our meal end up our emotions in mess. Madam Violet, it's almost sunset. You need to return to mansion soon. Violet replies, I am sure you lady have it hard time having to serve me. Maid, that isn't so. Violet, I know it's getting late, I will head back now, have Lulu fetch the carriage. A voice came, oh my goodness Violet. I can't believe this, it's been so long since I have last seen you. Ariella Lawrence, Violet's cousin and a famous actress. Violet, it's been a while Ariel, you have been busy lately, haven't? Ariella said, I am always busy or not, you quit free though. You should visit me in the capital more often. Violet reply, I think I will do that, it feels good to get out of the house. Ariella said, I am so jealous, I would like to marry early like you and spend my days arranging flowers in elegance. Violet said, is that so? Ariella said, oh right, I actually see Sir Winter quite often at Keisel Stadium. You know how I had our leaving from young age, right? We get along pretty well thanks to that. Wait, I forgot you dislike barbaric sports like that. Violet, It's not that I dislike it because it's barbaric. I just do not enjoy them because they are unfamiliar to me. Ariella said. Violet, there you go again, you are always trying too hard to seem like a good person. No wonder why Sir Winter finds you frustrating. Violet, he said I am frustrating. Ariella. You did not know. Violet thought the old me probably would have pushed back, but everything I say is useless. I am just a princess that doesn't know anything. Nor do I know how to empathy with anyone because of my sheltered upbringing. Everything I say is just. No wonder people think I am frustrating. If I told her that my life isn't as elegant as she imagines, would she believe me? She did probably disagree me as a sheltered princess throwing a tantrum just like everyone else has. Scene shifts. Now Princess is in carriage with Lulu maid. Princess said to Lulu, does Ariella frequently stay at Connie's hotel? Lulu reply, yes madam, I have seen her quite frequently at Capital Branch. She says she likes our hotel so much that even when she touring in countryside she always tries to stay at Connie's hotel. Lulu thought, could it be the reason by Madame Violet within aware of the dresses? Means maybe winter dresses to Ariella, not Madame Violet. Princess said, it's alright, I was just curious. Lulu said, you did not get to finish your meal earlier, did you madam? I will prepare the best dinner for you then we get back. Violet, it's fine, I do not have much an appetite Lulu, but... Violet thought, he has never been home much, but I trusted that he would at least stay faithful. So much did it never occur to me women. I can no longer care who he see. Now Violet is in her room. This is Lulu maid. Reply is in the scent of coffee magnificent. If you do not have an appetite, would you at least like some dessert? If you would not drink it, please keep it in your hand. It's quite chilly now that's the sun has set. There's no much to living, but as long as your stomach is full, life is quite alright. Even if things seems like doom and gloom, you can find solace just for a cup of tea. Life is funny like that. I genuinely hope you will feel better soon, Madam Violet. It's warm. Violet, I really do feel better. I am sorry, but is it too late to ask you for dinner? As you have said, I think eating something will energize me. Lulu with sparkling eyes, of course madam, I will tell them to prepare it. I will have it ready on time. In the meantime, please rest. Madam Violet smiles. The dinner Lulu and Turin the chef prepared was excellent. Lulu and chef, both of them trying to feed Violet with delicious food and try to earn some compliment by competing. Violet feel overwhelmed. Violet thought, to have people care about me is a small satisfaction I haven't felt in a long time. There is not much to living, but as long as your stomach is full, life is quite alright. Violet to Lulu, you were right Lulu. Lulu, pardon me, did you say something? Madam Violet, it's nothing, thanks for the meal. Well, has my husband returned yet? Lulu, yes, just a moment ago. I thought he has stayed at hotel headquarters tonight, but he came back. Violet, I have to see him. I no longer want to be a frustrating person. Scene shifts Winter office. He is angry causes of his previous conversation with Princess. He thought, what possible reason is there for you to say like that? You have really lost it. Pathetic. To chastise yourself over something she probably said without a thought. Why do you think I am working so hard to earn money for who? Knock on the door. Winter, are you there? I am sorry for bothering you at such later hour, but there is something I would like to say to you. Winter thought at this time. He opened the door. He asked, what brings you here? Wait, were you not finished early conversation? They both look at each other. While it's set, we will probably continue to be like this. We would not change ever. And that's why I feel all more certain. Winter. Princess Violet said I wants to divorce him. Then suddenly Winter gets shocked. He thought, my wife was completely different compared to an uncultured fellow like me. The nobleman's way of walking that I practiced for days, the overly complicated and uncomfortable attire. But in comparison, all these noble values were as natural as breathing to my refined wife. Even though she was marrying a lowly outlander out of responsibility as royalty. The princess was always elegant. Violet must have felt pathetic after she was used to paying off the debts of her country through marriage. I thought I had nothing that could satisfy princess, status, lineage, or money. There was only one option for me: to become affluent to a point where we're drowning in wealth. That goal was my drive to start. What could be left at you, to disappear? Then he came back to his sense. Winter didn't answer. He just kept his mouth shut and watched her. Winter, who was thinking about what to say for a long time, finally opened his mouth and said, "If you want a divorce, I'll give it to you anytime." "Really? But of course, you have to return the money I paid for the marriage." Violet paused at his words. Winter continued with a calm face. "Of course, 3 years will bring interest. You'll just have to give me $27 million. I'm going to take out the interest because you have worked hard in the 3 years you've been my wife." "And what else should I do? Do you want me to pay for rolling on the bed?" As Winter approached, Violet gradually stepped back. Just before her body touched the wall, Winter inadvertently put his hand between Violet's head and the wall to cover the back of her head, thinking he should protect the princess. "You want a divorce? How can you ask such a thing from me?" Princess startled. She said, "Why are you so angry? I know you lost a lot by marrying me. But isn't it just a bigger loss to continue a marriage that you don't want? Getting divorced will put me in debt. I know I can't pay you back on my own. I can die at work. But that's in your interest." Winter shouts, "You're going to get divorced like that? Why? What the hell is the reason? Why would you go to this length?" Violet smiled vaguely without even realizing it. "That's what I said. I still don't know why. What the hell are you? Why do you hate me so much?" "What?" Winter couldn't understand why she was saying this. He thought in disbelief, "My wife is asking me why I hate her so much." Winter's hands trembled. It seemed like a typhoon was blowing in his body. His whole body was being swept with anger and frustration as if blood were boiling all over his body. She was out of her mind, and so was he. He wanted to hold her. If his thoughts were not dragged in right away and locked up tightly in his mind, they would become a problem for him. But the only thing that could be done was to give a much more difficult answer. "I don't hate you. I just don't want to get divorced. No one will help you if I don't want a divorce anyway. You know that much." "Princess, I know." "Then don't bring that up again." Winter stepped away from her. Then, he took a deep breath, looking into the air for a moment, turned around, and went into the bedroom. At the sound of the door slamming, Violet flinched. She closed her eyes tightly and opened them again. She thought Winter's words, "I don't hate you." Lies. Violet walked to her room, sadly speaking to herself. Her conversation with Winter certainly made her understand. As long as the money was intertwined, it was impossible to get a divorce. "I hated Ash from my heart, but I needed his help." It was Ash who didn't keep the promise of her husband's money. Now that he has fully paid off his debts and has started gaining public support, he is now almost the only one with the power to help her. "I wanted a divorce, so I sent Winter to find a way to confer any title." Violet thought that it would not be very impossible to bend the law because he had supporters. She knew there was no reason for the divorce of the two, and she would not seek out Ash if there was no money at stake. A few days later, Violet got on the train leaving the capital. Winter sat opposite her. He seemed determined to pretend he hadn't heard about the divorce. "Winter, that's great. How can you come all the way here being in the same posture all the time?" While he was sarcastic, Violet smiled for the first time in a while. "Princess, how can you change your posture so many times? I thought I was coming here with a child. The chair is uncomfortable." Winter was grumbling sarcastically as if nothing had really happened. He emptied a glass of beer before the train even started. He drank incessantly over the course of 7 hours. Violet, who couldn't endure him doing this, opened her mouth. "Don't you think you are drinking too much?" "Not at all." Winter was sarcastic. "Why? I guess it's so vulgar to drink in the eyes of the princess because she can't stand it? My father drank a lot, too. I'm just worried. I'm afraid you won't be able to live long in." "And what? I'm not saying you're a vulgar person." Violet said the word and shut her mouth. She thought Winter would be annoyed, but he looked at Violet with a slightly dazed look. He turned his head toward the window and touched his chin with his hand. Finally, Winter, who fisted his hands in his 2 pockets, headed to the place where the carriage was waiting. He looked back to see where Violet was because there was no sign of her following him. He saw that Violet was looking at a girl who was standing with a basket of flowers. Violet slowly turned her head toward Winter and opened her mouth. "Will you buy me some flowers? In return for the contract?" Then, Winter replied with intimidation. "Don't. You can buy anything later, just ask for the right one." "I like flowers." Then you can buy them later, besides the flowers in the house are better than that. Princess, while we're talking about it, it's more comfortable if you buy it for me. The flowers in the house are not gifts. I want to get a flower as a gift. Buy me flowers. Winter had no idea what was different between the two flowers, but he didn't have a reason to refuse anymore and walked to the girl. Winter stayed for a week and returned to the capital. He was still busy at work and had not talked to Violet, but it was the first time he had been in the mansion for so long. Violet couldn't figure out why Winter hated divorce so much. Without the knowledge, I thought about whether this marriage is economically beneficial to him or not, but there is no way to confirm it now. Today, 15 days after he left the mansion, there was a birthday party for the Duke of James Blooming. Winter will be back for his father's birthday party this evening, and Violet was going to talk to him more when he came back. As usual, Violet wore a purplish-black dress for tea time till lunch. When she was ready, the door opened without her permission and Ash Lawrence walked in. Catherine Blooming stood behind him. Violet picked herself up. She felt uneasy about the stiff look on the faces of the two. Then Catherine, who came with him, looked sad. She glanced at Ash and spoke. Violet. I did my best. It was over when you lied that you were sick without giving it a single thought. Catherine continued in a trembling voice that Violet couldn't stand anymore. I know you felt like Winter's identity lacking. But didn't you agree to marry? Violet, you're in my family now. No matter how much you are a princess, you shouldn't be so selfish. I know it's because I didn't teach you properly, but I'm really upset. Violet thought her heart was breaking down. She remembered Catherine and her friends who had been insulting her for hours. Princess trembles and thought, I trusted Ash, thinking that he was the only one who could help me. How could he do that? Ash opened his mouth. In cold tone he said, I am really disappointed in you and I didn't know you were so selfish. Ash had a reason to stop the divorce unconditionally. The Blooming couple, Ash Lawrence and Catherine, conspired to take the money that Winter had divided into Violet's property. Fortunately, Winter did not meddle in Violet's property at all. But most of all, he thought that Ash was royal, so he did not know that Ash was helping take Violet's property without leaving any trace at the bank. Violet's divorce soon meant they will lose all the money. Therefore, they had to break Violet's self-esteem and ensure that she stayed married. Ash, divorce? How could you even suggest such a thing? What reason do you have? In cold tone. He thought you want to cut off my precious source of income. I will make you unable to suggest divorce ever again. Princess tremble in fear. Catherine, Violet, I have truly tried my best. I even tried to be understanding of you feigning illness for so long. Violet thought that she never lied to them about her illness. Catherine accused Violet. Even if you used to be the princess, you can't behave so selfishly. You're a member of our family now. Is it because Winter isn't good enough for you? Is it because he doesn't have a title? That's not it either, Violet said. But Catherine kept accusing Violet. I know that it's my fault for not educating him better, but I can't stand this anymore. Violet shouts, I don't care about my husband's status. That's not why I want a divorce. I don't want to stand around at tea time anymore. I don't understand why I am the one that's called the con artist. Brother, you're the one that deceived Winter. Why do I have to endure all of this? Stop throwing this childish tantrum. The annulment of the royal family was a wish of the people. You know that as well. Sir Winter has spoiled you so much that you became even more childish. Violet, don't throw childish tantrum. Violet was startled. She thought that a child tantrum. Ash asked Catherine politely, Mrs. Catherine, I'll permit you to correct this child in any way. Please? Then Catherine nodded and said, Violet, it's a punishment for you. You understand, right? Violet was stunned. What does that mean? Violet was trying to figure out the situation, and two of Catherine's maids grabbed her and pushed her into the closet. The lock was locked with a chain around the door handle. Catherine said in a trembling voice, Do you know how my heart hurts every time you do this to me, my daughter? Reflect on yourself here until dinner. After a while, the only sound she heard the sound of their feet moving away and the door closing. It was quiet everywhere. Violet sat down in a daze. Her mind, which had been fidgeting with her forehead leaning against the wall for a while, came to think about death. Then she remembered the day she wanted to die. On that day, her body changed after she ate all the sleeping pills. Violet, crouched in the closet, slowly opened her eyes. She seemed to have lost consciousness while trying to knock down the door. She pushed the closet door once more and luckily it opened. The sun was setting before she knew it. She had no energy to go out. She could see the rose in the vase in her gaze, which had been leaning against the closet for a while. The flowers given by winter had withered, but a small new rose had sprouted. She wanted to remember that she had received a gift of flowers every day. The flowers reminded her of him. "I don't hate you." At that time, she passed on Winter's words, thinking they were just lies, but now she needed them. Since her body had changed, Winter had become more aware of Violet's weakness than herself. Now Violet wanted to tell him the hurt of her heart. Determined to find him, she walked out with difficulty. Fortunately, Winter was talking to some of the people who came to the party today, bringing them to the couple's mansion to help with the business. He sat with his legs crossed on the sofa. If he had found his wife as soon as he got home, it would have been great if he had gone to greet her. If he had, he would have found her in the closet, and it would have opened his eyes. She would not have felt so sad. While thinking about it, Violet was going to pull his hand one more time. "I'm going to ask him to stay with me for today." Violet managed to walk to them with a calm face. She greeted the guests first by gently nodding her head in spite of the heavy grief. "You all look familiar. Please be at peace." Everyone rose from their seats to greet her. Violet, who finished her greetings, carefully strode towards Winter. At that time, she passed on Winter's words, but now she needed to talk to him. "Winter, talk to me." Then Winter answered in a low volume. "We're talking about something important, Violet. It's important for me, too. It's really, really important. Go to the bedroom. I'll be right there." Winter tried to speak softly because of the guests, but he slowly became nervous. However, Violet pulled his hand instead. "Listen now, please. I'm coming soon." Winter spoke and slipped his hand out of Violet's. Violet looked at the palm of her hand for a while without putting it down. The first day of the wedding was just like his hand, which took out all the courage in her and escaped. He was always the first. He took courage and wretched Violet's hand. Violet slowly turned around, thinking she might never be able to hold his hand again. She left the room without looking back. He will have to attend the Duke's birthday party, which will continue overnight today. She thought that he would never know why Ash or Catherine would come to the party and yell at her for not coming to the celebration. After hearing more criticism, she felt like she was going to break. "My heart and soul have been shattered far too much for me to take any more scorn." She saw a gun hanging in the mansion. She took one of the guns and left the mansion. Scene shifts. Violet arrived at blooming household beach mansion. The dark sunset and the calm sea were beautiful as night approached. An old woman, the villa keeper, was surprised to meet her. "Young ma'am, what are you doing here at this hour?" "I came here to see the sea, so don't worry about it and go back in." "My young lady is here. I'll get the carriage soon." "It's really okay. I'll take a break and leave." After being comforted by Violet, the villa keeper was forced to go back to her room as she had no choice. Violet looked at the sea from her villa quietly. She thought maybe my body would change like last time, but honestly Violet wanted her life to end here. Violet loaded the gun. Then she took it to her neck and pulled the trigger. Victor got up from his seat shortly after Violet bothered him. His wife hated these big events. He was also told by his mother that Violet only tried to escape every time, and several times Violet begged him to take her to the capital. Most of all, the story of divorce was scary. Winter's pace had quickened when he inadvertently saw his hand held by Violet, hoping it wasn't just a divorce story. There was blood on it. "Crazy," he said and thought, was she hurt? Was that why she came to me, because she didn't know what to do? Thinking that way belatedly, his heart felt like it was sinking. He ran to Violet's bedroom. When he arrived at her room, the door was a little open. Winter raised his eyebrows and opened the door, and the room was empty. "Where did she go?" She said, "We talk about it over." "Where's Violet?" "What?" Isn't she in the bedroom? I'm asking because she isn't there. As soon as Winter got angry, the servant shook his head and ran away, saying, I don't know. Violet wasn't just in the bedroom. She was not in the drawing room nor in the garden. Winter started running looking for Violet, feeling a little bit more breathless each moment. She was nowhere in the mansion. He felt like his blood was drying up. Now he was crazy to know what she was going to say earlier. Eventually, Winter went straight to the blooming couple's mansion. He asked Hyle, who was waiting for his guest at Winter's command. What's the matter, sir? Violet, isn't she here? What? She is not here? Capital. Is there a carriage that went to the capital? Not yet. Just take it easy, sir. How can I calm down when my wife is gone? It was a time when he screamed. Winter suddenly felt very dizzy, cursed, and stopped moving. Hyle asked with his eyes wide open. Are you all right? Winter, who soon became fine, replied in a strangely calm voice. It's all right. I'll have all the servants come and find where the young lady is. Ah, come to think of it, she said she was going to the beach house. Now I remember. Yes. Yes? Oh, please, listen to me. I thought you were fainting. Hyle grumbled with relief. Leaving him behind, Winter entered the residence of the Duke and Duchess of Blooming. He had something to say. His steps stopped in front of Ash Lawrence. As there were many things to gain in many ways, Ash, who was quite friendly to Winter, greeted him first. Long time no see, Winter. I heard you locked my wife in a closet. With my mother's assistance. Ash's expression hardened a little at his sudden remark. However, he replied with a nonchalant face that he had expected this. That's a familiar and light punishment for the average aristocrat. It's just because you don't know about it. Aristocrats say so. Ash stopped responding to Winter's answer, which was annoying, but he just let go. Everyone said that the couple resembled each other, but now Winter's eyes and speech were like Violet's. A bit nervous, he poured out his words as if he were making excuses. Do you know that Violet wants to divorce you? She can't do what she wants, and now she's getting a divorce. Mrs. Catherine even shed tears. It's our marriage. It's already done this time, so I'll let it go, but if this happens again, I won't stay still. Are you going to sit back and get divorced? I told you. It's our job. Let us take care of our problems ourselves. He turned around, speaking in a calm voice, not like the usual Winter. Then at night, by the way, I feel very manly with you next. What? Ash said. Ash thought for a moment what he was saying and his face crumbled. Winter was already leaving the banquet hall when Ash understood him. Winter immediately left the estate in a private carriage that he had called for today's guests. While sitting in carriage, Violet thought. Now Violet finally understands how she and her husband switched bodies. Now it happens twice, there is no coincidence, I am sure. Whenever I choose death, no matter the manner of how I end it, I would switch bodies with Winter. I even don't have control over my death. Scenes shifts. While shouting to Hyle that his wife had disappeared, he suddenly felt dizzy, and his vision changed. Why the hell are you doing this again? It was a villa with the ocean's view. Winter, who managed to overcome the pain, got up by saying abusive language. I can't find her because she's in a place like this. It was painful, but he was relieved that he found a place where his wife was. Then, the villa keeper ran to her. Little ma'am, didn't you hear the gunshot? Gunshot? Oh, my God. Why is it here? The villa keeper was frightened and she picked up the gun. It didn't matter to Winter why it was there now. The only thing that mattered to him now was why Violet was here. And what was she going to say to him today? Winter ran out of the villa to return to the mansion. But there was no carriage and only a horse was tied up. Unable to ride a horse at all, he stood, vaguely cursing, and called the villa keeper. Grandmother! Call the carriage now. I am exhausted, can't ride horses. Yes, yes. Little ma'am. Surprised by the roar, the villa keeper ran to call the carriage by telegraph. In the meantime, Winter sat flopping on the sofa in the living room on the first floor. Whether or not Violet knows he doesn't know how to ride a horse or not, she took him far away. My wife seems to have stolen my body, he thought. When Winter was waiting impatiently at the sea villa, Hyle arrived with the carriage. Hyle ran to Winter, who had an atmosphere like he would not be able to calm down unless he killed something right away. My lord, Hyle said. How did you know it's me? Winter asked. His facial expression and posture were like Winter's, but his appearance was Violet's. Nevertheless, Hyle replied when he was suspicious of how he recognized him. Before, you told me to look into the change of body, and there's only one horse tied up here, but you can't ride. What's the big deal? I always write what you can do and not, and now you want to learn how to ride a horse. If you're athletic, you'll get on board soon. I don't want to learn horseback riding with 7-year-olds, and I don't have time. Winter answered with a scowl. Then they managed to get back to the mansion in a carriage. My wife seems to have run away because she doesn't like this party. Anyway, there was little danger as long as he carried her body. In addition, all he had to do now was fill the seats on behalf of his wife who hated parties for some reason. Hyle informed Winter. I remember, the gatekeeper told me that he saw you left in a hurry. Could that have been? Winter's motto was, there is no loss in any case, so even in this situation, he had to have at least one benefit. She will not be in danger. Winter asks Hyle to call a doctor as soon as they arrive. But Hyle informs Winter, but Winter's routine was not over. The Duke, James Blooming's celebration party was just the beginning. As soon as he entered the mansion, Winter, who wanted to treat by doctor first, he has to go Violet dressing room and get change for banquet. Winter is furious. He said why he have to attend the party. Hyle said, you said that you can't return to your body unless you made skin contact with each other, so you need to fulfill her role until the madam is found. Winter is angry. Winter glanced at the dress as the maids brought it for the party. Winter hates all gloomy-looking dresses. He gets angry and wants to leave. The maid whispers in themselves, what happened to her? Seems like she had enough after the closet incident. Winter stood up from his seat, glancing at the dresses the maid had brought. Then, as he headed to his room, Hyle walked along and asked, what are you doing? I'm going to put on whatever I want. His dressing room after saying it for granted. Then he opened another door in the dressing room. He came out of the room with about 100 dresses that Hyle had bought in between the 3 years of the marriage. The closet was filled with lavish dresses, all servants even. The butler is shocked, and Hyle is in distress. I hope Winter pays Hyle pretty well for all anxiety attacks he get while working with Winter. 3 years ago, right after the wedding, Winter was so busy and was having financial difficulty that all meals were solved with sandwiches. Sir, now company financially stable, now you can rest and take vacation. You have been working yourself day and night right after your wedding, servant said. However, thanks to the good image of paying back the country's debt, the hotel has regained stability since last spring. Winter thought, this much wealth should be enough for Violet to never feel lonely. He thought, he never gave Violet proper wedding gifts. He asked Hyle to, had sent Violet 5 party dresses. Hyle thought, Winter could have given those dresses to Madam by himself, when he returned room. Look, even a normal person knew how to make your wife happy except Winter Blooming. But a few days later, except for one of the dress, she had returned all of them to him. The letter from his mother, along with the dresses, said that although Violet was a royal, she did not like such fancy dresses. After a few more such returns, he had piled them all up in his dressing room. Winter, who thought this was his chance, let Hyle hold the dress and opened the safe. The safe was full of various kinds of jewels. When Winter wore a necklace with a large drop of water diamond around his neck and put the bracelet on his hand, Hyle smiled. Then Winter asked, is this his bracelet or necklace? Hyle and all servants are shocked. Hyle is worried about future. You said that women don't like small things such as jewelry. Besides, where is there a lady who comes out with wearing all this jewelry? Shut up. My husband bought me so much that I had no choice but to put them on. What are they going to do about it? Winter's usual mouth was the same. Winter, who was looking at the dress, complained that he could not wear it alone. I have no idea how to dress. Can I help you? Wouldn't you get out of here right now? I'm trying not to touch something. Bring the maids. Please don't curse with the appearance of a little lady. It really hurts me 100 times. He was in tears and ran out to call the maids. The maids' eyes were wide open in the dressing room, which glistened even though the sun had set. After Hyle was kicked out, the maids dressed the tiny lady. Winter couldn't take his eyes off the mirror even for a short time. See, I knew it. Winter thought that. He knew such Violet would look great in such extravagant dress. I did it right. Maids compliment him. Madam, you look so beautiful. In the meantime, a maid who was grooming her shortened hair casually said, how does this white dress look so good on you? In the wedding day, the bride. Then the maid next to her freaked out and slapped the talking maid on the arm. The maid, who made a slip of the tongue, hurriedly closed her mouth with her hand. Winter asked, narrowing his brow. What about the wedding? Sorry, I'm sorry, young lady. Violet had never heard a nervous voice before, and the two maidens apologized as their faces turned pale. However, Winter became grimmer and questioned the two. Why can't you talk about the wedding in front of me? You tell me. Winter snapped at the maid, who had been hitting her arm, and stopped her, but she couldn't raise her head and cry. Yeah, on the night of the wedding night. The little young master disappeared without a word. Master was angry, but I felt sorry for the young lady, who couldn't even take off her dress and waited all night worrying. I'm terribly sorry. Winter could not say a thing at her words and remained firm. It was the first time he heard about it. On the wedding day, Winter was so angry that he took a train to the capital. There was a lot of work to be done because he was not given a title. He has to rebuild his wealth to satisfy the princess. Regardless of the first night of the wedding, it was common to have a wedding night together. So if no one had told Violet that he had left, she would have waited all night for him to come to the couple's bedroom. Regardless of what excuse I make, Violet pain would not disappear. Only today did Winter know at least one reason why Violet wanted to divorce. Yes, man, you got one out of hundreds reason to divorce you. Catherine, Violet's late, isn't she? That's true, I knew she was ill, but I didn't expect her to be late for my birthday. Catherine replied, she wondered too. She thought, nowadays Violet have confidence cause of Winter. He seems quite serious, something must happen between two to them. She remember, Ash told Catherine that he had told Winter that he had locked her in a closet. She thought Ash is just, probably been caution. Winter never took care of Violet. A lady whispered beside Catherine, but even so, Duchess, your daughter-in-law might actually be quite delicate. Catherine sighed. Others began to help her, convinced that Violet was the reason why she did not have children. She said they have been married since 3 years. Catherine said, it's Violet who refused Winter and doesn't want child. She didn't stop her. She accused Violet that, not matter how much Winter loves her cause, he is a concubine's son. That seems to greatly displease Violet. Lady Shocking said, oh my goodness, so she's refusing her husband because of his class. How appalling. Everyone start murmuring in banquet. To look down on her husband when she's not even a princess any longer. Just look at how she's not even present at her own father-in-law's birthday party. She doesn't seems like this, but now could she? Every noble who actually despise Winter tried to show their concern and kept taking trash about Princess Violet. Then suddenly a voice came, I apologize for coming late. At that time, there was a foreign silence at the entrance of the banquet hall. Violet was walking with a white dress and a large diamond necklace to lighten up the surroundings. Everyone is shocked, after witnessing Violet action. She walked in and greeted the couple. I'm sorry I'm late. I'm particularly concerned about it today. There was a moment of silence, and Catherine said, perplexed. Violet, today's hero is my husband, and it's so. Isn't it something fancy? That's true. My husband bought this much for me to wear it today. Violet spoke and raised her left arm with 3 bracelets. I had no choice but to leave one out because my husband was upset. He wants me dress more extravagance and take care of my appearance more, especially today. Catherine smiled as she decided to step back. Catherine felt threatened by her rude speech and eyes, which she could not have imagined as Violet's. She though Violet words sound like, and made up stories, was this is really Winter's gifts? Yeah. If Winter asked you to do so, that's no big deal, Catherine said. Winter thought, do he have to congratulate now? He suddenly bowed and said, happy birthday, Father. Ah, father-in-law. Hyle behind him, is panicking on Winter improper way to greeting. Violet was evasive enough, then smiled and turned around. It was polite to wait for an answer if you said hello. There must be a reason why Violet just turns around like that. Besides, she showed up dressed like a completely different person. Both in-law thought, does what Ash said is true? Does Winter and Violet came closer? There is no doubt that something gave her tremendous amount of confidence. The couple were sure that she had something to believe in, and they fell into deep anxiety. Winter didn't expect me to greet him like a Violet with perfect formality. I rather believed that it was best to finish greetings quickly and run away. Violet got off at the capital, Le Crowned, train station. She was sorry to have kept nagging at Winter about how he moved on the train all the time. It was so hard to come back from the second class with her long legs which were bent. She had to get up several times, too. Sharon and Violet get off from the train together. Sharon happily said, I had so much fun on the way here. It's amazing how you know everything about Violet. Actually, Violet's childhood fantasy of marriage was huge. But rumors circulated that you two had a bad relationship. I was a little worried. Violet asked hesitantly, Did she do that? Sharon nodded while Violet was fumbling. You know, the late King Lawrence was busy with policy failures, and the Queen considered only a son. But the fantasy of Violet having her own family was extraordinary. I'm sure no one in the world likes to play house so much like Violet. When she heard what Sharon said, she vaguely remembered that she liked housekeeping. Sharon continued jokingly, I was dissatisfied with my main role as a baby. I wanted you to do it. Or be a doctor. Come to think of it, Sharon's 2-year-old brother and Doss's successor, Farrand Doss, would often play with his younger siblings housekeeping. And Sharon, whose birthday is late, grew much later than Violet and always played the role of a baby. When Violet thought of the memories she missed, she laughed because she was so happy a long time ago. Sharon said with a smile, I'm so relieved that Violet met such a nice person. I am sure she is happy. Then suddenly Violet came back to her sense. Her expression changed and became gloomy. Sharon asked, Is something wrong? Violet said no. Then a man arrived. He called Sharon's name and informed her that her carriage arrives, and it was ready to take her to her hotel which served. Sharon said that was fast. Violet asks from Sharon, Lady Doss, there is something I'd like to ask you before you go. I heard that the Doss Principality is generous about handing out citizenship. Yes, that's right. It's because they have such a small population. Just by arriving at our principality, we immediately grant people citizenship. Of course, criminals are an exception. Violet replied, Thank you for explaining it to me. I'll make sure to tell my wife to contact you. Yes, please do. My brother is also curious about how Violet is doing. I see. Violet nodded her head. Sharon left after getting confirmation again and again. When Sharon left, Violet had a gloomy expression. She thought she is sorry for not telling Sharon the truth and how unhappy she is. Violet thanks. It was fortunate that she was not dead yet. She didn't know that there would be someone who often remembered her. Since I decided to divorce, I had to think about what should happen after the divorce. If I couldn't get a divorce, I was going to run away at night. I will throw away my heart and love. I shall depart without any load on my heart. Death was not allowed to me, so I was going to leave. With a heavy heart on this earth and a light body. My husband won't find me even if I leave. Violet bitterly thought that he would not know that his wife had disappeared for about 3 months anyway. It was around 4 a.m. when Violet arrived at the capital. Most people who arrived at this time waited for the sun to rise, eating coffee with simple snacks at the train station. Violet also decided to spend time at the station because she thought it was rude to visit her mother at dawn. Excuse me, gentlemen. May I check your ID for a moment? Yes, that's all right. May I help you? We usually do random tests at dawn. Oh, I see. Meanwhile in Banquet, Catherine thought, Winter's biological mother left her child in a restaurant for a while when he was 5 years old and never came back. kingdom was rapidly changing, and the era of solving everything by status alone is over. It took money for the Duke and Duchess of Blooming to continue to serve as the rulers of the Southern Recrowned. However, the only thing the couple could do about money was accounting. They needed family members who knew the flow of money exactly. After the judgment, the two decided to warmly welcome Winter, and the boy was completely fascinated by the stability he first tasted at the age of 12. Since then, the boy has always bought affection with money. His parents sold their affection for money. There has never been a problem with a love deal until this year when Winter turned 27. The Duke and Duchess of Blooming, who had been in such a relationship, were feeling extremely nervous. They were very nervous about Winter setting up a new home and going outside. Ash was against it, but frankly, for them now it wasn't an awfully bad option for their eldest son and wife to get divorced. Worst of all, the relationship between the two became so good that they left the Blooming family. If Violet seduces her husband into paying for his parents' party. Soon after, Winter regretted coming out with a necklace. He twisted his neck and said to Hyle, who came with him, "Can't I take it off in the middle?" "Of course not. I don't think all the diamonds in the banquet hall will be enough. Everyone will know. I think I'm going to break my neck." The shoes were hard to walk in and the dress was uncomfortable, but the necklace was the most painful. It was no ordinary job to bear this weight with his wife's slender neck and shoulders. Now I know for sure why women know what they're up to. Winter shook his shoulders with his hands and turned his head frivolously around. His wife was originally a beauty and appeared wearing brilliant jewelry, so it was natural to draw attention. Winter was annoyed by the men's gaze and said to Hyle, "Just find out who Violet should say hello to. Say goodbye and leave." "How do I know that?" "Women his wife's age, whose mother usually comes to goddess tea parties. You should know their face." "She's never been to a tea party, so how do I know who's coming?" "She has never been there?" "Yes. Never." Now that he knew 2 reasons for divorce, it was a night of good results. Winter clicked his tongue, sighed, and covered his face with his hands. Then Hyle said, "Why don't you make eye contact with anyone? If you know them, they'll talk to you first." "That's no big deal." Winter, who found it extremely loathsome to socialize, made eye contact and smiled in search of women who seemed to be her age. However, most of the time, greeting lightly and smiling face to face was over, and some even ignored it as if they had not seen it at all. He couldn't find anyone close to Violet. "It doesn't make sense to not have a close friend." "How much time did she spend on my mother's tea party?" Winter said to Hyle in a fit of irritation. "Someone she knows didn't show up. Why don't I just leave?" "Hey, does it make sense that the Warhousens are all here today? Your little lady isn't a ghost." Being treated as an absentee at a party was called as a ghost in the south of LeCrowned. Crossing the street, talking about people who were barely invited to the party and failed to make connections has now become a term for those who are unpopular and ostracized. Winter thought for a moment that the word ghost might have bothered her, and said to Hyle, "No one is talking to me." "What? Nobody talks to her?" Only after hearing that, Hyle looked around. An hour has passed since entering this place, and none of the many Blooming family guests here have spoken to Violet first. He thought instead of giving Violet respect, everyone looks down on her. He remembers whenever his wife asked him to be with her at the party, Winter had some regrets that he had put his work before her, treating her like a child. "Because I had never seen my wife at a party, I had no idea about her close relationship." Guests are murmuring in themselves. "She doesn't know how to read the room. She can't even do a proper greeting. I'm embarrassed for her. She must have seduced his secretary because her husband wouldn't give her the time of day." Now that I look at it, the guests are all acting weird. Meanwhile, a man came and informed Hyle something urgent. Hyle gets startled. He quickly informs Winter that Madame Violet is in LeCrowned Welton police station. Winter gets shocked. He turned right away and left the banquet hall. Winter ran out of the party and luckily the last train hadn't left yet. Going straight to the first class, he was exhausted and had no energy to sit down anymore. First-class seats could be made into a bed by laying down chairs. Violet maid said, "Madam, I will wake you up when we reach the capital. Till then take a rest." Then Hyle spoke. What do you think happened? Why Madame Violet is at the police station. However, shortly after, Winter's face turned into a frown. He said with his hands pressing against his waist, and then in a trembling voice, he had severe back pain and his stomach had been hurting to the point of cold sweat. Felt like it's going to snap. Hyle and the maid hurried and get the painkiller. Meanwhile, Winter as usual cursed. Damn it, can't we call the doctor? Hyle brought a small bottle of medicine and said he picked Violet usual medicine, and Winter should calm down and take this. Winter again shouts in pain. How am I supposed to calm down when I feel like I am about to die? And what kind of medicine it is? Seriously friends, it's so a funny scene, but isn't he overreacting? It's a painkiller, Hyle replied. Winter snitched the medicine envelope when Hyle couldn't answer correctly. On the outside of the bottle, it was written to eat in menstrual cramps, and the expected period was from tomorrow. Winter was annoyed and tried to throw it, but Hyle stopped him. You have to eat one more, he said. Winter didn't want to take any medicine, but he couldn't stand it because he was in such pain that he wanted to take out the middle part of his body. Eventually, he agreed and took the pill and lay down again. Scene shifts. Finally, they arrived at the capital's train station. Violet, who was waiting at the police station, suddenly heard a voice. My wife is more trouble than I thought. How many times do you plan for us to meet like this? Now this time you chose the police station of all places. I didn't know you'd find me so soon. I had a lot of plans, Violet replied. Winter, in an annoyed tone, is that all you have to say, after causing trouble and ending up in a police station in less than half a day? Violet flinched and replied, I didn't make an accident, earlier at the train station. I came here to find an officer who only picked strangers and checked their identification at dawn. A police officer approached me, with an identification check. Is that a common thing? I've never once had to do that before. We usually do random tests at dawn, for security reasons, officers replied. Oh, I see, thank you for your hard work. I gave them Winter ID card, but those policemen had been giving me weird looks since the beginning, even though I hadn't done anything wrong. When they check the ID card suddenly, they scream. Oh my God, Lord Winter Blooming, I'm sorry, I didn't recognize you. I'm so sorry. Why are you so sorry? The pale-faced officer ran away before Violet could finish speaking, and a young man passing by when Violet was puzzled said. Then a voice came. You've been unlucky since dawn. When Violet wondered, the young man shrugged his shoulders. Then he continued and said, judging by your gray eyes, you're an outlander, aren't you? My father still gets his ID checked like this. He is also an outlander. Fortunately, I crossed the passing line and got black eyes and hair. Violet's face hardened when she realized the meaning of the word, passing line. With his explanation, it was silver hair and gray eyes that represented the Karnak clan, a stranger in the Lakeland. Winter inherited his father's black hair, and his mother's gray eyes. My husband had the power to make the policeman run away while turned white when he knew who he was, but he still did not cross the line of acceptance of his discriminatory appearance. Winter, in an annoyed tone. So you came here to find an officer who only picked strangers and checked their ID at dawn? Violet replied, I couldn't stand such discrimination. Winter clicked his tongue at her calm answer. He knew she was the right person, but he didn't know that she couldn't stand such injustice, but this topic had nothing to do with her. But why are you sitting here? Winter asked. Violet replied, that authorities told her to wait there because they were busy. Winter replied, and you believe that those people thought that you get tired of waiting and then leave the place? Winter shouts. Violet, wait, there is no need for you to get angry like this. They both touch each other and their bodies immediately return to their original condition. Violet suddenly stumbled in a sharp pain in her back. Winter grabbed her arm and sat down, saying, I will take care of this, so get some rest, your body isn't in the best condition. Violet picked herself up. I still have to meet those officers. Winter replied, I told you there is no need. Violet gets angry and says, no, I will talk to them. She entered into the room. Then all the officers who recognized her got up. The Capitol Police were a very conservative group, so even if the royal family was disbanded, the majority thought they were working for the royal family. They thought first Sir Winter and now Madame Violet too. They ask, what's brought you here, Princess? I mean Madame Violet. Violet immediately found a police officer who checked her husband's identification card at dawn. Officer. The officer knew that she had come to look for him because he remembered he checked Winter Blooming's ID card. There were about 10 people in the detention center, only 2 of whom were handcuffed, and the 2 were the only strangers with gray eyes like her husband. Officer, who noticed anger in Violet's eyes, said urgently, "You don't know very well, but strangers are more likely to do dangerous things." "Are the handcuffs especially for those who commit more dangerous crimes?" "Well, that's not true, but madam." "So what do you mean I don't know?" when Violet asked. The officer swallowed without realizing it. When he didn't answer, Violet continued, "Are all of their crimes being investigated just the same? If so, then treat them equally, and please be fair." But the police officer still tried to argue, "But madam, they are outlanders." But Violet cut his words and said, "How could you say that, while we are discussing equality? I'm certain you know what honor is. So please act dutifully as a police officer of La Crown." Her voice had a dignity that made him speechless despite her calmness. Officers replied, "We were short-sighted. I'll uncuff them all and treat them equally." When Violet greeted the officers, "Thank you for your understanding of my intentions. I expect you to act accordingly from now on." While saying this, she looks like the goddess of justice, isn't she? Violet was taken by Winter's hand to the Karnak Hotel. Winter forced Violet to lie down on her bed as if he had found a patient who had fled. "It doesn't hurt this much. I am not that ill that I must be placed on bed rest," Violet said to Winter. But Winter disagreed and said she should just listen to him and stop pushing her body unnecessarily and get some rest. Then he asked whether menstruation hurts this much when it hasn't even started, and he couldn't believe still she wanted to speak with police officer in this state. "It seems like you have a fever." Violet replies, "This level of pain is nothing." Winter's face darkened with Violet's answer. Then he muttered with a confused look, then asked, "Speaking of which, do you not have any friends in the South?" Violet is stunned. Then Winter continued, "I was at a party last night and no one was talking to me." "How come you don't have a friend when my mother threw so many parties, but no one talked to me?" There was a bigger reason. His absence from any social event for the past 3 years was seen as a strong resentment against his wife, and the nobleman had too much to lose because Winter was friendly to the people who blamed her, though it was not only because the Warhouse turned away Violet, but also because the old blooming couple explicitly hated her. Then why would nobles will friendly with Violet? Violet replied to Winter that it was nothing, so he didn't have to worry about it. Dude, how dumb he can be. This man clearly notices everyone looking down on her during the party. But Winter asks what she means, and is honest with him. She then replied, "Aren't you busy?" She then continued, he didn't have time to chat with her, and now she wouldn't whine any longer, and she was sorry about everything until now. He should leave her. He said if she insisted he would leave them. Violet thought as if he cared about anything till now. Now that the conversation is almost over, Winter said one last thing. "The next time you see a policeman like that when you're in a different state, kick him. My body can handle that." Violet flinched. She thought, she didn't know how it was going to be resolved, but she didn't think it was a legal method, so she squinted her eyes. Then Winter lifted her chin lightly with his fingertips and said, "I've never seen that look before." Violet puzzled. "What look?" "Well, you look a little angry." "I never knew you could also make such kind of expression," Winter replied. He kept looking into her beautiful blue eyes, but then Winter immediately took his hand off and turned his head on Violet's rounded eyes and slightly opened lips. "Forget it, never mind. I must have gone used to this small body. That now even small things are bothering me." Violet coldly replied, "I am sure you are busy, so you can go. You don't have to chase me out like that. I am already leaving. You should get some rest." Winter left the room. Outside the room, Hyle was already present. He started informing Winter about his hectic schedule. "President, I rescheduled the meeting that was interrupted the other day. We have to hurry as we're quite far from the headquarters. The meeting, we have to go over managing Hyle kept policies because your schedule was disrupted due to the body switch. We're having a sponsorship party in Cantus this year as well." While Hyle kept babbling, Winter thought, the first menstrual cramps he felt were terrible. And he felt so disgusted that he wanted to throw it at a random person and scream. He didn't know how his wife was holding this up. Hyle asks the president, "Are you even listening?" "Oh, I'm so busy. Yet I can't stop thinking about her." Winter. Hyle looked puzzled. Then Winter turned nervously on his way out to his wife's room and said to Hyle that he wanted to make sure that Violet fell asleep. Hyle should go ahead first. Hyle shouted, "Did you not listen to my report? We are on tight time, President." Winter opened the door and found Violet asleep on her medication. Winter sat on his knees beside the bed and stared at her. "Violet," she seemed to be sound asleep. Winter followed. "Don't be sick," he said, sweeping her hair behind her small ears with his fingertips. "Don't even think about getting a divorce, just live with me." After he finished speaking, he looked at his wife's face for a while and stood up. He felt itchy for some reason. So he rubbed his neck and grumbled, "Looking at your face, I can't go to work," he thought. The next day, Violet looked pleasantly out the sun-drenched window. Then a voice came. "Did you rest well, Madam Violet?" It was maid Lulu. Violet turned around in excitement after hearing Lulu's voice. Lulu was happy to see Violet again and serve her. She inquired about Violet's well-being because she had heard about Violet's fainting. "You seem now well, madam," Lulu said. "Wow, sometimes a stranger gives you more warmth than our close one. I love the Lulu maid. What about you, my dear viewers?" Violet replied, "Do I look good? Actually, I had a pretty good dream last time. I'm glad you rested well, madam. Do you plan on going to the Felice territory right after breakfast?" Violet replied, "Yes, that's right. Please prepare carriage and I'd like you to send me a message in private, without anyone knowing." Lulu was startled. "Without anyone knowing? What's the matter?" "Well, my friend ran away from home, and she shouldn't be caught by anyone." "Your friend ran away from home? Oh, what a troublemaker. Yes, I will do that too." Violet thanked Lulu and laughed cheerfully. After Sharon's now maid Lulu made our princess happy, she should stay with Lulu. After breakfast, Violet sent the telegram and went straight to her mother. After a 30-minute drive, Ella's residence in the Philippines came out. As Violet got out of the carriage, Mrs. Ella Philippe, Violet's mother and former Queen of Le Crown, came out to meet her with a bright face. "Violet, it has been a long time. Sorry I haven't been able to see you, Mother," Violet said while greeting her mother. Her mother said, "Now you are a blooming household, dear. I understand. Would you like to go in for a cup of tea? I managed to get some of Ash's favorite tea." Violet froze hearing her mother's words. Ella continued in a soft voice, "You're doing fine. So there's nothing to worry about. What should we do with our poor Ash? He can't even freely drink his favorite tea. You have no idea how much he struggles." Violet in a depressing tone, "I see, so Ash has a tough time." "Yes, he is having a tough time deceiving people and plotting against his little sister." She thought, "No, I can't keep her mentioning about Ash." Then she said, "I really wish to see the garden. How about we take a walk? There is something I like to discuss with you." Her mother asks, "What do you want to talk about?" Now the scene shifts to Winter's office. Next is regarding the sponsorship party. This year, it'll be hosted by Cantus once again. "Is this that place that gifted us wine as thanks for the donation?" Winter said Winter loved this wine, but no one can purchase it because monks don't sell it. They give it as a gift to their believer, and Winter was only interested in wine. "That's right, you were very much enamored by its president," Hyle said. Winter said the fragrance of the wine was exquisite. "I want our soon-to-be-finished hotel to have exclusive rights to that wine. I know, with my etiquette, there won't even be a negotiation. Most of the monks are of royal lineage after all. They do value reputation more than wealth. Well, that'll be quite tricky. I will try to make an appointment with them," Hyle said. Then Winter thought, of etiquette. He got an idea just from the word etiquette. He thought Violet knows how to switch the bodies right. Should I ask her to switch just for a one day? Well, viewers, I think this man really wants to destroy his house with his own hands. The scene shifts to Violet and her mother's garden. "Mother, I had a hard time," Violet said. Her mother asks, "Are you having a problem with Sir Winter?" Violet continued, "I don't know what to do this anymore. I don't know when my husband be home once he goes out. And all the southern aristocrats hate me. I'm really tired now. Her mother replied, but you're good on your own, till now. Violet bit her lips and continued with a quiet voice. I also have times when I find it difficult to deal with it, Mother. And that's why there's something I'd like to ask for you, Mother, if Winter and I get a divorce. Ella sighed as if she couldn't hear. She suddenly shouted, Violet, that isn't the right way. Marriage can be difficult, but divorce is never the answer. That's something you can't blame others when you can just do better. I know you will understand what I am trying to say. You are already doing so well on your own. Seeing her mother come out like this, Violet gets what her mother is actually worried about. Her reaction means if Violet leaves the blooming household, it will have a negative impact on Ash's influence in the kingdom. She thought, she understood, when Violet was 10 years old, her eldest brother passed away. Before that, Ella only knew her son, but after that, she became obsessed with her other children. Violet understood her mother because her older brother's early death was like splitting Ella's world in half. Ella continued as if she was heartbroken. Compared to you, Ash gave up his crown and has nothing left. I am quite worried about him. Violet thought, sometimes she also wanted to be a poor daughter of her mother. Seriously, what kind of psychopath are these moms, who are obsessed with their sons only? The scene shifts, and Violet returns to the hotel in disheartening condition. Fortunately, there is news waiting to make her feel better. It was a telegraphic call from her childhood friend Sharon. Finally, Violet's mood changed, and asked exciting from Maid. Maid reads the letter and Violet hears and gets even more excited. Sharon was staying at Orgel Garden, south of the capital, where the two often went to play when they were young. Violet left the hotel with Flip. When Violet arrived at the Orgel Garden, Sharon ran excitedly from afar. Violet. Sharon. Violet smiled. How long has it been? Sharon said. Wow, Sharon, you've grown up a lot, Violet replied while hugging. The garden was owned by Sharon's maternal grandmother, Anna Tessie Orgel. She came out and said, you must have been surprised that my granddaughter didn't grow up after a long time behaving the same. Ma'am. Violet hesitated and said, please be less formal with me. Grandma replied, that would be improper, as you are also an adult now, madam. Grandma saw Violet's expression of regret while hearing her answer. Then Grandma continues, but if you insist, I guess I can't help it. Instead, call me Nana as you used to. Violet was relieved at her words and smiled. Yes, I will, Nana. Then all the ladies went inside the garden and sat and chit-chat. For Violet, who likes flowers, sightseeing at the flower garden was the happiest time. Although the garden was colored as the summer began, all the flowers would be gone. Violet knew what kind of flower tree it was without flowers too. Sharon said proudly to Nana, Violet really knows all the flowers. Nana, she knows the weeds, too. That's true, but I don't know why you're bragging, Nana said. I'm bragging about my friend. Is that so? Then she's also your pride, Nana replied. Violet became embarrassed. Please stop that, you are embarrassing me. Then, a maid came running frantically and interrupted their sweet talk. Ma'am, we're in trouble. There's a carriage with flowers for tomorrow's dinner, and I think there's a problem in it, and the flowers are dead while transporting. None of them can be used. Sharon speaks. Then how are we supposed to decorate the banquet then? The roses in the garden are not in season either. Nana said, that's indeed a problem. How can a garden banquet be without flowers? The flowerless dinner in the garden must be disappointing to the guests. Then Violet suggests, why don't you change the theme of the dinner to a summer garden? There are a lot of shell flowers blooming. It's so cute. I think it would be good to decorate the branches with green ribbons and put bluish grapes or green olives and transparent liquor like white wine to enjoy the summer night atmosphere. As expected of Violet. You have a good sense for these kind of things. Sharon excitedly said it was just a simple suggestion. Violet replied. Nana, who listened to Violet's excitement for a long time, said, is Lord Winter dead without you for a day? Then Violet smiled and shook her head. Nana got up from her seat. Why don't you spend the night here, Violet, and I will make sure to reward you handsomely if you help us in preparation for the banquet. If you help me. Violet got excited and agreed and said, please let me help you. and I always wanted to make my own money. Sharon also got excited and said, "Grandmother, me too. I ran away from home and I don't have any money." Nana said the more helping hand had, the better it is, since we're short on time. Let's begin right away. Violet called Philippe. "Philippe, I'm sorry, but could you inform my husband that I'm staying at the Oval Garden tonight?" Violet shut her mouth as she was talking. When Winter never came home for 3 years, he never had informed Violet. He was always out of touch, and she always waited vaguely. Violet shook her head. "There's a high possibility that he won't come in, so I don't think we need to leave a message. If my husband comes back to the hotel and asks, Lulu will contact me here." "Yes, I think so, too." Philippe nodded eagerly. He probably noticed Violet's mind. Violet thought, "I wish he would come to know how burdensome it is to endlessly wait." The scene shifts to the Winter Hotel. Hyle said, "Wow, when you first asked me to buy the island, I thought you were out of your mind, after losing all your wealth from the marriage." Winter gets angry and asks Hyle why he is bringing this up again. Does he want to get a fire? "I'm so excited. Didn't you manage to make it to the largest hotel chain on the continent? Are you returning to the hotel? Usually you staying at the office." Winter replied, "My wife must be back at the hotel. Is it because of the divorce request? This isn't that much better since you're coming home at dawn." "You should have returned earlier, President," Hyle said while teasing Winter. Winter got angry and said, "You keep blabbering with that mouth of yours and see what happens." Hyle's response, "You have worked hard, sir, please take a rest." Winter said only he can talk to me like that. The last 3 years have indeed been too much. As he continued to live a poor life of staying up for several days in a row and then sleeping for a solid day, he felt mentally exhausted. He thought, should he ask Violet to have lunch with him tomorrow since she didn't come out of her room before breakfast. The carriage ran along the river and soon arrived at the hotel. Maid Lulu informed Winter that Violet didn't return back. Winter gets shocked. "What? She hasn't sent any messages. She must be having a great time with her friend," Maid Lulu replied happily. Winter asks, "Are you telling me that Violet spends the night elsewhere without telling anyone?" Winter kept banging on Violet's room door. "Madam, Violet really hasn't come back. Please stop or the door will break," the servant said. All servants try to stop Winter. Winter shouts in anger, "Now listen here. My wife is a woman that can't stand a crowd. Yet you're telling me that not only did she leave without a word, but she's also spending the night outside and she hasn't sent a message. You should have looked for her instead. You know how dangerous it is." All the servants tremble with fear, but Maid Lulu gets angry at Winter's childish behavior, so she shouts, "She went to the Ogle Gardens. How could she be in any danger? She isn't a child, President. It was a nice day. Of course, she would go out. Besides, you don't even return home most of the days. Why are you causing such a fuss because Madam Violet hasn't returned home for one night?" Finally, someone who actually scolded Winter for his behavior. "We love Maid Lulu." There was nothing to argue with what Lulu, Winter thought, who didn't want to lose, was full of swear words up to his neck, but he couldn't say it because Violet liked Lulu so much, otherwise I would have, but then he stopped. Winter said in an annoyed tone, "Violet doesn't even like tea parties. What I'm trying to say is that there's no way someone like her would be out partying all night." "Pardon me, President. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Madam Violet loves being around people," Maid Lulu replied. Winter then continued, "As someone who's been with her for 3 years, I think I'd know better. Anyway, report to me as soon as she's back." Winter sat in a drawing room chair and stared at the door. He thought, Ogle Gardens. I'm glad she hasn't left the capital, but he was still disturbed. Formed Violet words. Better than continuing to live like this. If I had died. Violet words. He thought, I wouldn't be this anxious if she hadn't said something like that. Let's just work. She's probably sleeping over because it became too late to come home. I'm sure she'll be back in the morning. She'll be back any time now. Let's work. As time went by, he thought she would come in the morning, lunch, maybe before dinner. However, when Violet did not come even in the evening, he was afraid that something had happened to her. Winter can't focus on work. It's been a whole day. Why is she still not back? You there, call a carriage and prepare to go out. I need to make sure she's safe with my eye. The scene shifts to garden, at Anna's house. As she was working late at night with Violet, they were making decorations for tomorrow while Sharon was fast asleep. I heard from Sharon the other day. Apparently, there's nothing Sir Winter doesn't know about you, Nana said. Violet bowed her head and thought, it wasn't the real Winter that she was with. Suddenly Nana said, is life in the South hard? Hearing these words, Violet get freeze. Then Violet replied, it's hard, but I imagine it's not as hard as my husband who lost his wealth marrying me. Maybe I am selfish like Ash said, I just have to endure this. Nana shook her head and in a serious tone she said, I'm sorry to say this about your brother, but Ash is an opportunist. There's no need to take to heart what someone like him told you. Anna shrugged her shoulders as Violet looked surprised. I am at an age where I do fear anything. But I am wary of people like your brother who seek power. I don't want my grandchildren or you to live in such a world. That's sad, but you are welcome to come here whenever you find things difficult. I'm at least capable of taking care of you. Anna's words made Violet's face bloom like a flower in summer. She gave a pleasant smile and said, I will, Nana. Ah, Nana is so amazing. The next evening at the dinner banquet at Ogle Gardens. All the guests finally arrived, and they were very surprised by all the banquet decorations. Oh my God, such a vibrant and green sight. It feels so refreshing to be here. What a splendid party, Madam, Nana proudly replied, to all the guests. This is all thanks to Madam Violet of the Blooming household. This luscious green banquet was her idea. Guests are surprised. Oh my! Did you mean the Blooming Duchy from the south? I see you have quite discerning eyes despite being so young. This atmosphere is unlike anything else. Violet hesitantly replied, thank you, she felt flattered. Then a voice came, she's had an eye for these things since she was a child. Violet was startled and turned around. She found a familiar face. It's been a while, Sir Kenjes. Kenjes is ex-commander of the Royal Bodyguards and current Chief of Police. I'm happy to meet your acquaintance again, Madam, Sir Kenjes replied. Violet said, I heard you became the Chief of Police after the royal family was annulled. Sir Kenjes continues. I apologize for not always being capable of protecting you. I heard that you visited the Welton police station recently. He bowed and said, as the police chief, I shall do my best. Nana from behind said, seeing your face assures me. I wondered why you accepted my invitation, so you could see Violet? Nana continued, so you wanted to see the princess much more than your dear old friend, my goodness. That's not it. It's just that as a servant of the public, private occasions like this are. Sir Kenjes replied. All right, I got it. You old man, Nana said. Suddenly in this happy moment, Violet gets lost in her thoughts. While laughing and chatting with people like this, the time I tried to take my own life feels like a long distant cast. But sometimes it'll all come rushing back to me in an instant. She suddenly remembers the day she wanted to end her life with a gun. Are you all right, Madam? Sir Kenjes said. Of course, I'm perfectly fine, Violet replies. It's such a wonderful banquet, isn't it? She thought, I want to bury my worries and embrace this warmth instead, even if it's just for a moment. Tick-tock voice came and Violet noticed, it passed 10 meters already. She thought, I've never been out for such a long period of time. Then she shook her head and thought, don't feel guilty, Violet, it's only been a day and a half and he disappeared on our wedding day and only returned months later. Then a familiar voice came, I apologize for intruding without an invitation. Oh look who is at Winter Blooming, Nana said. Violet was shocked and suddenly turned around and saw Winter. Why, for what he is here, she thought. Winter presented a wine bottle. This is a small gift for my sudden visit, he said to Nana. Nana replied happily, you didn't have to bring such fine wine. Violet asks, what's bring you here, seeing how you're dressed? I'm sure you had business. I didn't think I'd see you here. Winter lied and said, I was in the area, so I stopped by. Violet gets puzzled, all the way here, a place 2 hours away from the hotel. Why, is this somewhere I shouldn't have come? Winter asked. That's not what I want to say, Violet replied. Then Violet lowered her head, clenched her winter shirt and said, does this mean I have to go back now? I wanted to stay a bit longer as there are a lot of people I haven't seen in a while. Winter looked at her and replied, go and talk to them, I will wait for you here. Violet thought, it's unlike him, is his business not urgent, then? Then she asked, would you like to come with me, This is our first time at a party together. Winter frees her for a second, then he grabbed Violet's hand and escorted her properly and said, "As your wish." Scene shifts. Now Violet and Winter are in carriage. They are going back to hotel from banquet. Winter said, "The wine wasn't that strong. How are you so drunk?" Violet is dazed. She said, "It's strange, but I get easily drunk off of red wine." Then she laughed. "Then you shouldn't drink red wine anymore," Winter replied. Violet said, "But you said it was a good wine." Even Madame Enna was very excited to have it. Violet's husband is always a welcomed guest at Enna's mansion. Violet said, "How could I not you drink, when you brought such a fine gift?" "Why did you drink a whole glass while we were greeting people?" Winter asked. Violet replied while giggling, "It was so fragrant and delicious." Violet kept giggling. Winter said, "You are quite drunk, aren't you? That's why you are giggling so much." Winter was led by Violet for the first time since his marriage and greeted dinner guests, and introducing her husband to people. She said, "I always want to introduce you to everyone. This is my husband. It was nice to do it." Winter never imagined that his wife would be so happy because she only had one party with him, he said to Violet. Violet replied, "That's because you're always so busy. I thought you might leave at any moment." "I'm tired because I couldn't sleep well after preparing for the party yesterday," Violet said. Winter wrapped Violet's head to lean against his shoulder, then he said, "How can you go 2 hours like this? Just sleep." Violet's eyes were opened again by his actions. As his usual behavior continued, she suddenly woke up. Violet, who was hesitant, reached out carefully and held Winter's hand. Then she looked up and saw Winter. She said, "Winter, let's really talk this time." Winter said, "I can't divorce you." Violet replies, "If we can't get a divorce, then let's talk about a child." She thought, "I have decided to run away if I can't leave this world. But that's a final resort. If there is any single chance, then I wish we could stay married. As long as there's hope to keep this relationship, we need to move our main residence to the capital and have a child. I know you're still busy, but I thought it's about time to discuss this. What's your thought, Winter?" Winter's hand slipped out before she could finish. He turned his head out of the carriage window as if to end this conversation. He said, "I don't have any thought." Violet asked, "What do you mean?" Winter replied, "I mean, I have no desire or thoughts for having a child." She said, "Is that all?" Without even properly talk about it together. She turned to the opposite window without saying a word. "I see. Now I know." And there was no more conversation in the carriage. Winter now understands what Violet said was a substitute for divorce. He was heartbroken because he knew, but he couldn't give room for the child. Well, it was impossible for him to have child with Violet because statistically, mixed race members of the Karnak clan, who are mixed blood, they can conceive child with only opposite gender of the same Karnak clan, but he never explained this to Violet. Man, he is really very bad at communication. Next day, Violet woke up late in the morning. Winter and Violet having breakfast together. Violet asked, "What do you want?" Winter replied, "What do you mean?" Violet said, "You were waiting for me first thing in the morning when I wake up. What are you doing here?" "Can't you understand? I'm giving you my time," Winter replied. Violet said, "You even asked to have a meal together when I'm sure you have work to do. You must have a reason." Winter said, "You've always wanted to talk, so I decided to hear what is it that you have to say so much about. Weren't we already done talking? There's a thing called timing in the world," Violet said. Winter replied, "That's precisely why I'm trying my best now. Why are you being so difficult about this?" Then the room filled with awkward silence. Winter then asked from Violet, how we are able to switch bodies. Violet replied, "I am not sharing it, at least I should have something on my sleeves." Then Violet lowered her head and asked, "Why you hate the idea of having child so much?" Winter said, "I will tell you when you no longer want a divorce." "I think I need to have a child to stop wanting a divorce," Violet replied. The room filled up with awkward silence and maids who were standing there were nervous. It seems like they are standing on needles. "Actually, I've been curious about something. I wanted to ask you." "Yeah, we're finally having some conversation now." However, Violet, who said she wanted to know something, remained silent for a long time. Winter said as if he was frustrated. "So I'm like that to you, right? You bought it at a high price, but you can't use it." Winter gets shocked hearing Violet's words. He asked, "What did you just say?" She thought, a mispurchase. When you brought it home, it didn't fit your house, so it looks like an antique in the warehouse which is bought at high price and can thrown away at any time. Then she continued, I know I cost 24 million lakhnas. Even I don't think you can throw it away easily, so I always felt sorry for you. What should I really do when I'm useless and still can't be abandoned? I am just sitting and collecting dust, so what I'm curious about is, when will you abandon me? I hope you find your love, too. Winter then speak, is that all you want to say? Violet reply, I am not down yet. But Winter interrupted and speaks, does princess don't under the meaning of colonialism, this conversation is going nowhere. Have no intention of abandoning you. And you must not leave me. I don't know what the problem is, but if you feel that way, I'll try to find a solution. What will you try to do? Violet asked. When asked by her still uncooperative question, Winter said with his hands wrapped around his face to see if he was troubled. Winter then continued, if I knew that, would I have come all the way here? I can only solve it with money. I've been like that all my life. How much money do you have that you always settle everything with money? Violet asked. When she said something she didn't know, Winter lowered his hand, which he had held around his face, and looked at his wife as if he was full of energy. You're not interested in me at all, Winter said. It's not true, Violet replied. Don't be ridiculous. What's left of me if my fortune take away? Winter grumbled and grabbed Violet's hand and dragged her to the window. The high-rise windows clearly showed parts of the royal castle and even the island at the mouth of the Lepel River. Winter grabbed Violet's hand with his big hand, put his finger under her index finger, and drew a horizontal line in the center of the window. From here to over there. That's all mine. Violet paused and turned her head to see Winter. At that moment, the faces of the two were close, and Violet stepped back surprised. Winter grabbed Violet's hand tightly as she tried to get out of his hand. Violet thought Winter's gray eyes staring at her were like a sharp beast. He then continued, you might have misunderstood because I asked you to pay me back, but do you really think I'm doing this to get my money back? Violet replied, you get angry every time you see me. Winter then replied, what kind of fool will stay still if her wife asks for divorce? He managed to let go of Violet's hand from his grasp, then he turned around and left the room. He said, I can't speak as noble as you. If you didn't know, you didn't know anything about me either. Yes. I'll try to understand you if you want, so get used to me too, don't make me crazy, and you should also try to understand me. Then Violet asked, then how did you intend on understanding? Winter turned around saw Violet and asked does she has time tomorrow? Violet is surprised causes it's first time Winter asks something about Violet. She said excuse me. Then he replied, let's go on date. Winter sent flowers to the room for 2 days. Violet looked all the flowers sent by Winter and said, Lulu is definitely doing this out of anger, right? I think so, too. Lulu also looked puzzled and replied, it looked like that, but at the same time, it doesn't. Remembering Violet's words to buy flowers, it looks like a flower shop will be set up here. How did he even buy all these in just 2 days? There's enough to make a mountain of bouquets, Violet said. Lulu replied, the president's gift does seem excessive, but you also seem like you're enjoying yourself, madam. Violet said, although it was excessive, it was true that Violet really liked flowers. She was bewildered. Anyway, I heard you're going on a date today. Where are you going? I don't know any place, so I decided to follow where he goes often. Violet thought, it was not a date, but an agreement to find out a little bit about the other person, but there was no need to tell the whole story between the couple. I'll have my breakfast here, Violet said. The flowers smell wonderful. Yes, ma'am. I shall have them prepare something simple, Lulu said. While preparing for table for breakfast maid Lulu said, that fool Chef Turin, he got too excited over some rare butter. I'm sure he bought it for you as an excuse. There's no doubt about it since the president dislikes butter. Violet is surprised and asked, there are people who don't like butter? Lulu then continued, President doesn't like food with butter because he's a southerner. He prefer oil than butter in his food. President like vegetables much more than meat. It's because the Lord was a very poor person when he was a child, so he didn't have any access to meat. That's why he doesn't like dairy products. Listening to their conversation, Violet thought that as her husband said, she knew nothing about her husband as much as he did not know about her. Scene shifts. Winter took Violet to VIP box at Kyle Stadium. Violet, who saw the players warming up right below, screamed briefly in shock. All the players were undressing their tops. In the summer sun, the upper body muscles flashed like jewels. It was a completely different sport from a sport where Violet enjoys riding a free horse wearing a uniform from head to toe. Violet couldn't say anything and covered her face. Meanwhile, the staff in charge of the box seats brought an ice bucket full of beer bottles. Winter took out a beer bottle. Winter, you can take a look. I won't be jealous of you seeing another man's body. I know you won't. I don't want to see it, Violet said. Winter gave Violet a bottle of beer and asked to drink. Don't be so uptight. Drink this. Violet asked, do you just drink with a bottle? Yes, my princess, you can drink it as it is, Winter replies. She didn't hate this atmosphere as she thought. She was a little shocked when Winter put his 2 feet on the window frame. She thought, where is the man in a prestigious family in a decent suit that I've seen so far? And there's only a man who has no manners left like this. She thought that everything Winter has shown in front of me so far may have been fake. Then a familiar voice came. Oh, my. You're here today as well, Winter, so you are watching from here. Then she paused and said, Violet, you are here too. Ariella, Violet's cousin. She was startled watching Violet in stadium. Then she continued and asked, this is unusual. What are you doing here together? Winter replied, well, it's a date. She then continued, what kind of dating couple is that awkward? Anyway, Violet is a bit stiff and uptight. She was like that when she was young. It's exemplary and interesting for her. Why do not I? While Ariella was speaking, Winter held Violet's waist and sat her on a grid on his lap. Violet couldn't balance and put her hands on his shoulders, looking at Winter with surprise, and asked, what are you doing, Winter? Winter then replied, it doesn't look like a date. She know how to say that my wife is crazy. It's as much a miracle as your trashy team wins. Ariel paused and saw them, waved her hand and left. When she left, Winter sighed and leaned his head on Violet's shoulder. I can't be rude to her, do something about her. She is annoying as hell. I can't do anything because she's your cousin. Violet looked surprised at Winter's head leaning on her. Violet asked, you're really not close to Ellie, are you? Do we have to be close? Winter asked. Violet thought, I was half convinced that he was having an affair with Ariella, but it was ridiculous. Ariella tried to approach him unilaterally. Come to think of it, my cousin Ariella has always been interested in my things since she was young. Whatever it was, she wanted to have the same thing, and she wanted to have a better one. Then Ariella found one thing that was better than Violet, which was her freedom. No matter how much she liked ballet, Violet could not be a ballerina. And no matter how much she liked flowers, she could not be a gardener. Her position had always been to convey as the only royal daughter of the LeCrown family. Ariella may not know, but Violet was always jealous of her freedom and loveliness. She thought every man would choose free-spirit Ariella, not timid Violet. Violet said, now stop acting so brazenly, and let me down. She thought, though I'm embarrassed for showing something so uncouth, it honestly felt quite refreshing. She was about to get off his knees, but Winter grabbed her and didn't let her go. Rather, he wrapped his hands around her smooth legs and pulled her close to him. She looked at Winter as if he were doing something wrong. Let me get off, stop being rude, she said. Winter replied, I wonder how many times I'll be told I'm rude today. I won't do it anymore, Violet said. Then Winter continued and said, let's make a bet. What if you do it again? Okay, what's your bet? Violet asked. He replied, 3 more times. If you don't call out my behavior, I'll go to every party and from beginning to end I'll stay only next to you. Violet replied, liar. Winter said, why would I lie when I am being serious? I don't have anything to bet like that, Violet replied. Then Winter said, you're the only one who knows how to change. Sometimes there's a place where you need your etiquettes. I see, she replied. She thought, it's surprising that he needs a change of body. Violet still didn't have much lingering feelings about her life, and she thought it would be no problem if she died because she didn't change her body properly, so she nodded without much concern. Okay, fine, it doesn't sound bad. When do you need? Winter asked, really was that easy? Violet said, yes, it's easier than you think. How then, he asked. Violet said, if you need it, find out for yourself. Violet said so, and only then did she get away from Winter, who let go. When she sat next to him, Winter said what he really wanted. Then Winter had better idea, he said, you'll have to kiss me if you lose the bet. Violet said, It's more useful to change your body when you need it than to kiss me. Winter replied, You don't even need it that bad. Kiss me once until I'm satisfied. If you're careful, you'll win anyway. Whatever you bet on, it's your advantage. Violet thought about it. That's true. Let's make a bet. Then, Violet thought she would win anyway, and even if she lost, it was not difficult to face her lips for a while. In the meantime, the game began. From the beginning, the players of the two teams, who had taken off their tops, rushed at the same time. It was a competition with only strength. Violet thought this game is far more brutal than she thought, and whole audience are also using such uncouth words. She was about to say their behavior, but then she realized she had made bet with Winter. She was about to lose. At that time, a man with a large round barrel around his neck stopped in front of the window frame where the couple was watching the game. Lord, who are you betting on? Oh, my God, the man who recognized Violet sitting next to Winter. Then he said it loud, Princess Violet. What are you just standing there for? If you recognized her, you should get on your knees. Who do you think you're in front of? When Winter spoke with a serious expression, the man quickly knelt down. Surprised, Violet got up in a hurry and grabbed the man's arm and lifted it and said, That's not necessary. The royal family has been disbanded for 3 years, and even if not, my husband was just teasing you. At Violet's words, the man stood up feeling unfair and thrilled that the princess had held his arm. Then the man took off his hat and held it in his hand, crying at Winter. What a surprise, why are you making fun of me? Winter said, Who's to blame for your own stupidity? I'll bet on Dozer. When Winter took out the bills from his wallet, the man turned the large board he was carrying on his back to the front. Then under the player's name, Crack Dozer, the man wrote Winter's name and the amount of money he bet. Winter asked, Have you ever been to a horse race? Here, instead of the winning horse, people bet on the athlete that they think will draw the first blood from an opponent. This is all legal. You don't have to needlessly worry. Now then, who do y'all want to bet on, Princess? I'm sure whoever is chosen by you will consider it an eternal honor, the man said. Violet is shocked, she said. How can people bet on such a thing? You two are teasing me now, right? When Violet tried to refuse, Winter pointed to the players and said, Have you tried horse racing? Yes, 1 or 2 times following my father, she replied. Winter said, Just think all the players are horses. They're a person, Violet said. Then Winter continued, Just think it's a horse and choose it. Think you have a mare and look carefully like a stallion. Winter, how could you say such an uncouth thing? Violet, who had already said, uncouth, belatedly covered her mouth with her hands. However, one of the corners of Winter's mouth was going up, probably already heard her, and the man who was giggling at the word stallion flinching at the word, uncouth, and stopped laughing. Winter said, I'm sorry I won so easily. Violet replied, But what you just said was too much, please cancel it. He instant reply, Okay, I'll take back what I said then, purposely said that so you'd call me ill-mannered. Now stop being angry and choose, or are you going to do nothing after coming all the way here? Winter said soothingly and chinned the stadium as if asking her to choose a player. Violet looked calmly and pointed to a player. She choose and said, That player looks like he's in good shape. Santer then, that's a good choice. Violet's name was written on the board. About 20 minutes later, the referee stopped the game when blood splashed from a punch at the stadium. It's Santer, someone shouted, and the audience began shouting Santer's name. It continued while Santer, who punched during the match, was sent off. Winter congratulated Violet for winning betting. The bloody stadium was shocking, but after learning the rules, Violet got interested little by little. She glanced at it in a similar mood like how she kept craving stimulating food, perhaps because she lived in a dark and quiet place like a mole for 3 years. All unfamiliar things were interesting. During the game, many people came to the box seat and greeted the two. Winter often bursted into laughter in the middle of the conversation, and Violet has never seen Winter smile like a boy in the past 3 years. She thought so Winter can smile like that. If I were dead, he'd be much more free. It was strange that Violet's body changed because of Winter's pedigree, but the result was not for him. Scene shifts. It was around 9 o'clock when the two returned to the hotel. Winter bought a bag of his favorite crawler donuts at a nearby night market. You're not eating this either, right? You must be a bit picky, Winter grumbled. Violet replied, It's not that it's not, but he bought fried fish for dinner at the stadium, that's why. Winter said, It's fine, You don't have to think about it. But I'm telling the truth, she replied. Is it your first time seeing a donut that looks like this? Winter asked. Yes, I've never tried it before, she replied. He then continued. It's just like how I dislike the fancy dishes of nobles. I get it, so you don't have to pretend otherwise for me. However, after seeing Winter eat a donut with his mouth wide open, she also opened her mouth wide. Violet mumbled while covering her mouth with her hands and said, "Oh, my God, it's really delicious." It was quite different from the expression, "It's delicious," as if a guest was praising the bad food at dinner, that she said while eating fried fish earlier. Violet said, "It's wonderful," and, "Why are you laughing?" Winter replied, "Because it's cute." She asked, "Who?" "There's only 2 of us here." "Do you think I'm cute?" Winter said while frowning. The word cute was so unfamiliar for her that Violet could not respond. "Oh, I decided to kiss you in exchange. Shall we do it now?" Violet got up from her seat. "I came here with that in mind. That was why I've been sitting here with you, but," Winter said and kept staring Violet. Then he opened his mouth and said, "I'm warning you, a playful kiss like last time is not going to cut it." Violet gets embraced. She then replied, "Playful? I've never done no such thing." Then he sit back and said, Listen here, your family's education is all wrong. You can't take off all your clothes, even in bed. You can't make any sound or even touch. Do you think those rules make any sense?" he said while frowning. Then Violet asked, "Then what kind of kiss do you want? Is it not just touching lips together is called kiss?" Winter replied, "No, it's not." Only then did Winter get up from his seat when and held Violet's waist with both hands and sat on the table. Violet looked up at Winter with her head up. She said, "Don't sit on the table." Winter leaned over the table with his hand. As the faces of the two became somewhat closer, Winter stopped and glanced at her eyes. He replied, "It's fine while kissing now, you can kiss me." Violet leaned back little by little because she was nervous without realizing it. Then Winter held her waist tightly in one arm and pulled her close. Violet gazed gently at Winter's face, which became too close. Then he said, "You asked me what I wanted, right? 3 years of holding back is enough." What is the kiss he wants? As soon as she thought, each other's lips touched. Even the way he kissed seemed to be completely different from her husband. Then maid Lulu knocked the door and said, "Madam Violet, I'm here to prepare your bed." Hyle was also there. He said, "President, it's time for you to head back to the office." But they got no response. Then Lulu called Violet name again, "Madam Violet." Finally a fainted voice came. It was Winter. "I will be there just a second." And as she was getting up, Winter hugged her waist and wouldn't let her go. His hair was completely disheveled, and his shirts were unbuttoned in the process of touching each other's. Violet said, "What would Lulu think of us?" Winter replied, "You heard from Hyle that I worked as a servant when I was a kid, right? I'll clean up the bed." Violet said, "We can't. What will the 2 of them think?" Lulu and Hyle kept waiting outside the room. Hyle thought, could it be they? Then Winter continued, "That the bed's going to be a real mess tomorrow." Violet asked, "What does that mean?" In the meantime, Violet, who had been agonizing for a while, tried to get out of his arms by understanding what he meant and freaked out. "How can you say such things so boldly, Winter?" Violet opened the door first and went out. The eyes of Lulu, who was waiting in front, and Hyle, who was standing behind her, trembled wildly. As Winter walked past those 2 without a word, Hyle was frozen and quickly followed him. "My lord, you're going to the office right away, aren't you, in a hurry?" Hyle said. Winter replied to Hyle, "You want me to rest, then why are you here?" Hyle replied, "I told you because I thought you wouldn't rest if I didn't say so. I was wrong." Winter replied, "Fine, the prepare to leave now." Lulu, who was rolling her eyes until the 2 were far away, teased Violet, "Madam, your hair is messy." Violet's face turned red with shame. Before leaving, Winter turned back and said, "As for you, Violet, let me know if you have any party to attend. I will go with you, and there's no point in betting if you go all 3 times." Violet's eyes sparkled. She replied, "Really, even though I lost?" "Yeah, even though you lost, I'll go with broad generosity," Winter replied. Violet's eyes got round and nodded. She said, "Then, I bet often." "Walking to every party to participate every time?" Winter asked. "Yes, I'd love to," she replied. Winter replied, "Just head back and take rest. Winter left the room. Maid Lulu again teased Violet. Oh, the fire isn't even on, but you don't know why the room is so hot. Do you want me to sneak both of you to the same room? Violet, whose face turned red with shame, she said, you don't have to do that at all, I'm telling you. Violet shook her head with a face that did not find any of her usual composure. Lulu kept teasing Violet with a cute new reaction. Then Lulu left the room with a pleased expression. Violet thought, it was a day full of unfamiliar things like the match, the bet, and the kiss which Winter desire. Although Winter kept going blizzard things, but I didn't dislike them. Violet, lying on the bed, stroked her lips with her hands. His ways were strange, but she didn't hate it. 4 days later, the couple packed their bags to return to the blooming mansion which was located in the south. Lulu and all servants was regretful and didn't know what to do, and after holding Violet tightly and letting go, she couldn't bear it and held her tightly and let her go again repeatedly. Lulu said, Madam Violet, you have to come back soon. Madam, please make sure you're eating properly. Head chef said. Leaving the capital behind, Violet got on the train. Seeing her expression begin to harden from the moment she left, Winter worriedly asked, you guys aren't saying goodbye forever, you know. Violet replied, but it's true that we won't be seeing them for a while. He continued, you must have taken quite a liking to the hotel staff. If you like them so much, why not bring them to the estate? Violet asked, what does he mean? Winter replied, if you want to stay with them, you can do exactly that, and of course, I'll make sure to compensate them fairly. Violet unintentionally shouts, no, she thought, bring them to the blooming estate, and let them see how awful and pathetic I am there. No, never. She then composed herself and said, no, that's not necessary. Winter saw Violet's expression and asked, you don't look better. Then again Violet thought, I came to my senses, now I am going that place again. She then speak, you know what I was thinking. Why don't we live in the capital? It's okay even if it's later, think about it. It's okay to live in the capital too. And if we stay in the capital, I'll change my body whenever you need it. And the company is also in the capital. What do you think? Violet's voice became more and more desperate. She thought she can endure. If there was a hope that she could come to the capital someday, she could hold out there, but she had fears he thought that he would refuse immediately. But Winter replied, okay, let's do it. Violet's eyes widened as Winter responded. She said, really? He replied, there's no reason for me to travel this long distance like you said. It will be hard to move right away. The blooming has been living in that estate for generations, so let's see. Thank you, she replied. When she answered with a voice that sounded rather subdued because it didn't feel real, Winter asked vaguely. Are you sure you're happy? He inquired. Yes, very happy, she replied. He said, then run around flapping. I can't tell if you're really happy. I'm really happy, Violet responded. Winter replied, I still don't know. I'll have to observe you to distinguish whether it's really good or not. Violet laughed a little aloud this time at his joking answer. Living in Blooming's mansion would be tolerable if there was a guarantee that she could return to the capital. It's not a sure thing, but the fact that it's a possibility made her feel like flying. Violet thought, maybe this life will be worth living if I settle down in the capital, where people I hold dear are, and where there's no one to ostracize me. The train heading to Blooming Estate stopped for a while. There was a problem with the track, so it was going to leave again in about 2 hours. The two went out of the station for a while and went around the area once. Plane continued between the capital and southern regions. Long Leawood, where they got off, was quite populated. In particular, agricultural products from nearby plains flocked here to form a market. So it was a place where a lot of money came and went. Violet looked at the Long Leawood Plains, which was colored with summer green. Just looking at it, time flew by. It was a beautiful place. She said to Winter, I always wanted to say thank you. What? He asked. Long Leawood Plain, you gave it to me as my private property. Don't say useless things, Winter, whose hands were stuck in both pockets, grumbled. After the wedding, I heard from Ash after you left, out of the 24 million Lochna, there was also money borrowed from the bank using that Long Leawood land as collateral, and yet, you provided me with my private property. He replied, what is that? You want me to starve the princess? As Winter acted like a rebellious teenager, Violet narrowed her eyes and spoke very seriously. You also need to accept my gratitude sincerely. Please run around flapping. When Violet returned back what he said, he laughed without realizing it. "I'll take it." Before leaving, Violet smiled and looked back at the long Leewood plains. "Who knew that it was possible for us to share a normal conversation like this? I am truly happy," she thought. Before leaving, Violet smiled and looked back at the long Leewood plains. Winter gave her 500 Kadashan-wide long Leewood plains as a fortune. Selling the land made 300,000 Lakna, and 200 Lakna used by Violet every month, even though they are still giving tenant farming through brokers. It was money that could never be saved, even if it wasn't enough money to live a simple life. Nevertheless, Violet never thought of selling that land. Even when she thought of running away, she thought, if we divorce, I have to return it. Winter is a man with a strong sense of responsibility towards his family. I knew this from the beginning, which is why, despite how long he had been away from home, Violet loved Winter deeply, even during the long periods when Winter wasn't home. Not because he shared his fortune, but because she thought he was such a responsible man. Winter and Violet has arrived at Blooming Mansion. Winter speaks. "I'm going to move out. I'm going to leave." "What do you mean moving out?" Catherine asked. Winter reply, "The capital is too far from the manor. I think it would be better to settle down with my wife over there, Mother." "Did Violet say so?" Catherine asked in a trembling voice. Winter shook his head. "It's because I'm having a hard time." Catherine replied, "Winter, I can't even see you often right now, but if you move out, you won't come home forever." Then Winter replied, "I'll come when Mother calls me." "Is it because I'm bad to you?" she replied. Winter flinched. He said, "What are you talking about? Mother is always nice to me." She started crying and said, "But even so, you still don't see me as like your real mother, do you?" Winter looked a little flustered at Catherine's sad voice. James said when he showed signs of being dragged in, "Think a little more about moving out." Catherine sympathized with what he said. "That's right. Think about it a little more, Winter. We're not ready yet." Winter replied, "I understand what you two are saying. But we'll have a place in the capital for now. Even my wife can't move around in hotels like me." Catherine's eyes were round at the words. "What's wrong with that? It's not even just a regular hotel, it's a great hotel built by my son." Winter replied, "I've been wandering all my life, so I'm fine, but my wife is different. It's not your home when you can't touch it." Winter showed signs of getting annoyed. He was a great son, but he didn't always hide his fiery personality from his parents. James nodded. "Yeah. It's fine to have a second home to live. Sounds splendid, isn't Catherine?" Catherine thought, what's gotten into him? She said it's fine as long he isn't moving out. Winter said, "Then I think you've given me permission." After Winter finished talking, he went back to the carriage. When their son left, there was a moment of silence between the Blooming couple. At the age of 5, Winter was abandoned by his birth mother in front of a restaurant. He ended up being pushed around and forced to work every day. He only resolved himself to escape from that place 7 years later. When he heard two people conversation in a restaurant, "Did you hear? The Vitellin nobles started purchasing coffee beans. Why are they purchasing coffee beans when they're not even a luxury good? Who knows how nobles think? Maybe those noblemen are scheming something." Once he escaped, Winter headed to the Vitellin Mountains, where he spent the little money that he had to buy a cart full of coffee beans. He then crossed the treacherous mountains once again. After all his trials and tribulations, he finally arrived at the Blooming estate where he heard that his birth father had lived. While he traversed the mountains, the price of the coffee beans had increased tenfold, and the Blooming couple noticed Winter's talent for reading the movement of finances. Winter appeared to have a very keen brain and was cool and ambitious in making money. It was not difficult to find out that the boy would succeed in the future. The two of them welcomed Winter warm-heartedly. The young boy, who was hungry for affection, could not come to his senses due to the warmth he had never experienced in his life. Furthermore, the couple had no better investment because he was a bastard and had no right to inherit the family, as they expected. Winter quickly began to make huge money when the situation stabilized. Even when they ran out of property, even if they starved, it was Winter who prepared the living expenses for other families. He was a man with a strong attachment to his family. However, his attachment towards his wife was not enough, so if he wanted to go to the capital, it became a serious problem for the couple. Catherine shouts, "When did he become so obedient to his wife? What if Violet tells him to cut off the money that goes into us? James said, not long ago, the relationship between the two was bad. What the hell is he talking about now? Catherine replied, it might honestly be better for us to let them have the divorce. James said, a divorce now that you mention it. Violet doesn't know yet. Violet doesn't know that she can't have a child with Winter. Mixed blood descendants who only possess a single trait of the Khanits tribe, be it the silver hair or the gray eyes, are only capable of having a child with someone who shares Khanits heritage. It has been a long time since the Khanits tribe have settled in LeCround, hence, despite the prejudice, at least a little bit of their blood runs in most families. But if think one woman who wouldn't have a drop of Khanits blood in her, it would be Violet, the pure-blooded princess of the Lakerland royal family. James said, I am certain they can't bear a child because it's been 3 years since they married. Catherine replied, maybe Winter will never tell Violet about it. That boy would do anything to keep the peace in the family. Then let us use that. If Violet finds out, she'll be furious. Of course, it's a reason for divorce, James answered in a heavy voice. After telling his parents about his plan to move, Winter headed straight to Violet. I don't know how she lives with that stamina anyway, Winter muttered and looked up at his wife for a while without taking his eyes off. Since his wife fell asleep, he wanted to check something in the meantime. Winter asked Hyle to open the door to Violet's dress room. He thought, upon returning here, Violet returned in a dark, plain dress. In the capital city, she enjoyed bright clothes, so he had no idea why she chose dresses that didn't match her skin at all. Winter muttered inside the dressing room, even witches in the West will wear more than this. He wondered why his wife bought multiple sets of this dress. Winter, who came out of her room, said to Hyle, my wife doesn't touch anything unless it's private property. I'd rather buy her some more land. President, something isn't right, Hyle said with a curious look. Is the young lady, aren't you lending her the Long Leawood land for a bargain price? What? Winter asked. Hyle replied, that's true. When the Lord got married, the area of the land written in the premarital contract as the young lady's private property was 5,000 Katashans. Isn't it the land where you can get 2,000 Lakna per month even if you give tenant farming? No matter how many you get. Is that all? Winter asked. First of all, if you use 2,000 Lakna for dignity alone, it's twice as much the lady, and as I said, if you get caught. Hyle's words were not entirely wrong. It didn't make sense to buy only these dresses with the quality land without getting so many households. Since she's a princess, it's cumbersome. So even if she gives the land to her tenants, she gets 2,000 Lakna every month. And if she sold the land, she could buy countless dresses and jewelry. When Winter clicked his tongue, Hyle asked. Hyle said, should we find out, how much is the tenant for the land? Winter replied curiously, can you identify the tenant's land ahead of my wife? Hyle said, there's nothing money can't do. Besides, if the broker took it out in the middle of it, we'll have to figure it out anyway. Winter said, clicking his tongue, find out. Yes, Hyle nodded and went out. When Hyle went back and asked to see Violet's private property documents, the manager said, that's an old saying. Even if you're a married couple these days, you can't easily see each other's property because they're very thorough in distinguishing between what's yours and what's mine. But Hyle bribes the manager and got all documents. Hyle checked the document. Why are the documents divided into 500 Katashans land and 4,500 Katashans land? Manager replied, that's how royalty's private property is marked. Maybe 4,500 Katashans are personal property, and at the same time include royal property. Hyle said, no, it's been a long time since the royal family was disbanded, and all these damn documents are like this? 2 recipients of the 4,500 Katashan sharecropping fee were listed as royal property, Violet Blooming Lawrence and Carlson Lowe. The money from the 4,500 Cartesian land going in someone else's pocket? Hyle pushed for a moment and asked, who's Carlson Lowe? How can I know? Then he said, oh, I remember. Isn't it the name of that singer Carlson Lowe? Isn't there a blonde who's a good singer? He's a womanizer. Hyle thought, why does someone like him have lady account access? Then keep it a secret that I was here, Hyle said. Who would I tell this to? Anyone? Manager replied sourly. Hyle headed back, while thinking, Most of the earnings from Madame Violet's land is going to an outsider, and it's going to Lacraline's best-looking, yet worst womanizer at that. I have to report this right away. Young lady. Violet, who was fast asleep, opened her eyes to the voice of a maid who woke her up. The old master and his wife asked you to have lunch with them today. Maid inform her. Today? Violet asked. Yes, they told me to come by noon. Maid reply. Violet lifted herself up. There are about 4 hours left until noon, but Violet spent a long time wanting to be less flawed. She thought as soon as she came to Blooming's mansion, she felt sick, and the thought that maybe it's just faking illness made her laugh. At the hotel, Lulu did everything for her even if she didn't want anything. But she had to stay alert here. Then Flip came just in time. You've been wearing shoes all the way to the mansion, so I was wondering if you were tired. Oh, then please, Violet replied. Flip took off Violet's slippers very carefully and slowly poured her favorite temperature of water on her feet. He relieved Violet of her fatigue throughout her time in the capital, so Violet got used to it. Then, the door burst open. Winter said, How long on earth are you going to sleep? Winter stopped talking as he opened the door. What's going on? He narrowed his forehead and alternated between the two. As Flip bowed and tried to massage Violet's feet again, Winter said, Get out. Flip replied, Yes, but not yet. Leave it and leave. Winter knew that if he made a mistake while changing body, he made a very big one. He gave away for another man to touch his wife's toes, that too by himself. Violet said goodbye to Flip, who was getting up on the way. Thank you. Flip bowed and left the bedroom. Violet said, I thought you had already gone to the capital. I'm glad I didn't go, he replied. Then he said, I'll do it. Violet asked, What? Since I kicked Flip out and I picked up the perfumed oil, what else would I do? Well, as Violet still didn't have a clue, Winter said as if he was embarrassed, I'll massage your feet. Violet asked, Who? Me? Winter finally couldn't stand the frustration and shouted. Violet paused and then said, You're testing an essential oil product. Are you expanding your business into producing essential oils as well? Winter freezed from Violet's assumption. Then he thought, people only see me as a business tycoon. Huh? He said, Think whatever you want. He kept pouring oil. Then Violet stopped him, said, Philippe didn't pour that much. Then he replied, I have my own technique. I might look like this, but I've done every job imaginable. Winter had a temper and grabbed Violet's feet, which were dripping with oil, with both hands, and Violet trembled when he pressed his thumb on the back of her foot and rubbed it. She didn't understand what he was doing, but it hurt more than anything else. Flip carefully massages her feet for fear of a very slight impact on her feet. Winter asked, Does it hurt? Violet nodded a little, and Winter said, Then you need to say it. Violet replied, It's hard to say that to someone who works so hard. It's not that it's not, but it didn't seem as simple to massage women's feet with his big build. He, who overdid anything, poured almost a whole bottle of oil, causing the smell of jasmine to vibrate throughout the room. Violet said. Winter, who somehow finished massaging, brought slippers and put them on Violet. As she stood up from her seat, her fluffy feet were slippery and her slippers immediately came off. No matter how calm Violet was, she muttered to herself in a small voice that sounded a little bit upset. Why did you ask Flip to leave? There was nothing to say. Winter picked up the slippers and knelt on the floor, and he looked up and saw Violet. She was looking down at him with slightly more emotional eyes than usual. Winter suddenly recalled the eyes of the nobles he hated the most in the world when he saw his wife looking down at him. But Violet's eyes were more intense than anything he hated. From head to toe, it was an elegant and perfect look that seemed to dominate from the moment she was born. Because of that look, he thought he might have wanted Violet to collapse and fall into his arms. Just don't do anything. Just be docile. Just live helplessly in the kingdom I created. He unknowingly thought so. Are there feelings more intense than hatred? What the hell is this feeling? Is it a greater hatred? Violet opened her mouth first. So what brings you here? Winter informed her. I told my parents about moving out yesterday, but my parents didn't seem to like it. But as you said, it's true that it's hard to get in and out, so I said I'd get a place in the capital. I'll find a house in the capital soon, and when I have to stay in the capital for months, you can go and stay there with me. I'll think about moving out completely afterward. Violet, who had darkened her eyes because she thought it meant she couldn't move out, belatedly understood what he meant and asked. Really? Yes, you choose the house. I'll only sleep anyway. It's okay to stay at the hotel. Don't be ridiculous. The capital city is a place where parties are much more frequent than here. It's hard to hold on without being invited and hosted like you. She didn't care about the hotel or the house. Either way was good. Violet, who expressed joy with a faint smile, soon recalled Winter's words to express joy more clearly. However, it was unimaginable to jump around as he said. Violet took a step toward Winter, then she leaned her head in his arms in a very awkward position. Thank you, Violet said. What are you doing? Winter asked. Then Violet replied, you told me that you didn't know if I was really happy. So, Winter asked. Violet said, it's an expression. If you don't like it, I won't do it from now on. Winter snatched her waist when Violet pressed down on the embarrassment and spoke calmly. Then Violet looked up at him with a rather rigid look and asked, are you angry? He replied, I'm not this calm when I'm angry. Violet was quieter, but when Winter just looked at her, she finally spoke again. We were invited to lunch. We'll be late. You can be late, Winter replied. Then she replied, a gentleman is never late for an appointment. Where the hell am I a gentleman? He asked. Why not? You're the eldest son of the Blooming family, she said. You can only say that because you don't really know how nobles are. Every time I said that, do you know how they respond whenever I introduce myself as the eldest, rather than a gentleman? They look at me as if I belong in the slums instead. That's not true, Violet said. It's because you can't see that look in their eyes. I saw it when we changed bodies. It's really not like that. They were not underestimating you. They're afraid. They're trying to press it down because they're afraid. They're afraid of your talents and are trying to win against you with their peerage. You don't have to act prideful. You're already a noble with enough power for everyone to fear. Winter looked at Violet and smiled and said, you are really naive, princess. Speaking of which, last time you said you'd change your body with mine. Right, there's a day I want you to change it soon, the first Sunday of September. There was a party to sponsor Cantus Monastery. I'd like to have that wine exclusively in the hotel, but they are quite high prideful. I need to show royalty. Violet nodded and jokingly said as if she knew what she meant, she speak, so you need their wine. I understand. Consider this my thanks for relocating us to the capital. It's full of people who make easy things difficult. Winter burst into laughter at her words without realizing it. Violet quietly laughed along, thinking that the moment Winter smiled was unrealistic. Winter said, good. Then get ready. After Violet finished talking, she was lost in thought for a moment. With this trip to the capital, she thought that her husband's words that he didn't hate her might not have been a lie. After accepting her request to move out, she was a little excited about her husband. She had an expectation that maybe if her husband went to the tea party in her body, he may recognize her loneliness. Maybe, if only her husband understand her heart, then she'll be so afraid of death. Violet thought that if Winter understand, then we would never switch bodies. Scene shifts. Winter and Violet are with Blooming couple. The couple's mind was complicated. Catherine spoke in a soft voice. There's no place like this in the future if you move out. Then James said soothingly, it's not like he's moving out right away. Don't be so sad, Catherine. I know that, but, Catherine wrapped her cheek in one hand with an embarrassing look, but I'd like both of you to stay at home a little longer if possible. Violet's mouth was dry as Catherine and James openly expressed discomfort with their plan to move out. She was afraid that this persuasion would change Winter's mind. Violet questioned the Blooming couple's failure to teach Winter even the simple etiquette of tea time in recent days. Violet thought Winter's parents might not love him as much as he thought, but it was impossible to say such harsh words, because he believed in and didn't doubt his parents' love. She thought she can't eat due to anxiety. Catherine continued, moreover, Violet, how's your health these days? Health? Violet trembled in fear, and said I believe my health is better. Winter intervened as Violet tried to answer with a pale face. It's not good, to be honest. It was also hard to come here and sit down. It isn't even weird if she falls down suddenly. The Blooming couple was thinking of turning the story of faking illness around. But when Winter answered with a firm attitude, they paused. Winter continued, The doctor says she has a bad headache. That dog-like quack, Winter, who saw his parents' surprised eyes, coughed and continued. The incompetent doctor was using a bad quality medicine that didn't have any use now. What's more, the medicine causes headaches. The quack must have paid for the medication in the middle. So I'm going to put him in jail somehow. Oh, my God, is that so? I didn't even know that. Catherine was surprised, covering her mouth with her hands, and held Violet's hand and asked, Dear, are you okay now? Yes, I am fine, she said. Violet's hand trembled slightly. Whenever she met Mr. and Mrs. Blooming, she felt strange. Violet barely smiled with her trembling mouth. Why can't I just accept their concern? She thought. James then asked Violet to bring up the main purpose of the meal today. So, why do you want to move out so badly, Violet? Winter replies, Father, about moving out. James cut Winter's words in the middle and said, You don't have to wrap it up, Winter. As a father, I know better. You who have lived here since you're 12 wouldn't have brought up about moving out first. Violet, maybe you. James took a break and continued. Did you think it would be better to have children and raise them in the capital? Then Winter said, I've already said I won't have children. Winter, Violet said, but Winter pretended not to hear when Violet called his name with a bitter face. Winter then continued, If you're done eating, let's get up first. Violet sighed, trembling as she saw him getting up from his seat. Then James, who confirmed that Winter had left, asked Violet with a slightly angry look. What is he talking about? What does he mean by not going to have a child? Violet replied, My husband doesn't want children. Then you have to persuade him. Would he have said that if he had something to put his mind to at home? James said. Then Catherine, who's next to him, stopped him. You know Winter's stubbornness. Once he makes up his mind, no matter who persuades him, he won't listen. Violet, what are you doing? Not going out and comforting him? Damn, what shitty people are they? Then I'll get up first. Violet excused herself and followed Winter. When both of them went out, James said, I can't believe the two of them have gotten so close to each other, for Winter to care so much about Violet. Catherine replied, I was speechless after seeing the two of them arrive together. They had never arrived together. Catherine continued, Thanks for today, we are sure. James said, Yes, it seems like Violet doesn't know yet that Winter and she can't have children. Catherine asked about some medicine. James said he had already prepared it. Catherine called her butler, and gave him order to call Violet's new doctor. Violet have to go out and Winter is waiting for Violet outside the mansion. He thought, I told her to hurry. What's taking her so long? Seriously. Then Hyle came. President, so you were here. I came over as I heard you were out. I need to report on Madame Violet's land ownership. Winter asked, What's the rush? Did you find something? Hyle hesitated and told everything to Winter. Then Violet came and said, I thought you would have left by yourself. He replied, And why would I leave you behind? Let's go. But Violet didn't move. With Winter's personality, Violet thought he would have left first, but he was unexpectedly waiting for her. Violet stopped in front of Winter and glanced at him. When it came to child problems, he also didn't want to back down. So he didn't say anything first. She couldn't figure out why he hated the idea of a child. Besides, he didn't even explain why. When the talk of children came out, he just shut up and it was over. While the two were still facing each other, Winter opened his mouth first, and said, We can't have child. Violet flinched. Violet's eyes narrowed at Winter's ferocious, cold words. She asked, But why? He replied, You don't need to know. Violet continued, I'm going to convince you. He replied, I won't stop you from doing that. But I won't change my mind. Still, Violet's heart was a little relieved when he said that he would not stop her from persuading him. She thought she should be happy that Winter heard her. Winter isn't someone who will bend so easily. Winter turned back and asks, Violet, it doesn't seem you've sold any portion of the land I gave you. She asked, Are you referring to Long Leawood Plains? Hyle, who was also standing there waiting for Violet reply. Winter continued, Yes. I also noticed that you don't have any proper jewelry. Is there a reason as to why? Do you perhaps you have something else that takes precedence over maintaining appearances? Violet replied, There is no case. It's fine if that's the case, Winter replied. He said, But now that we're on the subject, let's shop for some things for you. She replied, it's fine. Really. I have everything I need. There's something I've always wanted to do. Wait, he asked. While he was avoiding her, Violet reached out her hand carefully and held Winter's hand. Then she looked up at him and smiled faintly. I want to hold hands, she said. She still couldn't tell when her husband was angry or not at all. She thought he was angry, but the corners of his mouth were a little twitchy. She said, now you're angry, aren't you? When Violet asked, Winter shouted, no. Why couldn't you hold my hand all this time? You could just hold it like this. She then continued, well, it was hard to find a time when you weren't busy. Winter, who was angry at Violet's frustrating words, stopped. Winter was not familiar with Violet holding hands until just now. Winter pulled his hand out first again this time. He said, this isn't all that great. You and I really don't fit together. I told you that I'd buy you whatever you wanted. Then, Winter tried to pull her hand into his arm and once again grabbed Violet's hand tightly to see if she was familiar with it. Violet's hand was held in Winter's hand. He said, yet this is all you want. Let's go, now that we're holding hands. Let's also buy whatever you want. Rashay flinched and asked, Aight now, don't you need to go to work? He replied within grumpy way, what kind of a company would go belly up just because one person's missing? It's not even an important store. He held Violet's hand firmly and said let's go back to estate. Violet asked, weren't you trying to get to the main street for shopping? He said, I don't have time to walk around there and buy stuff. We'll call the main street here. Violet said, how are you planning on doing that? Violet thought, the first time she held his hand at the wedding hall, she was so nervous at that time. The man she had never seen before became her husband, but she didn't know what to do from there on. But he lost all his money that day because of her brother, so she felt sorry for letting his hand go that day. Violet regretted it. She thought, she should have held on to it that day. She should have followed him. If that happened, would he have hated her a little less? If their relationship has truly improved, maybe it'll be all right if she try and persuade him. Winter escorted Violet to the carriage. They both then went off. While riding carriage, Winter lost in thought. It was the conversation happened between him and Hyle regarding Violet Land. Hyle informed Carlson Lowe is a singer, who is currently receiving a portion of Madame Violet's revenue from leasing out the land. Winter replied in angry tone, I know who he is. I have met him a few times through work. He was popular wherever he went because of his pretty face. Hyle said, well, there are a few other possibilities, perhaps it's for tax purposes. Winter replied, why do you think it's set up as royal property? You don't pay taxes on royal property. Hyle surprised and said, really? He thought, we can assume that splitting up the land was for tax purposes, but I can't figure out why would there be another benefactor. It was illegal for me to peek at my wife's documents in the first place, so I can't even confront her directly. He said to Hale, it's fine, you can head back. Pardon, Hyle asked, that's it, President, we need to solve this problem now. Winter replied, she's spending money on another man, so what? If she's really having an affair, I can just get rid of Carlson Lowe. He thought he could do so as long as she doesn't love Carlson, as long as Violet doesn't leave him. I still don't know what kind of person my wife is. Neglecting her for the past 3 years using work as an excuse is probably the reason why. She doesn't seem like someone who would be unfaithful, but you never know. There are plenty of people who commit atrocities while wearing the face of an angel. However, I don't want to be suspicious over groundless speculations. He unconsciously squeezed her hand. She shouts, Winter, you suddenly squeeze my hand that hard. Winter, apologize. Oh, sorry. Violet. Thought finally our relationship has began to move forward. The next day, all the merchants who bought almost all of their store items to the mansion, trying hard to please Violet with their items. Madam, how about this dress? This brooch would look great on you. Please take a look at this one as well. Violet said, you really mean it when you said you'd bring the shopping district to us. I can't believe you brought in so many shops. Winter said, we'd be inconveniencing them if we didn't buy much, so get whatever you'd like. Just think how disappointed they'd be if they didn't make much after coming all the way here. Violet replied, there's nothing bad about getting a face stamp on you, so it's also an investment concept, right? Winter has no words in room filled with awkward silence. Then he said, "You are being uselessly smart." Violet began to show interest in flower products when they appeared. Even though she was trying to look around because she didn't think to buy anything, she said, "Pretty, oh my god. I've never seen such a flower pot before." Violet's curiosity spreading through her eyes. Then, Violet pointed to boots. "There are boots, too." He frowned and said, "What would you need boots for?" He thought, "That's not the kind of clothes I thought you will pick." Lady informed Violet. "These days, ladies wear a lot of boots. Instead of tea parties. There are also gatherings to manage the gardens." "It's real?" Violet asked. Lady replied, "It's a southern trend these days." Violet said, "Shish is unfamiliar with trends." When Winter saw Violet smiling from time to time, he thought that he should do this and waste his time sometimes. Tired of shopping, Violet fell on her bed as soon as she returned to her bedroom. She recalls how Winter bought all the items brought by the merchant because Violet didn't want to purchase many items, but Winter bought everything. She wondered if moderation was not in Winter's vocabulary. While she was exhausted, 3 maids came in and began to unpack all the luggage. It was also work to organize because there was so much luggage. But I guess he really didn't like divorce. At first, she felt frustrated when he said he would not divorce her, but she thought it would be okay if the relationship with him gradually improved in this way. "Young lady, where should I put this?" New maid Jen maid at Blooming Estate. Violet asked. "Did you say your name was Jen?" "Yes," she replied. She said, "Yes, I have been assigned as your personal maid." "That's right. We recently replaced a few of the staff with new hires." The reason was that he was annoyed because they couldn't understand what he said quickly on the first day he changed his body with Violet. Violet continued, "Please put it on that table. You're going through a lot." Maid said, "Oh, I'm just having fun." Violet replied, "Then I'll open it with you." Violet lifted up her heavy body. Then other maids, including Jen, glanced at Violet. She heard the maids whispering that the young lady was a strange person, but sitting face to face, she may not be a comfortable person, but she was never a strange person. The little lady immediately memorized the names of the maids who came in for the first time and thanked them after asking for anything. On the contrary, the strange personality was on Winter's side, who had a temper tantrum even if only a small mistake was made. In addition, it didn't seem like the rumor that said the young master blamed the young lady was true. Then, the door burst open. When Winter, who was ready to go out, entered, the maids who were afraid of him greeted him and quickly left the room. "It's a request. Please tell me when you're coming in before you come in," she said. Winter said to Violet without even paying attention, "I've got something to do in the Harpit region. It'll take more than 15 days. Violet paused at his words and smiled without realizing it. She said, "It's unlike you to tell me where you're going and for how long." He replied, "It's because someone's been whining so much about it. Look at this, your room's a complete mess." She said, "I wonder whose fault that is. I'm honestly not sure if we have room for everything." "Just throw away whatever's useless," he said. Violet replied calmly, "Who is this for? Besides, you're gonna say that everything I have is useless." Grumpy Winter reply, "For some reason, our princess knows my heart." Winter walked sarcastically to the closet. He said, "If you understood, you can throw away all of your old stuff. Let's start with what's inside this closet." When he opened the door, he noticed blood again inside as if someone scratched it in order to survive. A bad memory returned. When Winter worked as a servant, the restaurant owner, who was an employer, often beat him up and locked him in a barn. At the same time, he was thinking of Violet's hand that he saw on the day of his father's birthday party. Violet as Winter, "What's wrong?" He replied, "It's nothing." He thought, what a wild thought just ran inside his head, and who in their right minds would dare lock up a princess? After a while, he looked back and asked Violet, "You've never been trapped anywhere, have you?" She replied, "Yes, I was." Winter said, "Don't be ridiculous. Who dares to the princess?" "Oh, was it perhaps when you were being educated by a royal tutor?" She replied, "I was a very good student. Let's drop the subject, you'll be late." Winter shouts in anger, "Don't cut me off. Tell me who did it." She replied, "It doesn't matter. Again Winter shouts, "It does matter, tell me." Winter weighed down on his attempt to raise his voice. Violet, who was looking at the scene, opened her mouth again. "I guess Ash really hated it that I was going to divorce, so he told Mother to teach me lesson." Winter said, "Don't be ridiculous. No matter how much Ash asked her to do it, my mother wouldn't have locked you in a closet." Violet continued, "She must have been angry that I even dared to suggest a divorce." Winter's face was cold. He asked in a voice as if he had suddenly rested, "This is my first time hearing. Why didn't you tell me?" She replied, "I tried to, right after I was released. I asked you multiple times to please give me a moment of your time." Whenever his wife caught him, Winter thought that the princess was blocking him from doing his job to talk about useless things again. Violet was always smiling when she said, "Let's talk," 3 years ago, and later she became angry, and these days she has given up. She continued, "So I stole your body that day. I'm sorry about that." Violet rather smiled a little, as if it was funny to steal his body, but Winter couldn't laugh after her. Somewhere invisible, his wife, who always looked perfect, seemed to be she is broken, he thought. "Yes, mister, this will happen, if you forgot you have wife." Winter shouts, "Why do you say it as if it was nothing?" She replied, "Because it's already in the past, then it is nothing?" "So you think this is something we can just gloss over?" Winter shouts. Violet replied, "But there's nothing that I can do about it." "Then you should have said something to me," he said. "All the maid are worried, wondering why they are fighting so suddenly. Then Hyle came in time. Ask what's going on. Why hasn't the president come out yet?" Maid replied, "We're not sure either." Sir Winter suddenly started raising his voice. Hyle said, "President said he was only telling the madam where he was going." Then, the door opened and Hyle pushed his head in and said, "Lord, you really have to go now." Winter said, "Wait outside." Hyle insisted, "President, but we have to go." Winter looked at Hyle with angry look. "Did I not tell you to wait outside?" When Winter made an impression and turned to Hyle, he flinched and quietly left the bedroom. Now maid, or wondering even have, was kicked out. When the door closed, Winter looked at Violet as if he was looking at a prey. Violet said, "You are angry, aren't you?" He asked, "And who am I angry at?" She replied, "On me." He then continued, "What, do you think I'm angry at you?" She tilted her head at his question. Winter erased his expression to the point that it looked achromatic this time. "Did I look angry all 3 years? Always?" he asked. "Well, yes," Violet said, and then smiled faintly, and continued, "You didn't look angry. You were angry, only towards me, and you have all the right to be angry." Winter had no words. Then said, "Anyway, I really need to sleep now. I'm tired." Violet sat on the bed and took off her slippers one by one. But Winter, who had to go out, came along and lay down on her bed. Violet asked with a rare expression, "What are you doing?" "Lying down," he replied. She asked, "Why?" "It's my room." Grumpy Winter replied, "What a shame. Now you're also losing your bed to your husband." Violet murmured, "What a strange man." Violet just lying down pretending to be tired, and she feels uncomfortable causes. Winter was staring at Violet. Violet said, embarrassed by her husband's cold yet warm eyes, "You seemed busy though. You have to leave for work. Hyle is waiting outside." He replied, "I'll go when you fall asleep. If you want to kick me out, quickly go to sleep." Winter said, closing his eyes first, and Violet followed him and murmured, "Now that it's done, go to work." He said, "Why do you keep kicking me out? You told me to stay the other day." She replied, "It's an appointment, and it's scheduled." She thought, was strange that such a person who only knew about work did not go out. Just when I thought I understood him, he acted strange. Eventually, Winter lay by her side the whole time without going out, and Violet, who was worried, fell asleep because she was so tired. Then Winter left the room. He said, "Hyle, tell them that we'll be even more late." Hyle said, "Aren't we leaving?" Winter replied, "Something more important than a business trip just came up." Winter soon entered his parents' mansion. After sunset, his parents were enjoying banquet with wine at a dinner table with some of Warhosen's nobles. Catherine, who found him, approached. "Winter, what's going on?" I'm happy that I've been seeing you often lately. But I hope it's not affecting your work. Then Winter took a glance. He saw all the noble are enjoying banquet with his money, but still looked down at Violet. He said in a sharp way, I heard you punished my wife and locked her in the closet. No wonder when he came in, Catherine wondered what else was wrong with him that made his face full of temper. Catherine, who has learned to control Winter's hot temper, said affectionately, Winter, we did it all for you. You know? He asked, how the hell is that for me? She continued, I don't know what's going on between you two, but Violet shouldn't do this to you. I don't want to see my son getting hurt. He said, no matter what, she's not even a child. Isn't it too much to punish her like that? She asked, did Violet say she was hurt a lot? I'm sorry if I did. I'll go apologize. I thought it was all for you. When Catherine spoke with a tearful look, Winter's expression, which had been angry all the way to his head, became somewhat relieved. She thought, Winter has always been desperate for affection. There's no need to panic. All I have to do is act remorseful and hook, line, and sink. He said, anyway this time I can't help but to let it go, but you can't do that from now on, never. With a sinister smile she said, sure, I'll never do that again. Only then did Winter's anger soften. He then continues, then please, apologize to Violet. She said of course if she is hurt. Catherine thought, what a simpleton. Then Catherine asked, warmly patting Winter's arm, would you like to eat while you're here? No, I have to go right away. Then Violet gets an apology, and I'll end up paying no more for this year's party. Catherine, who was not embarrassed at his words, paused, and said, what do you mean? He said, two people can resolve matters between themselves however they like, but you meddled into my personal affairs. It's only fair for me to meddle in your personal affairs as well, Mother. She asked, still, you're going to withhold funds. Was this Violet's idea? She always hated coming to parties, so she must say so. Winter made an absurd expression as if he didn't notice such an obvious thing. He continued, Mother too, it's money involved, so of course, it's my idea. Winter, in the end, Catherine's voice, which seemed soft all along, became louder. Winter grimaced and continued, I'm really busy. If you're going to nag me, don't forget to write it down somewhere and do it next month. I'll listen to you until you're sick of it. I'm 27 now. Why did you interfere with my divorce when I'm not even a child? Besides, it's not like you can't have a party just because I don't give you money for a few months. Catherine's shock was even greater because he was a son who listened to his parents. In a world where titles were not everything, the blooming couple had no choice but to strengthen their power through the social world. The inability to hold a party is directly linked to a flaw in power, either way or not. For half a month Violet went to Maureen's silk shop. The people who gathered at Maureen's silk shop book club were all restless. It was not only embarrassing for the princess to join such a small gathering of people with only money, but she wasn't even just a princess, but a princess whose husband is Winter Blooming. A woman was standing there, with straight posture. Despite her modest appearance, everyone in the meeting immediately noticed that she was Violet Blooming. Lady introduced Violet to others. Please welcome Madam Violet Blooming to our book club. Violet now and greets everyone with courtesy. One lady asked from Madame Morini, why did you invite the princess here? Madame Morini replied, I didn't expect her to actually come to a gathering of merchants. When I received her letter, I thought a disaster was about to strike. Violet wrote, I remembered that you invited me to your book club last time you came to the Blooming estate. If it's all right with you, could you tell me the schedule so I can attend the next meeting? She's the wife of Winter Blooming, the man that has complete control over commerce on Leon Road. She must have a reason for attending an insignificant gathering like this one. I should be careful not to step on her toes. Violet asked from Morini, you said this was your store, correct? Morini flinched. She immediately got up from her chair and replied, pardon, that's correct, Princess Mean. Madam, I'm actually quite ashamed of my humble little store. We should have at least gotten you a more comfortable chair. Violet replied, oh, don't say that. I simply came to thank you today. Thank you for inviting me to your cozy shop, Madame Morini. Ladies thought, Madame Violet is actually much more gentle of a person than I thought she'd be. After the meeting, Violet left the place. She thought, I was honestly quite nervous. I mustered up all my courage so I could try and make friends. Had I been rejected by them as well? They all treated me very nicely, but they were afraid of Winter. Even so, Violet got up early. Everyone was really sad that she was leaving, so she was quietly excited to see if they really liked her. Finally Violet felt relief and she thought while blushing. The weeks without Winter passed by quickly. Winter already informed Flip that he should tell all the conversation that happens during the blooming banquet to Violet, thinking that Catherine would not be able to hold the party easily because she had no money. For the time being, the fear in her heart disappeared and became lighter. Perhaps because of that, while Winter was gone, the mansion was perfectly quiet for a while. But I feel so anxious. Violet walked back to the carriage but paused in front of a store. She liked the platinum wristwatch that she saw over the show window. It was a product with a price that made her hesitant, but on the contrary, it would be too cheap for Winter. Violet, who had been hesitant for a long time, mustered all her courage and entered inside the store. Violet, who had been hesitant for a long time as the merchant approached, he asked, "Welcome, madam. Is there something you're looking for in particular?" She replied, "I want to give my husband, Lord Winter Blooming, a present. Could you show me the watch that's in the window display?" Then the merchant flinched. He paused and said, "Well, just take it. What do you need?" "Will just the wristwatch suffice? You're welcome to take anything from our store." Violet replied, "How can I do that? I have a brooch that I don't use. I want to remove from my collection." "Please show me," he said. The merchant looked closely at the brooch. Although the trend is outdated, it is still valuable. So fortunately there is a larger price difference. With the price difference, he said, "With this watch you can purchase more product." Violet saw a handkerchief and asked to pack it too. He replied, "Madam, still some amount is left." She said, "Then could I get the rest as change?" And Philippe, "Take this and buy some snacks for the staff working in the mansion," and returned home after that. Flip replied, "Yes, madam." She thought, "Now that I think about it, I've never once bought a gift for Winter, since he's always away on every major occasion. I wonder will he like it?" When Violet returned, Jen he made, inform her, "The snacks you bought for us were super delicious, madam. Everyone loved it." Violet asked, "Did you really enjoy it that much?" Jen replied, "Of course, only crumbs are remain left." Jen took some medicine, pill on the spoon, sprinkled it with honey. Violet asked, "What's this medicine?" Jen replied, "It's a new medicine prescribed by your physician." Violet said, "I see. I'll have to thank doctor later." Violet gulped it down in one bite and drank water. While Jen was about to leave the room, Violet asked, "Is Winter back yet?" Jen replied, "Yes, but the president went to his bedroom right away. Would you like to greet him? Should I prepare your nightgown?" Really? She thought. Winter must be tired from long journey. She continued, "That's not necessary. I'm sure he needs some rest. I'll greet him tomorrow. You can retire for the day as well." "Yes, ma'am, I hope you have sweet dreams," Jen said, and then she left the room. She thought, "It's already quite late, and there's no need for me to rush. I'm sure he already owns plenty of better watches. He probably won't even care about this one. My goodness, I got ahead of myself and bought it on an impulse. I should reconsider in the morning if I should give it to him or not. Yes, in the morning. She can't fall asleep. Just in case." She went to Winter's bedroom and saw the lights leaking out because the lights hadn't been turned off yet. "Winter?" Violet knocked on the door and a voice from the inside said, "Come in." Violet, who opened the door, paused. Hyle was still reporting something. Violet was embarrassed to walk around in pajamas, so she wondered if she should close the door again. But then Winter said to Hyle, "What are you doing? Get lost." "I was going to do that anyway," Hyle said and quickly left the bedroom. Violet walked in with a slightly red face and stood in front of Winter, who was walking towards her. He continued, "Perfect timing. I was actually about to come to see you about something." "Sit down," Winter said and pulled out a chair. She was embarrassed to hand over the present right away. "Oh, did you say you had something to say? Come and sit down," he said. Violet said, "If you insist." Scene shifts to doctor's room. Maid Jen, who went to Winter's newly hired Dr. Beryl. Jen, who was out of breath, said, "Dr. Beryl, I came to retrieve the prescription for the headaches. I apologize for being late. I was helping Madam Violet get ready for bed." "Beryl, Violet's current doctor," he replied. "Ha ha, slow down or you'll fall. So, have you given her any of the medicine yet?" Jen replied, "Yes, as you said, I gave it to her just before she went to bed." Doctor said, "Good work. Have her take it the same way this time too. Thank you, doctor, she replied. She then continued and said, speaking of which, I'm quite worried about Madame Violet. Her body is so fragile, yet she wishes to bear a child. Doctor gets shocked as he asks, what do you mean? Didn't the two of them not want any children? Ah replied, pardon, you must have misheard. Madame Violet desperately wishes for a child. That's strange, he thought. The Duke asked him to give it to Violet because his son and his son's wife didn't want to get pregnant. Not worry. It's a safe drug that helps facilitate a healthy pregnancy, so they asked him to keep it a secret. Beryl was holding the medicine and money given by Duke James Blooming. But why is James Blooming secretly feeding her this medicine? Isn't it a drug that can help her get pregnant? As such doubts arise, he thought he would rather confess now. Beryl was terrified, but with an indifferent face, he snatched the bottle of medicine from Jen's hands. She asked, what happened, doctor? He thought, however, it was hard to avoid punishment because he had been paid twice already for giving Violet this medicine. He took a gasp and said, never mind, it's nothing. I just thought I gave you the wrong bottle. She replied, you really surprised me there. It's the correct bottle, right? He wobbled and said, yes, it seems so. All right then. It's getting late. I should be returning now. Jen replied, good evening, doctor. Thank you so much. Please be careful. He thought, there's nothing I can do now. Following orders from the Duke and Duchess. I know nothing. Scene shifts to the back in Winter's room. He said, there's a mansion in the capital that you might like. Hyle is negotiating right now. What kind of mansion is it? She asks. He replied, it's a little bit on a hillside. There's a sunny garden and a white fence. If we succeed in buying it, let's stay there next spring. Do whatever you want. Cover the garden with flowers. Winter was talking as if it wasn't a big deal, but when he glanced at Violet, her eyes were filled with innocent joy. Winter laughed at the sight. Oh my, you must be happy. She replied, happily, thank you. Violet was encouraged by happiness and continued, well, I saw a wristwatch on the street earlier. He said, do you like the watch? Do you want me to buy it for you? But I heard that nobles don't wear watches, for some reason. Should I buy it for you? She said, no. That's not what I want. I already bought it. I wasn't sure whether I'd be able to get the right size just by looking at your wrist. Winter looked at Violet, who had already brought it but looked as if she was wondering what to do. Afraid of being rejected again, she fiddled with the box and eventually opened it. She pulled Winter's wrist towards her. As tall as he was, his arms and legs were long, so he didn't look uncomfortable even when she pulled them like that. Would it be the right length because I bought it with a guess? Violet murmured and recklessly fastened the watch. She thought, what a relief, it fits just right, and it looks great on him. She then spoke, I don't know if you like it though. Winter twitched and asked, what is the occasion? Pardon, she flinched and saw him with surprised face. He continued, on what occasion are you giving me this? It's an object that's distanced from royalty like you. She lowered her head and said, but you wear them, and it reminded me of you, so I wanted to gift it to you because I thought it would look good on you. Winter examined the watch carefully. He said, I see, but you don't have to do something like this again. From Winter's words, Violet gets startled. He continued, I'm simply someone who brings in the money. There's no need to give me anything in return. Violet was surprised. She then replied that no one in this world should have to live like that. He said, why not? That's something I live by, so I don't expect anything. He thought, nothing ever comes back from waiting or hoping for something. Besides, no one cares enough to wait for me anyway. Winter briefly recalled the day when he first met Violet. On the day of the wedding, he was talking to Hyle. My lord, do you know how to do a knight's greeting? If the ladies stick out their hands first, you can hold them with both hands and pretend to kiss them. Winter replied, I know, but why would you tell me that? Hyle continued, you've already been given the title of lord when you got engaged. Yeah. It's been a month since I got it, and I've never seen anyone call me lord. Let alone that way of greeting. Everyone calls me mister. But would a sky-like princess acknowledge a man who has just been knighted and has gray eyes right away? It was such a sarcastic remark. He only paid money to buy a title. I'm someone whose worth only increases when his wealth does. I'm an outlander that no one acknowledged. He didn't think seriously about it until he saw a woman who looked too young, dazzling, and nobler than expected, got off. A woman like a flower that blooms only in the sky who can never be touched, and she looked at Winter. Nice to meet you, Sir Winter, holding out her hand as if it were natural. Winter broke out from his memory from Violet's voice. Winter, are you listening to me? No one in the world should have to live like that. Those rules don't make any sense. He thought, Violet has always turned the way I live my life upside down. Clenching his fist, he said, I still don't understand. Why would a princess like you act like a commoner and buy a watch? She replied, as I expected, it's not to your liking. No, it is to my liking, he said. Yes. I'm going to wear it for the rest of my life. Only then did Violet laugh, relieved at his joke. Winter glanced at her smile, and he smiled once. As he got closer to her, he felt like he was becoming an ordinary man. He felt like he should just be an ordinary husband, coming back if being waited for, thinking of the other person even on something that has nothing to do with him, without feeling pressured or inferior to the other person's status or lineage. He didn't have to prove his existence with money. Just like an ordinary man. Violet then broke room silence and said, Oh my, look, what's the time? Winter said, Ah yes. You must be quite tired at this hour. If that's all, you should go back and rest. Your body needs it. Violet thought for a while and said in a businesslike voice, It's been 2 days since we joined in a room. After all, it was urgent business, but I think it's okay today. I mean, if it's fine with you, I don't think a 2-day difference would be that big of a deal. Winter saw Violet's innocent face and smirks, and said, How candid of you, princess. He continued, said, This is very unlike you. You're never the one to offer. She replied, It's not very unlike me. Well, it's a date set by the family. Is that really it? He asked. She continued, Should I have another reason? If you don't want to, then just say so. Violet continued, Of course, I know you don't like children or sleeping together, but to some extent, in a marital relationship. Wait a minute, he said. Winter narrowed his eyebrows. He said, Even if I said I don't like children, why do you think I don't like sleeping together? You said you were dissatisfied last time. It also seems like you're always avoiding it, she said. Violet tried to speak calmly as usual, but she couldn't hide her expression because she was hurt inside. She continued, I understand because the situation was like that, so you must have hated it. Her heart ached after barely finishing her words. He grabbed Violet's arm and said, Violet, don't take this the wrong way, but if it weren't for that damn rule about when we should be sleeping together, I would have spent every night with you until you got sick of me and chased me out of the room. At his words, Violet wrapped her hands around her mouth and saw him with little boundaries. She then said, Exactly which part causes misunderstanding? He replied in hurry, I just didn't want you to misunderstand me as some guy who only thinks about that kind of thing. Well, if that's what you wanted me to not misunderstand, it's a little too late, she replied. He continued and tried to give her explanation. What I'm trying to say is that you've been looking at it the wrong way. It's not that I don't like sleeping with you. She then replied, All right, I understand. I'll try to change the sleeping rules then. But too drastic of a sudden change would be difficult for me. He asked, Can I kiss you and can I also do it like last time? Winter looked distressed, but as if that was enough, he lifted up Violet, hugged her, and headed to his bed. He laid his wife on the bed and lowered his head to untie the ribbon on the neck of her pajamas with his teeth. Then Violet said seriously, Oh, you can do this with your hands. Winter had an unsure expression on whether to laugh or suffer. Violet tilted her head, wondering why he looked like that. He said, You're usually very smart, but why are you so clueless in bed? The next day, Winter got up earlier than Violet, and he took a cold water shower. He kept thinking about Violet while taking the shower. He took 3-4 showers to cool down himself. Damn, why he is so hot. After taking a shower, he came back to his room. He saw Violet sleeping soundly. He strokes her hair, and then someone knocked on the door. It was Hyle. When Winter opened the door, Hyle said, Good morning, President. I heard there was something you'd like to discuss? Winter said, Yeah, and don't come in yet. Violet's still asleep. Hyle handed him coffee. Winter opened his mouth after he gulped down coffee to get rid of fatigue. Winter continued, I thought about it yesterday. About a child. All I've seen so far is the mixed race in LaCroix, right? Hyle response, That's right. It's easier to retrieve information about mixed children. Winter continued. I want you to look into the area where the Khanits tribe used to occupy. Must be some information there, too. Hearing Winter's words, Hyle asked, President, you wouldn't ask me to cross the continent and go to the Alika region, would you? Think about my wife and child. Winter replied, you don't have them. Hyle shouts, I would if only you didn't work me to death. This is too much. Then send someone to find out, Winter replied. Hyle was relieved to hear that he didn't have to go in person. He said, yes, sir. After giving him some brief reports, Hyle left. He thought, although I doubt we'll find any useful information, I have to find a way to be able to bear a child so that she won't bring up divorce ever again. It would have been nice if one could just pop out of thin air, if only that was possible, if only I could get rid of all the excuses Violet could use to leave me. Well, viewers, isn't this imaginative kid is so cute? Violet woke up. She called Winter. Are you already working? He said, you are awake. How are you feeling? Violet replied, good morning. It's hard for me to stand. Winter said, don't strain yourself. Your body is delicate. Since you're up, I was hoping that you'd take a look at the outfit that I'll be wearing to the monastery. Violet sat on a chair. The sponsor party is this week already. All right. Let's see it. She read invitation letter and said, the invitation says you should dress according to the basic formality. You need a white bow tie. Can't it be a different color? Winter asked. Violet replied, if we're speaking about the basic formality in Le Crown, then it's white shirts and white bow ties for men. He almost made a big mistake from the start. Violet continued, he said. Violet asked, are you going to go with the blue one for the handkerchief? It would be better if you chose the blooming household's preferred color. The blooming household's preferred color? Is there even such a thing? Winter asked. Winter's annoying murmur made Violet look embarrassed. Then Winter narrowed his eyebrows. He said, the nobles really are an odd bunch. Don't make that face. I didn't have a chance to learn. She wasn't surprised to think that Winter was pathetic for not knowing that. She was surprised that the blooming couple did not tell him what they should have told him. Although the capitalist was exceptionally more than usual, the people of Le Crown were ashamed to show off something openly. However, there was a contradiction in showing superiority and factionalism among them with their preferred jewelry or colors, but to think that his parents didn't share such an important family detail. Violet said, it's good. I just bought a handkerchief. Violet brought the box containing the watch and took out the dark gray handkerchief that had been laid under it. She said, the people of the Lawrence family prefer dark gray. He asked, isn't that something I'm not supposed to wear? Violet replied, you are my husband, but if you don't like it, then you don't have to. Just like how I'm considered a member of the Blooming household. You are also a member of the Lawrence household. She helped Winter to get dressed. She said, then the bow tie would just be the finishing touch you need. He said, when it comes to things like this, I consider it a good thing that we can switch our bodies. Violet replied, I'm glad I can be of help. While we're on that topic, there's something I wanted to ask of you. Winter, would it be possible to switch our bodies a day earlier? He asked, what, a day before the sponsor party? She continued with dull expression on her face. Your mother will host a tea party that day. Since we were going to switch our body anyway, I was hoping you would go in my place. Winter saw Violet's depressed face. Then he opened his mouth. Fine, but you have to bring in a big profit from the Cantus monastery in return. Violet replied, okay, then I will work hard. Winter then said, ok, then we will switch bodies on Saturday morning. Violet replied happily, yes sure, I'll prepare for it accordingly. She thought, I'd forgotten that the party was this week. Inevitably, time has passed and the promised day has come. I've become so much closer to Winter these past few days, and we've been working hard to understand each other. But what if we can't switch our bodies anymore? What if I end up dead instead? The happiness I've gathered and my expectations of our future are weighing me down. I can't pretend as if I'm not afraid to perform such an act. On Saturday morning, Violet, who was ready to go to the tea party, opened a drawer and took out a small bottle of medicine. Inside it was a poison extracted from the southern white clover that was obtained while managing the garden. She learned that this amount will kill in a matter of minutes. Violet looked at the medicine bottle and said to herself, I'm a little scared. She suddenly remembered Winter, who was joking around beside her. She thought, nothing will change even if I'm scared. I'm still a sinner to Winter, and I still have to endure all criticism. Out if I have no choice but to live such a life. Wouldn't it be better that I die now? Clengaze her chest, and said I don't care what happens to me, is what I want to believe. If I die like this, will Winter attend my funeral? This exact thought crossed my mind during that first time. I thought I didn't have any lingering feelings left. But it seems that I'm still expecting a lot from Winter. It was dark as if she was falling asleep, but when she opened her eyes, she was in the carriage. Hyle was sitting opposite. He spoke, "My lord, is everything okay?" "I'm fine. Where are we going?" she replied. "Oh, we're going to the tea party that is being held by the lady. I think it'll take about 2 hours, madam." When asked where they were going, Hyle immediately noticed and answered the question in soft words. She thought we successfully switched bodies, but it's still hard to get used to Winter's body. Violet felt Winter's healthy body comfortable and uncomfortable at the same time. Even the carriage, which was made relatively to Winter's body shape, felt stuffy because the ceiling felt low. Violet, who had opened the window to look outside, touched her husband's watch in his wrist, and said, "You really haven't untied your watch." Hyle, who was checking the document without a break, heard her talking to herself, and replied, "He really cares about it. He usually gets tired of things easily." "That's a relief." Violet smiled unconsciously. After that, she looked at the clock for a while. She jokingly said to Hyle, "Yes, his personality is like fire indeed. I hope he's not flipping any tables at the tea party." Scene shifts to tea party. Winter arrived at the Bloomings mansion. As soon as guests saw Violet, they all start whispering. It seems that Madame Violet has arrived. Here she is again, without her husband. Do you think the rumors are true? Guest kept whispering. Even Winter can hear their voice clearly. One said, "Does Sir Winter really?" He thought, "Looks like they've started to talk about me, as expected. Not one person has even bothered to say a word to me. Whatever. It's none of my business. I only came here for Violet's sake anyway." Winter moved through the crowd. He knew Violet didn't have any friends here, so he was going to make friends by releasing advanced information while he was here. Winter had a tight grip on the local commercial district, so he looked familiar. A man said, "So I've heard that they're planning to build a new building at the entrance of Leon Road." Another guest asked, "Really? It's the first time I'm hearing of this. The building's supposed to be for?" He said, "Well, there's been no information about the purpose of it yet." Winter stepped in immediately and said, "I heard there's a theater company coming in." Hearing Violet words, guests are shocked. They ask, "How do you know, madam?" Winter replied, "My husband told me." "Now, do you have anything else that you're curious about?" Winter thought, the building owned by Winter. I guess it's time to slowly start putting this body swap to good use. Maybe I can help Violet make some friends by sharing vital money-making information. Given the occasion, I guess I can share some valuable information that'll help make you some money. Winter, who inadvertently expressed his money by putting his thumb and index finger in a circle, belatedly recalled that his wife would never do this. People began to ask this and that as if they had waited. Guest asked, "I heard Lord Winter called all the busy merchants a while ago. Is that true?" Winter replied, "Why did he call them all? He only called the high-end stores." Guest asked, "Either way, that must mean he did call all of them?" "That's correct. I was in need of new clothes," Winter replied. Guests start gossiping, "So he called all of them over for his wife." Sir Winter did. One even asked, "Then what about the garden party that was held at the capital? Did you really attend the party with Sir Winter?" Winter thought, I thought I said I'd share valuable money-making information, but what's with all these cheap gossips?" He continued, "Yes, that's true too. We went together." Someone said, "I suppose all the rumors are true then." Winter asked, "The rumors?" Guest replied, "The rumors that Sir Winter has forgiven you, madam." Winter flinched. He asked, "I did what? What is there for me to forgive?" Vo before he can shout, he heard a small disturbance, and when he turned around, a lady was embarrassed by food spilled into her clothes. As Winter turned his head without much interest, the woman in front said, "After Lord Winter forgave you, the scapegoat has changed. In the meantime, looks like the next target has been marked." Winter asks, Did she do anything wrong? Lady replied, she's the one that's been harassing you, madam. Now that Sir Winter has forgiven you, she'll most likely become the target of a new gossip whirlwind. Either way, there's no need for you to be polite to her. The word gossip hits Winter hard. The lady continued, that's right. If you get tangled with the likes of her, you'll receive the same treatment as before. Winter, who frowned at the word forgiveness and wondered what it means, looked back again. The lady, who looked blankly at her clothes, stood under the shade of a tree like a sinner. The people next to him shouted back. Perhaps because they thought Winter and Violet's relationship had improved, the sensible nobles apologized and made excuses for what had happened. Even if he didn't know the details, he could only see that Violet had been a sinner who was not forgiven by her husband, so if she didn't dress up in a dark and modest way to fit his subject, she suffered from harassment and criticism. Violet had always asked him with a soft expression and tone. Later, she came out angry and begged hard. But Winter did not do his wife's favor until the day he changed his body. Winter, who resented his blood all his life, has never been more grateful for his bloodline than he is these days. If he hadn't changed his body, he would still be putting his work first. As it was about time Violet arrived, Winter was nervously standing where the carriage stood. There were so many things he wanted to ask her. As he was nervous, his brother, Dave, approached. Violet, what are you doing here? Winter looked back at him with annoyance, and said, I'm waiting for my wife no. Husband. Dave said regretfully at the words, he has never come here before. Winter replied, he's coming today. Dave sighed softly, stop daydreaming, and waiting for someone who won't come and rely on me. Winter shouts, why would I rely on you? It was so absurd that he suddenly spoke informally, but Dave didn't care and answered, how long are you going to be so lonely? Stop being stubborn. Violet. Dave naturally wrapped his hands around his sister-in-law's. His behavior made an impression on Winter and he pushed Dave roughly. Dave smiled funnily. Winter paused at his laugh. Then Violet, who was in Winter body, arrived. She said that's enough. Violet, who was in Winter body, arrived after attending the meeting. Diev stagger, he said, Winter, you never come, so why are you here now? He saw grim expression, and suddenly he turned back and ran away in fear. Violet was about to say something, but Winter interrupted and said, has Diev always acted like this toward you? Violet lowered her head with a gloomy expression. Winter spoke, is that so? All right, I will take care of him. Winter tried to touch his body, but Violet flinched and said, wait, our bodies will switch back if we touch. But Winter didn't care and touch her. He said, it doesn't matter. This is much more urgent than the wine acquisition. He hugged her, and their bodies of the two changed in that condition. After that, when Winter didn't let go of Violet, he said, you said you liked introducing your husband to the other guests, so go ahead. She asked anxiously, did something bad happen? She saw his distress face. She thought something did happen. Does he finally understand the loneliness I felt at all those parties? Is he finally starting to understand me a little? She hugged him and said, all right. Why don't we do just that? Thank you so much for coming today. I really mean it. Winter closed his eyes and said, no problem. As they walk, the clouds suddenly came. It looks like it's going to rain soon. Violet looked up and said, I should have worn my black dress shoes. Winter replied, don't worry about it. I'll just carry you if it rains. Violet asked, that was a joke, right? This is the first time Winter came in party with Violet. All the guests are surprised. One said, did Sir Winter came? My goodness. Catherine watched both of them. She suddenly walked towards them with a friendly face. She said, oh, what brings you here, Winter? Welcome. My dear. I guess you had some free time in your schedule to attend this party. Winter replied in grumpy way, I'm here to find out who my wife said she didn't like. Violet pulled Winter's arm in surprise, as if fighting him right away when he spoke as if she had been depressed. She said, when did I say that? Winter replied, I read your mind. She said, he's just saying that in jest. Winter replied, didn't you know that I like to make jokes now and then? All the guests glared both of them. Winter crumpled his hands into his pockets, crumpled them as he had an impression, and looked at the people. He then said, look at their eyes darting around, all disgruntled. Violet was worried but felt a part of her heart tickling. She thought it would be nice if her husband came. but she didn't know it would be this reassuring. Then Violet opened her mouth and said, "Winter, let's head over there this time." He replied, "I'm not going anywhere. You don't need to rush. We can meet everyone slowly." She thought, it would have been nice had he come to me before I contemplated death, but now is not too late either. Then suddenly rain started. Catherine informed, "Everyone, please head inside the building." All the guests rushed. Winter said, Looks like I really have to carry you now. After all, a princess never runs in the rain." Started removing his coat. She asked, what are you?" Winter cuts her words and says, "Since we'll get wet if we go anywhere, so let's wait here. Hyle will bring an umbrella soon, so let's stay like this for a while." He covered Violet with his coat. She leaned on him. She thought, I can hear his heartbeat. I thought I didn't have any lingering feelings left. I thought it wouldn't matter if I died, but it feels like this faint yet steady sound is giving me a will to live. She tried to look up, but Winter said, "You'll get wet, just stay still even if you don't like it." She replied, "It's not like that." He asked, "Then what is it?" She lowered her head and in a low voice she said, "I'd like to move to the capital as soon as possible." Winter paused for a while from Violet's words, then he spoke, "Having experienced this tea party myself, it really is annoying. I can see why you hated attending them every week." She replied while blushing, "I really want to live with just the two of us." He replied, "All right, we'll do that then." He hugged her tightly. She replied, "Also I don't hate standing here with you at all." He replied, "That's good to hear." She thought, his embrace is so warm. Then Hyle came. He shouted, "President, I've brought an umbrella." He asked, "What took you so long?" "What do you mean? I ran here," Hyle replied. "Come closer before you get van-soaked," Winter said to Violet. Violet thought, it's a good thing that it rained. Winter's arms are so warm it makes me want to cry. Violet looked at Winter with a warm smile. Winter saw her beautiful face. He grabbed her face, and said, "No one can see because of the umbrella." Under was huge that it's impossible to peek. Winter kissed Violet. She suddenly gets lost in thought. If Winter knew how I felt, I wouldn't ever switch our bodies again. That actually might be possible now. We might be able to understand each other even if we don't switch our bodies. And the more we know about each other, the closer we'll become. Then suddenly the rain stopped. They both looked at the sky. Violet squeezed her hand, and said, "I guess it was just passing rain." He said, "It seems like the rain had stopped." The next day, the couple took a 2-hour train ride from the nearest train station to Cantus Monastery. Entering the wide vineyard owned by the monastery, powerful people in the country were gathered. When the sponsorship party began, monks came out with, "Thank you for joining today's sponsorship party. I heard that the food is shabby because it's a monastery, but the wine is pretty good. I won't nag you, so please enjoy it." The monk said it and smiled as if it was a joke, and the people laughed along. Winter said to Violet, "Wow, their wine is incredible indeed. I have to secure a deal with them somehow." "Is it that good?" she murmured. She smelled the wine found. It's very fragrant, that she couldn't handle it, she thought. Ever since she changed her medicine, she started to have slight nausea, but it was never to this extent. She thought perhaps maybe she is pregnant. "No, that's impossible," she murmured. "There's no way I'd have morning sickness when we only slept together a week ago. Perhaps it's a side effect of the body switch, but what it can be, a girl hope." Winter saw Violet not taking a sip from her wine glass. He asked, "You're not drinking?" She replied, "Yes. I can't drink red wine. If he would like, he can drink mine, hers too." Winter replied happily. "All right then." She thought, I've hoped for it for so long. I should stay away from alcohol just in case. I must get properly checked once I get back. After a while, Violet started socializing with other guests. She speak, and so, making use of the white fabric was really incredible. The guest was impressed. They didn't expect her to notice such a small detail. Violet replied, "Well, it was a stage prop to convey the main character's heartbreak. I was deeply moved by the director's intention." "How knowledgeable you are. We'd love to have you at our theater sometime." Winter felt out of place. He thought, it feels like the conversation is somewhat going well, but I have no idea what they're talking about. Violet noticed Winter's mood. She whispers in his ears, If you'd like to socialize with the nobles of Lacround, there are 100 novels you must read and 15 plays that you must watch. Winter replied, I guess everyone's had plenty of leisure to enjoy while I was out working like a dog. Violet said, Shish, be careful of what you say, Winter. Winter took a card. Violet asked this. He replied, it's the card you use to write down your contribution. She said, you haven't given yours yet. I saw them collecting these earlier. He continued, I'm still deciding on how much I should write down. It should be just enough for those monks to gladly give me their wine. She replied, oh, that's why you held on to it. What about 100,000, even for you? That might be. He replied, the phrase, even for you, doesn't apply to people like me. At times like this, it really makes me feel like you're in the dark. She asked, what do you mean? He replied, you're oblivious of how the world functions. Then a voice approached her. He called Violet. Carlson Lowe, an opera singer and the second son of the Lowe household. Then a blonde handsome man who was far away looked back at Violet and smiled refreshingly. He said, Violet, long time no see. Violet approached with joy. Hearing the greetings of the two, Winter turned around and Violet smiled happily and called Winter. As Winter approached, Violet introduced them. This is Carlson, the second son of the Lowe family. You know his face, right? Winter replied, I saw it often. What's your relationship with my wife? Hearing Winter's words, Violet flinched. She said, Winter, what are you saying? Carlson smiled. He then replied, no need to make that kind of face. We are childhood friends. So there has been discussion of marriage between our families at one point, but that is all. Winter replied, your childhood friends and have discussed marriage. Carlson said, haha, that's quite a strong grip, sir. When Winter tried to break the hand he held for a handshake, Carlson slowly got scared. Violet shook her head as if not to do. Carlson whispered to Violet when Winter tisked his tongue. Carlson whisper, how can such a jealous person just go outside like that? But why is he always out instead of coming home? Violet looked embarrassed at Carlson's honest question. Winter kept glaring both of them. Carlson the leave cut before leaving he spoke. I should leave before I cause further misunderstanding. Violet replied, all right. We were also just about to take a walk along the vineyard. I will see you next time, Carlson. She pushed Winter and said, let's go, Winter. When they both left, Carlson had a sinister smile and he took Winter's name. While walking in the garden she told Winter that it was just something our parents discussed because we've known each other since we were young. That's really it. He angrily replied, they tried to marry their princess off to a sleazy playboy like him? Violet took Carlson's stand said, he's not as bad as the rumors claim him to be. Winter replied, nonsense, I know he's a drunkard. Violet was puzzled and asked, what, how do you know that? He replied, I can tell, the way his hand trembled, is a dead giveaway. She said, still, you shouldn't jump to conclusions just because of that. He shouts, you're only defending him because he's your childhood friend. He thought, he just hated the fact that Violet was more involved with a man named Carlson Lowe than he thought. In his head, Violet's long Leawood land came to mind. When he found out that the man who received the tenant's fees even used to be engaged to her, he felt disgustingly depressed. He was going to find out about the land as soon as the event was over. A monk was seen falling. Then someone shouted, someone called a doctor. The monk fainted. As Violet ran in a hurry, Winter followed her in a surprise. As they got closer, the fallen monk's body was convulsing. Violet leaned down to examine the condition of the young monk. The poison was spreading blue from the monk's hand, and in his hand was a bundle of donation envelopes with raw flowers received from the patrons. Someone shouts, what are you waiting for? You, call the doctor, and you, collect all the envelopes. Violet shouts, don't touch envelope. She checked the flowers in the envelope one by one and left one bag aside. It looked almost the same, but it was a different flower with a dot behind the petals. Violet immediately loosened the ribbon around her waist and tied it tightly to the monk's arm so that the poison would no longer rise. She thought who could do, using such poison, perhaps someone wants to harm him. Scene shifts. The night after the sponsor party, Violet and Winter both went back home. I find it suspicious that such a dangerous flower was there. I'm certain that someone was trying to harm the monk on purpose. Winter said, "The party has been cancelled. You don't have to worry about it for now. The police will take care of the rest. At least the monk's life was safe thanks to you." Violet continued, "But I can't just overlook this incident." But Winter left the room. Her maid said, "Madam Violet, why don't we change your clothes first? They must be uncomfortable." Violet agreed. "Ooh, let's do that first. Will you call the doctor for me after I change my clothes?" "Pardon," maid asked, "are you not feeling well again?" Violet replied, "No, it's different this time. There's something I want to confirm with him." On the day Violet and her husband joined in a room, Violet's doctor, Beryl, was called by James Blooming. James paid a lot of money and ordered that if Violet showed signs of pregnancy, he would unconditionally answer that she is pregnant. He soon found out that Violet was not pregnant even though she had the same symptoms as a pregnant woman. James's medication will cut her menstruation for the time being, and she will suffer from nausea and fever. Still, she was not pregnant. The money he received from James had long been spent on his young son's school expenses. Beryl, who is now called to Violet's bedroom, examined her with a trembling hand, but an expression of no concern. Beryl reacted more violently to hide his fear. Then Violet called his name. He snapped out of his thought. Violet continued, "What do you think, Beryl? I've been feeling a lot more nauseous lately, and I also think I have a slight fever. I was thinking that maybe I could be pregnant." He blandly said, "Congratulations, little lady. You're pregnant." Violet, who paused at the words, asked carefully, "Is that really?" "Yes, it is," he replied. At that moment, there was a bright light on Violet's face. She struggled to get up with a heavy body. She said, "Doctor, my body has been feeling better ever since you came. Thank you so much." Even though the expression of emotions was not strong, joy was smeared in her gestures and voice. Beryl was shaken again by the consistent warm greeting of the little lady. He replied, "I'm glad I could be of help. Keep it a secret from others for a while. My husband doesn't want children, so I'll have to tell him myself." He said, "I understand, madam." She thought, Winter didn't tell her why he didn't want children, so she couldn't know why. She was afraid of her husband's reaction, but at the same time, she was full of happiness. She continued, "I'll have to talk with my husband. I'll reward you for this the next time we meet." He replied, "All right, madam. I'll be heading out now." He hurriedly excused himself and ran away, soothing himself that nothing big would happen to him. A white lie like this couldn't possibly cause too much trouble, right? Violet went to see her husband. "Winter, are you busy? I have something I'd like to discuss with you." He replied, "I was only looking over the brewery case. The deal might fall through with the commotion that happened." He then paused and said, "Wait a minute, now that I think about it, the monk was saved thanks to you." She replied, "And so?" He continued and said, "Since they're nobles who regard etiquette so highly, I assume they'll pay us a visit soon to thank us. What if you bring up the wine deal then?" She frowned at Winter's words, and replied, "I wasn't expecting anything in return though." He continued, "We can switch bodies if you're uncomfortable doing it. I'll talk about it with them instead." She replied, "You're so cold-hearted, Winter. How could you use an incident like that against them?" He smirks and said, "You call that cold-hearted? You'd be surprised to hear of the things I've done." She said, "I believe that you wouldn't have anything bad." He replied, "You thought I could have all this wealth without doing anything bad? How naive of you, you don't know anything about me. No wonder you brought up the divorce." He asked, "So, what is it that you wanted to discuss?" He replied, "I wanted to ask you, I have a question. About the child, are you saying that you don't want to have a baby with me, or do you just hate it?" "I just hate it," he said. "I really want children a lot, so, just, is not a solution to compromise," she replied. Looking at his wife's desperate expression, it seemed that just saying no would not solve it. He continued, "I don't have time to pay attention to my child." She replied, "I'll give birth and raise it on my own. Your child will be growing up without even knowing about it," Violet said imploringly. He thought, of course, she will resign if he shrugs off and speaks of the title. After observing her for some time, Winter has recently learnt that his wife has a strong sense of responsibility. Although she did not hear from Ash about the dissolution of the royal family, she was willing to take responsibility for her brother's actions. But today, he couldn't just break her heart, especially when he just met with the man who used to be engaged to her. He thought he just had to hand it over now. He continued, "It could happen somehow, if the contraception doesn't work." "What do we do then?" she asked. He replied, "You should give birth." Violet's eyes widened like a child, wondering what she was so happy about trying to avoid the situation. "Thank you," she said. Violet was satisfied with his answer. Then, she held his hand tightly, as if she had learned from him, because she wanted to express her joy so that Winter knew it. Then Winter shook off his hand and get up and said, "Aren't you hungry? Why don't we have a meal? We didn't get to eat anything at the party." She replied, "That's true, but it's late and I don't want to wake up the maids." He continued, "I can whip something up. It's no big deal." She asked, "Do you know how to cook?" He replied, "I did work at a restaurant until I was 12. Now follow me." He thought, "This a little bit. After she does what she wants, after buying her what she wants to have, and letting her do everything she wants to do, after she finds something she would like more than having a child. After that." He thought it wouldn't be too late to say that he couldn't have children. Winter, who had been pondering for a long time, said in a shaky voice. Winter felt like a sinner abandoned in the desert after seeing her short, lucid joy, but soon going to crush her enthusiasm down with nonchalance. He managed to ease his anxiety by telling himself that there was nothing to worry about because there was no way he will have children anyway.
He was busy for a while because things went well at Cantus Monastery. The monastery and his own brewery were also in and out. Fortunately, the monastery accepted the technology agreement when it was poked with information obtained while going around the monastery brewery once. It wasn't a bad deal for them either. Heil inform. They called saying that they wanted to compensate us. When he brought up the wine, they said they'd gladly do business with us. And that's only a part of their message. They said they'd also like to thank Madame Violet personally. Winter replied, "Can't believe I spent all the time on this only to have it solved this easily. Either way, everything went smoothly thanks to Violet. You should make preparations because you'll be pretty busy for the time being, President." Winter thought, yeah, it'll get a lot busier. Winter expected that if this was done, he would be happy, but even if things went well, it was not as exciting as he thought. Rather, he wanted to finish quickly and go home. His wife used to not talk carelessly, but these days, her words are even better. "When I go back home, Violet will probably be waiting for me. She'll welcome me, and we'll have one of our little talks." Her voice was good, and it was fun to notice the facial expressions that change every time she speaks. Winter noticed Heil didn't left the room after reporting. He asked, "What are you staring at? You can leave if you're done reporting." Heil hesitate and inform, "Sir, I received a telegraph from the Alika region, about the mixed children." Winter, who had no high expectations anyway, thought it was not a big deal. Heil still have something to inform. He opened his mouth and said, "That, there is no half-blood. The Alika area is a closed area where people can't live without the Kanik clan, and even mixed-race people can't migrate. And one thing more, apparently, your birth mother is living in the Alika region." Winter eyes wide open he asked who. A flashback of Winter's childhood appeared front him. When his mother asked him to stay there and wait for her, he waved his hand and sent his mother like that, even if she didn't come back. He tried to understand his mother until now. How hard it must have been to raise him alone. That's probably why she did that in order to live. So he thought everything would be solved if he had money. He thought she was dead or shameless to appear in front of him, seeing that she did not come even though he was famous for his wealth. But he found her. At least he wanted to repay her for giving birth to him. And he wanted to compensate for the difficulties she had in taking care of him until he was 5 years old. But it was not a matter of living and eating. She threw him away because he could not enter the place where her clan was. She only considered her own safety. Winter burst into laughter. "There's something else to believe. I trusted a woman who abandoned her child. That's enough. I can't fit in here or there. It's not like I didn't know." He swiped his face once with his hands and continued. He then ordered Heil, "Put out everything I bought for my mother, and cancel the schedules." Heil panicked. "Oh, yes, sir." There were a series of schedules that would cause a big trouble if cancelled, but Heil knew that the situation would only worsen if he stopped him here. Heil asked, "Where are you going?" "I need to go home. I need my wife." After hearing Winter's words, which was more calm than Hyle thought. He brightened up a little. It was the first time he heard such a thing from Winter. He was worried that Winter would wipe out the Alika area with his low temper, but there was one person who had the power to control him. I'll prepare right away, Hyle replied. While Winter was busy, Violet was preparing a small garden party. She was going to have a garden party with her husband, only the two of them, and tell him that she's pregnant. Fortunately, the people she got to know at the book club helped her a lot. Lady speak. Oh, this green dress looks good on you. I have a good eye, right? Violet replied. Thanks for your help. It was, of course, good for merchants to make personal deals with wives of influential families, and even a deal with Winter Blooming's wife, who doesn't have a limit in budget, was lucky of luck. But aside from that, Maureen was very fond of Violet. At first, she thought she was just a noble, but the more she knows her, the better she. Then Jenna came back running, and informed Violet that Lord Winter has arrived. Hearing this, both the ladies wished good luck to Violet and went back. Violet was surprised, because Winter told her he would not come until 3 days later. Violet couldn't hide her embarrassment, because the main character of the party came while she was still preparing. Whether or not, Winter walked in and hugged Violet, and said, "How did you know I'm coming?" When Winter hugged her, the embarrassed Violet beckoned the crew away. Violet gave signal to her staff to leave them. Winter's condition looked too bad for her to tell him what kind of rudeness it was. Violet patted him on the back and asked, "Did something happen? You don't look well." He replied, "Nothing." He continued, "Why did you prepare this? You don't like parties." Violet continued, "I need to tell you something. I don't think I can put it off any longer. I was going to eat and talk after I finished preparing." "What do you mean? Do it now?" he asked at Winter's urging. Violet sighed deeply and pulled herself together, but eventually shook her head, said, "It's all right. You don't look you're in a good mood right now. I think it'd be best for you to get some rest first." Winter sighed and replied, "I'm not in the mood to wait either, so just say it. Is it something good or bad?" Violet took a deep breath so that her shoulders would flutter again and gaze at Winter. After saying, "Nothing happened," Winter's eyes searched around her like a frenzy. Violet opened her mouth because he had an expression that wouldn't make her postpone it further. She said, "It's a blessing for me. But I don't know if it is for you. I am pregnant, honestly. I was afraid to tell you at first. I thought you wouldn't like it. But you said, let's give birth when we get one. That's how I gained courage." Violet speaks as if to take control of Winter's expression, which looked worse than expected, but Winter, who was staring at her, said, "Good for you." "Really? Do you really think it's good?" Violet's expression, which was anxious at Winter's words, became slightly brighter, but it didn't last very long. Winter continued, "Whose child is it?" Violet didn't understand what Winter said. "Excuse me, what?" Winter shouts, "If you're planning to run off with the child's father after giving birth, you better give up now. There's something I haven't told you so far, but we can't have children. I'm a half-blood, so I can't have children unless it's from the same family, but now that you're pregnant, the child can't be mine." Winter's sarcastic remarks filled Violet's watery eyes with complex emotions. She spoke, "What do you mean? You never mentioned that before." "That's impossible, then how could I?" Winter continued, "You must be carrying someone else's child." Hearing Winter's words, Violet's heart sank like a boat. She said, "That doesn't make any sense. I'm certain that it's yours." Winter spoke, "Stop lying. You're lying. I'm going to attach people to you from now on. I'll make them follow you wherever you go. I've been through it, so I know. You can't trust anyone who's coming back." Violet laughed in vain as her voice mixed with feelings of betrayal in the past and present. Shia replied, "You shouldn't do that to me." He continued, "Why not? Think about what your family did to me. No matter what I do, you don't deserve to refuse. I don't want you to leave my house with my current mood, but I'll watch you as much as I can." "Winter," she shouts for the first time. Winter laughed when Violet, who didn't listen, raised her voice. He said, "You want me to be honest. You're nothing. If you're not my wife, in the end, you're just a nobody with no money and no status. I can do anything to you." Violet was speechless by his sharp words. She felt this suffocating environment again. Her chest raised and fell with unbearable anger and sadness. Without the child, she would have repeatedly committed suicide several times until she eventually died. But on the other hand, she was a woman of great restraint, so she forced herself to calm down for the child, and told Winter that he will regret this. What? He muttered. She continued, the child will look like you when it's born. You will surely regret saying that to me and not trusting me. She muttered as she turned around and said, you're a pitiful fool of a person. Violet walks into the mansion, and Winter sees her turning back on him. He stumbles on the ground. Winter drank alcohol in his room for a few days after that. Hyle opened Winter's bedroom door with confidence, the cigarette smoke and smell of alcohol pouring out of the room. Hyle said to Winter, you've been making a huge racket for the past few days, President. Just look at the state of your room. Also that heavy smell of alcohol and cigarettes. Violet's servant Flip, who came in with Hyle, picked up the bottle Winter inhaled all night. Normally, Hyle would have searched around Violet to see if the affair was correct, and Winter Blooming would have found evidence that could not be taken away, and won an advantageous contract. The person who did best in business was terrible in marriage. Hyle ran, dissatisfied with the pity, opened the window and shouted, Lord, if you're alive, wake up. Hyle sighed and said, the average person would have been found dead if they had drunk this much, sir. Shut up, Winter shouts. Winter spoke in a completely sober voice. If you're going to nag at me, leave. Hyle informs him, the Duke and Duchess are here, they're currently with Madame Violet. Winter get up. I guess they're here to question her about the baby. It's obvious seeing that they've gone straight to Violet. Hyle said, I mean, can't there be other reasons for her pregnancy? Why is everyone suspecting her of infidelity? What other reason could there be? When Winter murmured, Hyle answered sneakily, a miracle. You're an amazing talker, aren't you? Winter said. Flip, who had been silent next to him, suddenly stepped in and said, I'm sorry, but I'm on the little lady's side. Everyone will agree that the little lady is not one who will have an affair. Winter muttered, I want to also believe that. The scene shifts to Violet's room, where both blooming couples are talking to Violet. Catherine says, we've heard, Violet, that you're pregnant. Violet replied yes. Catherine continued, I have heard you are not been able to eat anything other than a fruit these days. In addition, you aren't taking your medicine. Violet replied, yes, because it could be harmful to the child. Shall give birth to a healthy child, so please don't worry. Catherine continued, I see, so you'll give birth to a child with a father we're not sure of. As you may have heard, Winter and you are not able to have children. Violet asked, you knew, yet you didn't bother to tell me. When Catherine hesitated, James opened his mouth instead. Isn't it all money that came between you two anyway? These collateral things are just marriage that would have happened without even knowing it. Sadness and anger crushed Violet, but she tried to find composure. She replied, for 3 years, you didn't even say anything when people blamed me for not having children. If they had told her in advance, she would have accepted it and moved on. She continued, please, wait until the baby is born. You'll definitely know when the child is born. The bedroom door opened while Violet was patiently persuading them. Winter spoke in an irritated voice. I've heard it from the outside, but you two don't deserve to say that to my wife. What have you been doing for 3 years? Why do you nag her after something happens? You should have taken care of at least one of my wife's work with so many living expenses that I've been giving you. She's my replacement, the only productive person in the house. Catherine spoke. What a rude thing to say. Winter, how can you say that? When James scolded, Winter replied, if got my point then leave. Catherine stopped James and said soothingly, we can leave now that we've got a glimpse of the situation. James said all right, we will talk next time. Then they both left. Violet's eyes smeared with fear, but her voice contained strength. It's your child. I have nothing more to say. There's no way to prove it. Winter asks, tell me who it is. I'll forgive you. He meant it. He could forgive Violet with all his heart, if there was a guarantee that his wife and the child's biological father would never meet. You don't believe me, she replied. He said, it has to be reliable for me to believe. If you don't believe me, what I said about wanting to get divorced is still valid. She remained calm even if she was afraid to face the man with a great physique who exerts intimidation and thought of attacking her. He shouts at her. Who said I was going to divorce you? She thought, if it were only me, I wouldn't care, but I won't let my child be suspected of being someone else's. This time Violet doesn't hold back and shouts, isn't there even an ounce of faith in you that this could be your child? He leaned towards Violet and spoke. I checked the ledger of your land. The evidence is plainly written on that ledger and you still insist that you're not having an affair. Carlson Lowe, that bastard is the one who has been receiving all the rent money from your land. Violet can't believe what she is hearing. She asks, what are you saying? Tell me, what do you mean? What do you mean by what? The man you used to have marriage talk with is supposed to be the one receiving the tenant's fee. What more explanation do you need? Violet pulled her husband's arm inadvertently because she didn't understand at all and was nervous. What the hell are you talking about? Please tell me in detail. Carlson Lowe. Of course, it's impossible for you not to know that his name is on it. Heil confirmed it. Don't try to insist. Really, I'll show you the document. Violet struggled up and stumbled. She said, here you go, the only thing written on it is my name. Winter replied, not this, the remaining 4.500 Catishans land. It's a royal property, so I don't have the documents, she replied. Then who? Winter asked. Winter, who was speaking louder, thought for a moment and asked, did you get only 500 Catishans of land from your brother, from the beginning? She replied, yes. He continued, I gave all of the 5,000 Catishans land for you, whether for you to sell them or get a tenant fee for buying dresses and partying. Violet's eyes grew bigger, at the words he uttered with contorted expressions. Winter soon asked as if he was interrogating, how can he transfer your property into the royal property without your permission? It doesn't make sense. She thought, then replied, Ash enjoys polo with high-ranking officials, and the meeting also includes the head of the central bank of the capital, which manages royal property. Damn it, these rascal nobles. Winter was really going crazy. To him, who climbed up from the floor, the high society his wife explained was often so unrealistic, that it felt like a lie. As Winter poured harsh swear words one after another, Violet wrapped her hands around her ears. She could not tell the child that his father was such a tough talker. At her actions, Winter covered his mouth with his hand and put it down. Then he continued, how can a princess like you maintain her dignity with that in the first place? Isn't that weird? Shouldn't you have asked me what you were supposed to do? She replied, it wasn't weird. Thank you for caring about me that much. And do you have time to ask if you thought it was weird? Violet was about to cry while talking, barely keeping her emotions together. She continued, I will go check with the central bank. He grabbed her hand and said, how can you ride such a rocky carriage in the early stage of your pregnancy? I'll be back, so stay at home. She replied, I'm not going to be in trouble if I ride the carriage for a while. I need to go find out what's going on, it's my job. Winter blocked the door with his body. As Violet spoke firmly and headed to the door, Winter spoke, even the train's supposed to take 7 hours. How can you say that it's only a while? Don't do anything dangerous, I'll check it out soon. Then she turned and said, then, please make sure of it. Winter's mind was relieved by her stern gaze, her strong eyes, the things he feared, and the look she had built as if she had given up, was full of vitality in her desire to protect the child. Winter wanted his wife to be just like the first time he saw her, when she held his hand firmly with affection, whether having an affair or something. To do so, it was clear that the child would have to be born safely and be held in Violet's arms. Next day, at the capital branch of Connie's Hotel, Winter headed to the opera house where Carlson was performing. If the central bank is on Ash's side anyway, it will not return the land with one excuse or another even if Violet comes, let alone himself. Don't know about others, but Winter was not confident that he would win the legal battle against Ash, who holds power even after the dissolution of the royal family. Winter decided to cut the route from the easiest person who is connected. He entered the waiting room for the singer at the opera theater with a fierce fight. As he kicked in the door, Carlson, who had just left the stage, was drinking alcohol. Carlson Lowe. When Winter called, Carlson turned and looked at him, said, Sir Winter, To bring me here without any preamble. You're so rude every time I see you. Winter replied, likewise, you've decided to relish in alcohol even after being dragged all the way here. Carson speak. I've finished all of my performances anyway. I don't do this in front of my admirers, so no need to be concerned. Winter opens his sleeve button and start folding it as if he is about to do something. He said, okay then, let's talk about the real reason I've brought you here. What happened with Longleywood? Carlson smirked and said, I see finally you have found out about that. You really are unaware of everything else. That's of no concern to you. Then he laughed, as he answered in sarcasm, and with a face that wasn't serious at all. Winter couldn't resist his temper and grabbed his collar. Shouts, why the hell do you get the rent for the land? My wife has no idea. Who ordered you? Carlson replied, I see you still can't get rid of the disrespectful demeanor that you learned as a member of the lower class. Fine, I admit it. It was me. Who ordered me? You asked. I have no idea what you're blabbering about. Winter growls and says, what? Stop lying. I know it was that bastard. Carlson continued, I already told you that I didn't receive orders from anyone. It was really all me. Carlson's body, which was flapping back and fumbling, tripped and landed on the floor. Behind Heil was standing. He shouted, President. Carlson continued, I really did it alone. You know, if it weren't for you, I could have married Violet. So I hate you, and I hate Violet. Winter blooming. Anyway, if you didn't know that for 3 years, that means you're not interested in your wife at all. Does it make a difference whether I spend your wife's money that you don't love or she spends it? I'd better believe that I wrote it, not the Lawrence family. Winter raised his fist and said, so that's mean. You and Violet were never in a relationship. Carlson didn't understand first what he said. The spoke, Violet and I. Did you think we were having an affair? In the meantime, Carlson burst out laughing. He continued, you didn't even notice that I've been stealing money for 3 years. And now you're suspicious of an affair. You didn't tell Violet about it, did you? Winter asked, what does that have to do with you? I don't care. I would feel good if I told you. Carlson continued, still unable to withstand the remaining laughter. Violet is a person who has a strong pride. As strong as she tries not to hurt other people's pride. That princess would rather kill herself than being sold for money. But because of the guilt that her father made the country indebted, she gave up her pride and swallowed it. Marrying a stranger like you. Because before you appeared, I loved her like my whole world depended on it. And tried so hard to be loved by her. But how dare you stomp on her pride like that? I can already tell how Violet must be feeling. People don't change so easily. No matter how much the world crushes her, Violet will never forgive you. Although the conversation didn't work because he was drunk, Winter couldn't afford to question Carlson even if he was clear-minded. When Winter hurried out of there, Heil hurriedly stopped him. Heil said, where are you going? Help me fix this. Winter replied, I have to go back home. Heil continued, no, how could you beat up such a popular singer and just leave? Anyway, he can't even remember because he's drunk. Winter replied. Heil asked, to give him at least a few bucks. Winter replied, he's been stealing my money for 3 years. What kind of money do you want me to give? Take care of it by yourself, I'll go. Winter went off without Heil. He sat on train. Carlson words echoes in Winter's ears. You will never be forgiven by Violet. What that lunatic said suddenly made him nervous. He thought, if there was no infidelity between the two, as his wife and Carlson said, how on earth did his wife get pregnant? Heil's nonsense words about the miracle kept lingering in his head. Hope is unnecessary. Optimistic people fail. That was Winter's stubbornness. However, no matter how much he endured in front of his wife, his stubbornness eventually broke down. On second thought, he couldn't figure out how his wife lived with such little money. He knew that saying, why she didn't say it earlier, would no longer work. So he was going to ask her how she has lived for the past 3 years, and he will listen to her as much as she wants this time. There was so much to tell her as soon as he got back. She may not understand and hate it, but she had to talk more about money today. He was actually spending 10 times as much money as she thought. So he had 10 times as much affection for her as she thought. That's how he calculates affection. It's something she needs to know about him. So she needs to know that. She has to understand. He had to get it across to his wife as soon as possible. It was not long after Winter left for the capital. Jen Maid brought Violet a small box of present. It's a gift from the lady as a token of apology. From Duke and Duchess. Violet accepted the box and greeted her with stiff lips. She had a splitting pain in her back. Jen, who received the gift box instead, said as if nagging, "So take your medicine. You don't take it even though the doctor said it's okay to take the medicine during pregnancy." Violet replied, "It doesn't hurt that much." Jen said, "Your face looks pale, I guess." Violet thought. The symptoms were similar to the month when menstrual pain was exceptionally severe. Since she had no experience, she wondered if the pregnancy was originally like this. Then she opened the box, and there was a neat pair of baby shoes in the box. It was a very good shoe with a silk exterior and a fluffy inside. "Baby shoes are really small," Violet muttered. Jen said, "But if the child looks like a little master, wouldn't it be a big child? But I don't know if the child looks like the little lady." Violet happily replied, "Heard that when I was born, I was also on the big side." Violet couldn't take her eyes off the shoes while answering. She suddenly felt sorry that there was nothing prepared for the child as she was shocked when being informed of the pregnancy. Jen ran when Violet, who had finished thinking, tried to get up by force. Jen asked, "Oh, why are you getting up? You said you had a backache." Violet replied, "Don't I have to prepare a room for my child when he's born? I was lying down too much. We should at least have a room ready for when the baby is born." Jen said, "It'll be a while until the baby is born. Madam, you don't have to worry about that so early in your pregnancy." Suddenly Violet's back and stomach hurt. She clenched her stomach and said, "Staying in bed for too long is no good for me. Anyway." Jen looked at Violet and in concerning voice said, "All right madam if you want." When the pain subsided a little, Violet walked to a room a few feet away from her room. Jen said, "This room is huge." Violet replied, "I love this room. I like this place the best since I first got here. I'm sure Winter will eventually give in and offer me a room to prepare for the baby. He argues that the baby isn't his, but it didn't seem like he was completely against having a child." Jen cuts Violet's words and spoke, "Why does Sir Winter doubt you when he doesn't even know anything? I know all the people you've met up until now, because I'm always right beside you. If I were you, madam, I would have probably fainted from arguing with him by now." Violet replied, "I would have, but I didn't want to do anything that would hurt the baby." Jen continued, "But it won't be good for you if you continue to keep everything to yourself like this either. They say that if your husband doesn't treat you right during the early stages of your pregnancy, that memory will stay with you forever." "Who said that?" Violet asked. Jen replied, "All of my friends who are already married, so you have to promise to amend your relationship and live happily with each other in the future." Violet smiled at Jen's words. She said, "All right, I shall." Jen continued her lecture. "And one more thing, saying that your husband will offer you a boom, makes it sound like you're a guest here, Madam Violet. The two of you are a married couple." Violet replied, "Then I shall discuss it with him and come to a conclusion together on this matter." Hearing Violet words, Jen smiled brightly. "Yes, now that sounds a lot better." Violet covered her mouth with her hands and smiled softly at Jen's answer. She felt like her punishment was over after she stood in this room. She was only focusing on her child. Everything that happened was forgotten. Violet said in a pleasant voice, "Put the cradle over there. The walls are colorful. Oh, it would be nice if I drew a rainbow or something. Is that too childish?" When Violet was sincerely happy and asked questions, Jen was excited, and she came up with one opinion or another. It was when she was thinking that if the little master insisted on not using this room, she should protest with the little lady. Violet put her hand on her stomach and thought, "This child bring me hope. I promise I will make a happy family." Then suddenly Violet's pain come and she shouts. When Jen ran and helped, Violet said, breathing heavily, "Strangely, it felt just like when my period began." Jen spoke, "Yes, no way are you bleeding?" "Well, is that dangerous then?" Violet asked. "Please wait a moment. Dr. Beryl has resigned. I'll be right back with a new doctor." A little later, after Beryl, the original male doctor, quit, a new female doctor specializing in birth came running. Throughout the treatment, Violet constantly prayed for the child's safety. Violet asked if there should be nothing wrong with the child. She forgot that she was sick because she was regretting that she drank something strong without knowing. After a while, the doctor who finished medical treatment made a grave sound. "Well, little lady, there's nothing wrong, right?" Violet asked. Then the doctor continued, avoiding Violet's desperate gaze, "The period is right." Violet suddened. She asked, "What do you mean? How can that be possible when I'm pregnant?" Doctor replied, "I don't think you were pregnant from the beginning. Sometimes that there are times when you have the same symptoms as pregnancy in your imagination, Perhaps the little lady is desperate to get pregnant. I think. If you don't know much about pregnant women, like the doctor who examined you earlier, there's a high probability to misdiagnose them. The symptoms are so identical. The doctor continued talking after that, but Violet does not hear anything. She thought she didn't have expectations, but she actually had a lot. There was hope that one day she could persuade Winter to give birth to a child, that her relationship with him will get better little by little, and that her resentment toward him would be resolved. She will also have a family that is simple and often laughs, like the dream she had when she was young. When what she believed to be a miracle disappeared like a mirage, she returned to reality, where she could not even get a rest like death. Scene shifts to the main port of Lackround. Dr. Beryl is at the post office. He asked to send a letter by ship. Postmaster asks, "Are you only sending this letter?" He informs Doctor, "Sending it as a telegram will be faster. Where would you like to send it to?" Doctor replied, "South of Lackround, please." "Pardon?" Postmaster asked. "It'll take a whole year for a ship to return Lackround. Sending it as a telegram will only take an hour. Do you really wish to take a whole year instead?" Doctor replied, "I have my own reason." Doctor thought, "Now that Madame Violet has stopped taking the medication for the baby's sake, I'm sure she's found out that she isn't actually pregnant by now. This letter holds my last bit of conscience in it. I know that I can remain silent forever." But he remembers when he was about to leave Blooming Estate, Violet came to farewell him. She gave him a pouch. She told him, "These are the crackers that you said your children enjoy. I just wanted to hand you these one last time before he left. Thank you for all your work up until now." He thought, "I cannot bring myself to continue deceiving a kind-hearted person like you, Madame Violet." Suddenly a voice came. "Father, the carriage arrived. I was told we must hurry if we do not to miss the train." Doctor replied, "Yes, I am coming. I've finished my business here." Letter context was, "Dear Madame Violet, please forgive me for confessing the truth to you so late. The medication that I had given to you was given to me by the Duke and Duchess, who conspired against you behind your back. Although I don't have any clear evidence, I am sure that the medication causes symptoms very similar to a pregnancy. You have been nothing but kind to me. I am sorry that I ran away after committing such a grave sin. I am very sorry." At this early hour, all the people in the mansion were awake. Winter found something wrong with an extremely gloomy atmosphere. Flip, who was in tears, ran to him when he stopped in ominousness. "Lord, you're here." Winter asked, "What's going on? What's wrong with the atmosphere?" Then Flip, who was shaking his shoulders and sniffing, managed to say, "The little lady wasn't pregnant." "What?" When Winter made a face as if he was going to kill him right away, Flip wiped his tears with his hands and barely continued, "The little lady was so desperate that she only had symptoms. She wasn't pregnant. She hasn't moved since yesterday like a dead person." Winter said, "You should do as much bullshit as well. I can't understand." Winter pushed him and hurried to Violet's bedroom. When he entered Violet's bedroom, his wife was sitting looking outside, and some of the maids were bringing up all the good stories they knew to make her talk somehow. Only the two were left in the bedroom. After the maids who saw Winter left the room immediately, he could not believe she wasn't pregnant. Winter looked at Violet, who only looked out the window. Violet, he took her name, but Violet didn't move at all. She didn't cry or feel sad. She was just turning her back on the disturbance. Winter couldn't figure out what to do because she had never looked like this before. Winter said in a voice that was far from soothing, "I heard you've been doing this since yesterday. Get some sleep, Violet." No matter how many times he called, there was no answer. "Take some sleeping pills if you really can't sleep." Winter shouted outward, "Get me some sleeping pills." Jen replied, "Inside the closet. There are always some sleeping pills." Then ask. "Then bring some water." "Yes, yes," the maid answered in fear and hurriedly fetched some water. Winter opened the closet and found sleeping pills. Always. Winter stood with a bottle of medicine and kept talking to her. "What kind of medicine do you take all the time? What good will it bring to your body? You sleep because you're sleepy. Can you take medicine and fall fast asleep? You can't. I'll take you for a walk for tomorrow. If you walk a little bit, you'll fall asleep without taking medicine. You'll feel better." No matter what he said, Violet didn't answer. Soon, Winter asked when the maid brought a bottle of water and a glass. Winter asked, "Did you feed her anything?" Jen replied, "She didn't eat any meals or even drink water all day." "Oh, damn it." Winter sat on the bed with a glass filled with water on the table. "Drink some water. You will be dehydrated. Let's get some sleep and head straight to the capital. There's a house in the capital. I don't really like flowers, but that house is fine. I don't know how nice the garden is. You like the capital city and the flowers, it'd be nice to go. You'll like it. Winter, whose breath trembled as he was not sure how she had lived, raised his voice a little. You should at least cry. It's soothing. Or hit me or get angry. I'll be happy to get hit. Violet, who had been lying down for a long time, raised herself up, and she made eye contact with Winter, who looked at her, lips are open. She said, I never had an affair with another man, though I don't have any proof. You won't even look at me now because you're mad at me. What else can I do? You should know that I had no other choice but to question you. I trust you now. I know that you never had an affair. I really thought that I would give birth to a healthy baby who looks just like you. I believe that you would understand me then. How great would it have been if that were the case? She slipped back to bed. Winter spoke as if to explain. I screwed up. There is something wrong. It was a misunderstanding. The situation is, that's what happened. Winter tried to repeat the words, but he shut up. For the past 3 years, he has turned a blind eye to his wife for the same reason. Her brother took away all his property. What's the priority over restoring it? How dare she ask him for something? How can she leave him? How can she refuse him? It was because of the situation that he tried to take her down with harsh words about her terrible pride. The wound that scratched her heart to protect his feelings was too deep to blame the situation. First, I need to buy every luxury good I can get my hands on for Violet. Once she sees how much I love her, she'll feel better. She'll smile and she'll finally understand how I truly feel about her. He had to show that. This way, Violet will know that he was considering her as his wife. That's how it's always been with everyone else. Now 3 seasons has passed, but Violet is still depressed from that incident. The wound that scratched her heart was so deep that Violet was unable to heal. Her maid Jen came to woke her up and inform her that a letter from the Ranchia couple, the parents of a young monk whose life was saved by her at the Cantus Monastery, came apparently. He's the second son of the Lancia family from the West. She continued, I'm sure the letter will be full of their gratitude, but you should still see what they have to say. She took that letter near Violet, but Violet didn't pay any attention to it. Jen left the letter beside Violet and said, Rest well, madam. Then she left the room. It was an unexpectedly cold winter wind that woke her up, who had been out of her mind for a long time. Just as if she woke up with cold water poured on her face, her mind came back when the physical coldness touched her cheek. Violet read the letter context. Greetings, Madam Violet. We received the news that you saved the life of Reyes, our son. After a long investigation, we have finally found the culprit of that incident. We thought it was right that we shared this news with you. After our firstborn son fell ill, our second son, Reyes, was appointed as head of the Lancia household. As it turns out, the person responsible was none other than Lancia John Peze, my husband's younger brother. My husband's brother conspired against Reyes and poisoned him in order to succeed his title. With our firstborn suffering from a dire illness, I don't know what my husband and I would have done if our second son had also left our side. We would have lost our mind. We are forever indebted to you. If there is anything we can do for you, please let us know. We will help you to the best of our abilities. After checking the letter once again, Violet took the paper with the blooming family's crest from the drawer and put it on the table. She wrote down her replies. In the meantime, a maid who came to wake her up in the morning came running in surprise. Little lady, are you awake? You have regained your strength. Good morning, Violet replied, delighted by her friendly greeting after a long time. The maid asked, Are you feeling better now? Yes, I'm going to get up. I'm sorry, but could you send me this letter? She asked. Sure, the maid replied and took the letter and ran out. Violet looked around her room calmly. Rare items were flashing everywhere. Winter, who didn't know how to appease his wife, was buying all the luxuries he saw everywhere. An emerald that is as big as a palm and a rare flower that blooms only in the desert, useless and mysterious harnesses and delicate dolls from the magical continent. In the meantime, Winter immediately entered the bedroom after hearing that his wife seemed to have regained her strength. Violet asked, What happened this morning? Winter entered the room with confidence when asked with a calming question just as before. And when he looked carefully at Violet's face, she asked, Have you eaten? I always get up before you and eat, he replied. He continued, Your lips are chapped. They usually are during the colder months, she replied. They're chapped because you were on your bed all day instead of taking care of yourself. He spoke then as if he was pinched and picked up the box under the bed. When he opened the box, there was a thick cream-type cosmetics. He asked, "You put this on your lips, right?" "That's right. You are good at this," she said. He replied, "I tried it when we changed bodies." Winter, holding the brush containing the cream, looked up at Violet as if he wanted Violet to raise her head a little. After applying the cream, the dry and cracked lips were glossy. Violet said, "You should put some on too." He replied, "Glossy lips aren't necessarily a good look for me." He hated it as if he was annoyed just thinking about it. Violet swept his lips with her index finger, rubbed Winter's lips with a creamy hand, and said, while releasing her hand, she spoke, "It's not strange at all." He spoke nervously, "You had me worried sick for the past 2 months and now you're." He thought, finally she is back. Violet has finally returned to her usual self. He continued speaking, "If you're feeling better now, let's go to the capital before it gets colder. I've got too much luggage. It will take a long time to pack it. Just throw away the things you don't need." More than Violet, Winter was out of his mind for a while. Violet's room was full of things that she could not fill while she was in sorrow, and there were a lot of things outside the room that she had not yet opened. He opened another box and took out a marionette the size of Violet's waist from it. He said, "Especially these things. I don't know what the hell I was thinking when buying this. I thought this kind of doll was used only in puppet shows," she said. He replied, "Yes, only in puppet shows." Winter took out a gentleman doll dressed in a suit and skillfully took off his hat with both hands and moved it to greet. "It's hard to see you, ma'am." Violet asked, curious about his dexterity, "Why are you so good?" He replied, "I'm good at everything." Violet laughed a little in a long time at his impudence. Then she bowed her upper body and shook hands with the doll. "Long time no see, gentlemen." He leaned back and said, "Oh, let's go to the capital as soon as possible. I'm sure you'll like the house." After closing his eyes for a while, he murmured in a voice that even felt naive. She replied, "Yes, I really want to go as soon as I can too." The mansion was noisy for a while. Winter bought so many things this year that Violet's luggage alone required 3 cartloads. Even Loader said, "We had to call over 3 carriages to carry all the luggage. You really have a lot even for a noble family." She replied, "They are that valuable to me, so please handle them with care." He replied, "Of course. I'll make sure to deliver them safely." "All right then, I shall be on my way now." And went off. Violet asked from Jen, "Winter has left for the capital already, hasn't he?" Jen confirmed, "Yes, he said he would go first and prepare for your arrival. He said you can take your time and take the train tomorrow." Violet replied, "I see you can go now and can rest." Jen, who checked that the luggage was loaded well, somehow returned to her side with a worried face. After a while, Jen said in a small voice as the carriage departed, she asked, "Those were private carriages, weren't they? I saw it as I was moving the luggage. The crest of a noble family hung on the inside of the carriage. All of your belongings are in those carriages, madam. Where are they headed to?" "Jen, you're very observant," Violet replied. Jen asked, "Please tell me where those carriages are headed to." "Sir Winter is waiting for you at the capital, madam. West of the continent, to the house of Ranchia. They decided to buy all my stuff at a good price. It won't be difficult to dispose of the goods since they're a family that trades by sea. And I'm only going to bring empty luggage boxes to the capital house." Jen continued, "So you decide to leave." Jen spoke as if she knew the reason now and sighed with tears. A moment of silence. Violet continued with a relieved face, "If you can't die, you have to live. You have to move to survive. I decided to leave this place to live. I've only been sorry for my husband, so I'm trying to give him back. I haven't been of much help to Winter anyway. That's why I am planning to give him what he loves most before I leave." Jen speak, "Are you referring to money?" "Yes," Violet reply. She continued, "In return for leaving his side, I wanted to provide him with the money that he so cherishes more than his own life, although it's nowhere near enough of how much I wanted to give him. This monetary amount is the only happiness I'm able to provide to Winter. If he was happy, she thought she would be happy." Scene shifts to capital. Winter thought. It was raining in the capital now. The road was a mess with muddy water, but as the night deepened, the road seemed to freeze, making it difficult for Violet the carriage to travel. Winter stood at the porch of the mansion, accompanied by Hyle. This is the new place for Winter and his wife to move. Hyle spoke. I'll do something about it tomorrow morning, so you have to work. I'm busy, Winter replied. It's been like this for 2 months. The company, which had always been fattening based on Winter's big decision, suddenly fell into confusion. Hyle cried in distress. Hyle said, "How can you be so busy doing that here? Isn't the Lord like reading documents that make money the most in the world? The documents are piled up in the office now. Your work is completely paralyzed." Winter replied, "I hired so many talented people, yet none of you were able to take care of it." Hyle's response, "Well, they probably didn't know that you'd be overworking them like this when they first came. Then tell them to leave," Winter spoke. Hyle continued, "But again, they probably didn't know that you'd pay them so well. Now that their income and spending have increased, they won't be able to go to another company." Winter laughed at Hyle's unfair voice. His wife should have heard this. She doesn't know the dizzying taste of money yet. If she walks through that door, she'll know when she sees this huge mansion he's standing in. How much money can do. Winter opened an umbrella embroidered with the company's logo and said, "Let's do another test." Hyle sewed, "Is this really the last time? Every time we do a test, it's like the salary of almost all the people in the capital goes away." "Yeah, okay," Winter replied. Hyle reached into the small wooden door and began to turn the handle. Soon the whole dark building flickered. After a while and all the lights on all sides of the building were lit. He thought his wife should see this. The lights of the mansion outside the capital were so intense that they could be seen from very far away. It was not just the mansion. A short distance away was a single-story building for the ballroom, which was also full of bright lights. This is where Violet will hold her extravagant party, and every Nobel in the social world would want to be invited there. And Violet will be able to put the social world on her palm without any effort. When spring comes, she'll be surrounded by a garden full of beautiful flowers, and once she sees that, she'll definitely. Winter tried to imagine his wife looking at the garden and being happy. Strangely, however, the vivid imagination did not come to mind. The anxiety that it would be winter here continued to strike him. It's been like that all along. Hyle saw Winter's disturbed face and asked, "Are you all right, President?" Winter kept thinking, "I'm getting a bad feeling that this place will be as cold as winter all year round." Winter took his umbrella and turned. Hyle asked, "Where are you going, President?" Winter replied, "The train station. I'm going to wait for Violet. There, if the roads freeze because of the rain, the carriage might not be able to travel here." Hyle spoke, "You should wait for her, because we still have a whole day left before Madame Violet arrives." Hyle kept begging, but Winter didn't stop. Winter can't stop thinking how everything seems too bad. He muttered, "No, it can't be. I'm just worrying over nothing. I know I've guessed wrong multiple times now, but I'm certain this time Violet will be happier once she moves to the capital. And if Violet is happy, then I will eventually happy too." Violet had arrived in the capital a day earlier than she had told Winter. Earlier today, her jaw was dropping when she saw a huge sum of money sent by the Ranchia family from the capital's central bank. Ahe muttered, "Oh, my God." Selling an enormous pile of gifts that Winter bought yielded more than 10 times from what Violet expected. Ranchia family servant spoke, "Please accept it. It's also a gift of gratitude from our master." Violet muttered a gratitude. Servant continued, "The Ranchia family is located on the west side of the continent, so there was no significant connection in the eastern background. Therefore, among the things Winter bought, whose hobby and talent is to choose good things, there were things that the Ranchia could not buy with their money. It was a price for saving their son, but it was also a profitable business for the Ranchia family. It was a business that left a lot of money because it sold goods to a wealthy merchant full of goodwill without any bargaining or commission. Violet thought that this amount of money would satisfy her husband enough. Then Violet got up from her seat. "Now that I've received my payment, I'll excuse myself." Servant replied, "If it's fine with you, I would like to escort you to wherever you need to go." "There's no need," she replied. She continued, "I have an appointment with the bank's president. I expect our conversation to last quite a while, so I'll only accept your kind words." Servant replied, "All right then, I'll be heading out first." Violet spoke, Thank you for coming all the way here. She thought, the only reason Winter is maintaining our marriage is so that he can gain from it, but if I disappear, he'll eventually give up. But still, I'm still holding on to that last string of hope. The hope that I may still be able to bear Winter's child someday. However, if that were to happen, I'll have to endure their cruel interrogations once again, and I no longer have the strength to endure such a thing. Our relationship was ill-fated, merely brought together by money. Once I leave, Winter will finally, as long as I am by Winter's side, there will be no end to his unhappiness and misfortune. Finally, Violet arrived at bank. An employee informed Violet that the president is waiting for her inside. As the door opened, Violet is determined to win this legal battle for her husband. She greets them. It's been a while, Mr. President, and you too, Ash. Violet's brother Ash took her name Violet. His eyes was filled with arrogance. Watching his arrogant face, a face flashes before Violet's eyes, the person she despised, yet pity, and love the most at this very moment, Winter blooming. She only wished for that
man's happiness. And if Winter is happy, she will eventually happy too. Well, viewers, why I am getting deja vu on this sentence. Violet sat down. She opened her mouth and speak. I've requested to see you both for the reason I have explained prior to this meeting. I have come to reclaim my portion of Long Leawood land.
As I have been informed, Mr. Banker, I would like to return the Longwood estate, which was owned by the royal family, to my private property. President replied, I'm checking it right now, ma'am. I think it'll take a little while. Why does it take time to get back what was originally mine? Didn't the bank president conspire with Ash to give it away? Violet spoke coolly, but the bank president, set in Ash Lawrence, still seemed fearless. President replied, if you convert what has once become royal property into private property, there will be a lot of opposition from the people. People will claim that you are only trying to fulfill your selfish interests. Violet replied boldly, but the document was wrong from the beginning. That land was given to me as written in the prenuptial agreement. I would like you to reveal that contract to the public immediately. Ash interfered and spoke, if we don't keep your premarital contract a secret, then your marriage will be revoked. Revoked, Violet repeated. Ash continued, it sounds like you aren't aware of the real reason Sir Winter wasn't able to do anything despite knowing about this matter. Keeping the prenup a secret is a condition for your marriage. As soon as you reveal the existence of the agreement, your marriage will become null. That's why Sir Winter chose not to reveal it to the public. I guess he really didn't want to divorce you. Violet's forehead is wrinkled. She then spoke. It wasn't enough that you stole Winter's property. You were also planning to use our marriage to your advantage. Ash didn't stop. He continued. Use is a very distasteful word to hear. In the end, he was the one who chose not to reveal the contract. So if your husband shows you such affection, just shut up and stay quiet. You shameless little thing. I can't even fathom how someone like you was born into the Lawrence household. Finally, Violet remembered her nanny's words. Ash is opportunist. Finally, she realized that she was not the problem like what her mother has always said, but it was Ash Lawrence that's a disgrace to her family. She then spoke. Ash is someone of the Lawrence household. I cannot forgive you. With the great confidence Ash spoke. So what you can do, the great Sir Winter himself couldn't do a thing. Unlike her husband, Violet, who has a calm personality, carefully thought of a solution and opened her mouth. Then I can say this property is my dowry. Hearing Violet's words, Ash and President was stunned. She continued, when I got married, only the Lawrence family got it from my husband. So return the land to me in the name of a dowry. Ash shouts, what? You've been married for 3 years. What kind of dowry are you bringing up now? She replied, I didn't get it 3 years ago, so I'm telling you now. It's the law of the family that women in the Lawrence family receive dowry. If I file a lawsuit, I will definitely win. Hearing this, Ash can't control his anger. He shouts, you will take me to the take. But Violet didn't flinch. She continued, I didn't come here to lose, Ash, so stop here and don't go ruining your image that you've worked so hard to build until now. You even went so far as to give up the throne to create this image of yours. President took a glance. He thought, she's really changed. She was never weak-natured to begin with, but growing up as a royal princess, she wasn't even able to fasten a button by herself. I can't spot an inch of that delicate side of her anymore. Violet continued, you don't have to return the money you've taken so far. It was written by Carlson, he replied. She continued, okay, I'll take it for granted, just return the land. She thought, I'm sure he didn't expect me to come at him like this. He may have given up royalty, but he's still as prideful as ever. I'm sure he won't be able to see his own reputation get tarnished. Ash clenches his fish. He can't imagine, is she really going to take it this far? She never cared for that land for the past 3 years, so why now? That land is basically mine at this point. Ash sighed and spoke, I can't believe you're threatening your own sibling over this menial little thing. It seems that you've taken after that lowly bastard after living with him. Fine, take it. I'm tired of just sitting around and waiting for your husband to stab me in the back anyway. Ash thought, nevertheless, his mother was always on his side, so if he begged her to help him by selling Violet's property, the land, she would not stand it and come over to her. Violet, like any other daughter, could not hate her mother even though she knew she favored her brother. And land will eventually came back him. Eventually, Ash returned the land document to Violet in the name of a dowry. Violet, who was relaxed only after the document was completed, gently pulled up her mouth. The bank president asked Violet in a voice that felt more subdued than before, then did this solve the problem between you two? She replied, yes, that's correct. However, the problem between you and me is yet to be solved. President, finched he asked what does mean? She continued, the two of you have conspired against me and put your hands on my assets without my permission. That's an undeniable fact. If there's ever a chance for me to return the favor in the future, I'll be sure to take that chance without hesitation. President felt uneasy. Then Violet, who got all the remaining land documents, said arrogantly looking down at Ash, if I went back to 3 years ago, even if I knew I would suffer this humiliation, I would still agree with my brother's idea of dismantling the royal family. What? Ash asked. She continued, you said that my husband was lowlife. You shouldn't tell people that they're lowlife. You must have had the same education as me, but why don't you know? I can't believe that kind of person almost became a king. The fate of the Lacrown was almost doomed. Goodbye, Ash. Violet borrowed a vault in the name of Mr. and Mrs. Winter, and put in 5,000 Catachan land documents for Long Leewood and the money she received from the Ranchia family, who had to see her off even though she told her to go to the mansion first, was around. Jen asked, supporting the staggering Violet, then where are you going, little lady? Violet replied, to the West End. The ship I lent from the Duchy of Doss will settle in the port. To ride it. Before leaving, some thought came across in her mind. I've accomplished everything that I could do. If I leave like this, I'll eventually end up longing for winter. The feeling of hurt and hatred from that day is still vivid in my mind right now, but as time passes, this too will become a feeling of affection. Jen, who saw her off at the train station, has repeatedly pestered her. You have to send me telegrams often, madam, don't forget me. Violet replied, don't worry, Jen, I'll be in touch with you as soon as I arrive. As soon as Jen left the platform and the announcement was made, attention passengers, the train will be departing soon on platform. Violet thought, thinking about it now, winter has never really been by my side these past 3 years. I suppose it will be some sort of relief as I won't notice much of a difference now that I'm really by myself. I'll probably quickly adjust to a life without him. Then she turned around for her train coach. Then suddenly Winter came and hugged her from behind and asked, where are you trying to go? Violet was startled. She asked, what are you doing here? He replied, I was waiting for you. I thought it'd be hard to come in the morning if the roads were frozen. She hesitated but replied, but still we agreed to meet tomorrow. He noticed second-class ticket in Violet's hands. He snatched it from her and asked, now answer me. Where are you trying to go? Why are you going to the west? Who's there? Answer me. Violet blooming. His fierce voice shook Violet's body. Winter's voice was as acrid and empty as the ashes left after the fire. Violet answered with a trembling voice. It was quit impulsively purchase. Winter frowned. He asked, impulsive. Impulsively going to the end of the continent. She continued, yes, it was a real impulse. Violet lifted her little clutch. Look, What and how long would I have to go with this one? Without luggage? Really, it was an impulse purchase. It's because I'm still feeling a little gloomy. I'm telling you the truth. Winter sigh and Spike. Don't scare me like that ever again. I was really surprised. Why are you so angry over it? It really isn't that big of a deal, she said. Winter replied. You call disappearing without a word not a big deal. You're really testing me, aren't you? She spoke in low voice. I was going to return before our meeting tomorrow. Where would I possibly go when I can't even do anything by myself? Winter sigh. It's cold outside and it's getting pretty late. It's cold, but what's with your clothes? Are you trying to freeze to death? Let's head back for now. Finally, they both went to the nearby hotel owned by Winter. He told Violet, the roads are really freezing up. She replied, staying in a hotel overnight isn't all that bad. It's a good thing that the roads have frozen. At least we get to stay nearby the train station. She was surprised when Winter showed up then, but that doesn't mean she have given up just yet. Once morning comes, she planned to leave the hotel quietly. While she was lost in her thought, Winter noticed it and spoke. I'm saying this just in case you're trying to do anything weird. If you ever run away, I'll find you no matter what it takes. I'm going to find you, and I'm going to watch your every single move. His fingers, which moved on his chin, swept and grabbed Violet's hair, which was still less dry. Winter continued, don't forget that you can never me. I'll find you even if you run away to the other side of the world. Finally Violet spoke. Winter, I'm of no good to you. I'm not worth doing any of that for. Winter replied, you don't know that. She continued with dull expression. You still confident that you'll gain something out of this marriage? Winter bit his lips then spoke. I've already lost a lot of things because of this marriage. Then he hugged Violet and continued, and all I have left is you, so do let me lose you too. He continued, loosening the waistband of Violet's robe. The gown rolled down and revealed her shoulder. After 3 years together, Winter had never seen her body properly. It was because she had never taken off her clothes properly and had never turned on the light. She asks to turn the light. Winter frowned and said, damn your stupid sleeping rules. Violet repeat her words. Turn off the light. She told him that she did not intend to refuse sleep together anyway. She thought, after spending the night here, he'll fall asleep, and she'll be able to leave. Above all, she really wanted to hug him for the last time. She won't be able to see him for long, so she uses this night as an excuse. Winter, who could not overcome his wife's request, eventually turned off the light as usual, and even the moonlight did not enter the bedroom because of the bad weather. Early in the morning, Violet woke up, but Winter was completely asleep. Wearing a hat and holding a clutch in her hand, she returned to bed for a while. Violet gently stroked Winter's hair, which had fallen asleep, and finally captured her husband's image. Winter, she called Winter, who was still asleep. My love, she muttered, her heart aches again. Violet gave a soft touch around his shoulder and stroked it. She also stroked his face one by one as if she would leave his face in her hand. She continued, I have longed for strong things since I was young. Great knights, legendary animals, trees from classical literature, and then I heard about you. It was good when I heard it. You looked amazing. But when I saw you in person, I liked you even more. So I told you, I knew I was lucky to meet you. I really meant it that day. Really, I like you. Violet's lips trembled. I fell in love at first sight. Although they met because of money and title, Violet had no doubt that they would be happy. She was confident that he would eventually care for her. After stroking her husband for a while, Violet pulled away from him to leave. Suddenly, Winter's hand came up and grabbed her wrist. Violet was surprised and tried to remove her wrist, but Winter rather pulled her in and made her fall down on his stomach. You didn't sleep, she muttered. He replied, I woke up because of your touch. You fell in love at first sight. She replied, you knew that already. I made it clear. I met you and found out I was lucky. He asked, how does that mean you fall in love at first sight? She said, isn't that what it means? No matter how you hear it. He replied, not at all. I thought you were talking about money. What? She asked. He continued, because I paid back for what your father had done, and I have private property. I thought that what you meant was luck. Violet sighed and spoke. Oh, my God, you don't have any romance. He replied, none, not at all. In the first place, I really thought you wouldn't even want to be with a half-servant man like me, but to hear that you fell in love with me at first sight, I see hope for our relationship. I'm not too late like I thought I was. Hearing Winter's words now, Violet can't stop her feelings and told him, Winter, I told you, we're already late, I cannot stay here any longer. He flinched. Why are you talking about that again? We can just do well from now on, as I've guessed. You were trying to run away, right? He frowned and continued, that's good. Now I have a reason to keep you under surveillance. Violet replied, Winter, please let me leave. Winter said, stop this nonsense. He looked desperate. Violet said bitterly, I have to go. Violet, who hurriedly ran away from his hand, picked up her clutch. She opened the bag. Violet was pulling a gun out of the clutch, and continued, I spent 3 years feeling sorry for not being able to give you what you wanted. What's that? I haven't even thought about being loved since the day we got married. The same goes for you. That's why we can't. Because you keep making me give up. We have to live our own lives to be happy. He asked, are you really going to shoot me? Facing the gun made him feel comfortable. He said, he would rather die here if she was going to run anyway. Isn't that also considered dead at the hands of his wife? It wasn't bad. Winter pointed to his heart and said, if you're going to shoot, kill me at once. Because I don't want to die painfully. Violet laughed helplessly at his words. She said, I don't want to hurt you at all. I want to show you something. You've been curious about how to change our body all this time. I'll let you know. And Winter's eyes grew bigger when Violet put the gun on her head. Violet pulled the trigger without hesitation. At the moment he ran frantically. Loud gunshots can be heard. Winter groaned for a moment because he felt a severe backache and headache. At the same time, however, his whole body began to tremble like a leaf due to the shock. Winter's low voice was heard overhead. You can change it like this. Winter, who was in Violet's body, muttered, no, it can't be. He couldn't lift his head. He didn't want to check with his own eyes. He felt like he was falling into hell. The entire body sank into an unknown abyss. Winter scratched his neck with nothing like a person suffering from a fantasy. It was all a dream and a fake. It had to be. He muttered, please, it had to be, dream. At that time, Winter felt a little dizzy as her body wrapped around his arms. When the bodies of the two returned, there was Violet on his arm. At this moment, Violet looked as if something funny just happened. She bent down, looked at her husband, and whispered in a voice that sounded like joy to her husband, who was still as if he had died. She spoke, I told you, it's easy. Winter looked as if he had forgotten how to use all the muscles in his face. He was just looking at Violet like a statue. Winter murmured to confirm that she was alive. I just had a nightmare. It was a ridiculous dream. You keep putting me on edge that I'm starting to see things. He muttered, no, it was all because of me. Yeah, I was the bad guy. I won't do that anymore. I really won't do it anymore. I'll stop as soon as you catch me. Never until you or I die. Please don't leave me. Violet, his name, Winter. Winter continued, I have all those dreams. Winter said the same thing over and over again, rattling with his big body. He couldn't accept the situation at the moment. Violet showed her neck, and Winter's handprints remained intact. Look at this, it's not a dream, you did this. She continued, the first day we changed our bodies, when you left for a deal on Vidylan coffee beans, even after I held you. That day was really unbearable. I felt so miserable. Winter stopped moving again at Violet's words. He asked her to stop, but she just continued calmly as if explaining trivial things that happened before. She continued, I was at a tea party, and Dave asked to be with me. I ran out of the tea party because I didn't like it. I know I'll get in trouble if I don't go back, but I fear going back party rather than dying, so I took my own life that day, but instead of dying, we changed bodies. What was next? Violet thought for a while and tapped her finger on her knee as if she knew, and continued, the day I got stuck in the closet. I went there because I thought you would take my side, but you asked me to talk to you later. I'm always sad to be pushed away by you and your money. I shot myself in the head with a gun like now. Oh, how free I was to steal your body and go to the capital that day. You can always do what you want and go where you want. You will never know how I feel that day. Winter shouts, how is it so easy for you to take your own life? What were you going to do if you really did end up dead? Violet looked at him and replied, that's an odd thing to say, Winter. I did it because I really did want to die. Now Winter was in agony because he couldn't even breathe properly. Violet continues, but unfortunately, I can't seem to die by my own means. I don't know what else I can do, which is why I have decided to leave you. But of course, I was planning to return what you love most before I leave. Winter replied, no, you're more important to me than money, so please, don't leave. She spoke, oh, these shoes were also from you, too. Winter grabbed her wrist in a hurry as Violet tried to take off the shoes decorated with pearls on the green velvet. Winter shouts, stop. Please stop. Are you really want to leave? And where and how do you live without anything on your name? How will you leave after leaving here? She replied, I don't know, but it took me 3 very long years to finally make this decision. And during those years, my resentment toward you has slowly grown bigger and bigger. You should have paid attention to me, at least a little. If you had paid attention to me before it came to this, then, and now you're crying now, after all this time. Violet looked at Winter's face again and laughed without realizing it. Why are you doing this now? When she tried to let go of Winter's hand, Winter took her hand again with all his might. He spoke, no, I still can't let you. I won't let you leave. If you leave me, then I. Violet cuts off Winter's words, and spoke, please side with me just once, Winter. When I'm by your side, I have to live in a hell where I am physically alive but inside dead, and I can't die even though I'm slowly dying, Winter, so please. Please save me, Winter. Winter's hand fell helplessly at her request. Violet raised her body and hugged Winter once and Spike, thank you. I knew you weren't that bad. Stay safe, farewell, Winter. She slowly lifted herself up and left the place. Winter couldn't hold on to Violet, who said it was hell to be by his side. It wasn't until a long time after she left that Winter lifted himself up. He moved on because he couldn't bring Violet back to hell, and stopped because he couldn't stand to be in this hell without her, and he repeatedly stopped again. Winter called his wife with soulless eyes like a sleepwalker, Violet, don't go, Violet. Don't go. When Violet first comes out, Lulu, who greeted her warmly, runs out, and she shouts, someone, please bring me the Lord's coat and boots. Oh my lord, please wear some boots. What the hell is going on here? Winter murmured in a bewildered voice as Lulu cried out, Violet is gone. She is, what? He continued, my wife left me, I will get her back. Where did she go? For now, let it be, because she says it's too hard to be with me right now. Winter asked Lulu in a blank voice, she'll be back after she has settled her heart, right? My lord, she muttered. He continued, she has to come back. How can I live alone? What am I going to do if I live alone? What's the point? He thought she might come back. The weather is not good, so she might be by his side for another day. Then he thought he should kneel and beg all day long. If I were to blame, if I were your hell, I'd rather die, so stay here. Recalling the moment where Violet shot herself in the head and spoke those words, I am slowly dying, repeated endlessly in his head, that he collapsed on group, and all the servants ran towards him. Violet ran frantically to the train station just in case Winter came. And fortunately, she took the train that arrived right away. The train station was crowded, but the train heading west was empty and freezing late at night. She gave everything to Winter and left, so she had very little money. It was cold and dark, so she was afraid of everything. Now that she thought about it, she was worried about leaving Winter behind. It was her first time seeing Winter with such a face. However, if she hadn't shocked him this much, he wouldn't have let her go, so it was inevitable. Soon after, he will wake up grumbling and start loving again to build his own kingdom. She had never left for such a strange and distant place alone. Violet looked back, muttering. Violet, who was looking at the rising sun, murmured, wow, maybe it's because it's the southwest, but the weather is quite warm here. She thought, I've always thought that I was weak. Someone who couldn't get anything done by herself, but even then, I've endured it all. Violet decided to give herself a chance. She decided to give herself a chance not to be weak. Of course, she wasn't exceptionally strong. But why would that be evidence of weakness? Why did I think it was only a punishment that God didn't want my death? She murmured, maybe it's a blessing. Thinking of it like that, suddenly her body was smoldering. She walked bravely toward the harbor. Soon, her friend, Sharon, will come to the port on her family's boat. She was going to leave this continent on that ship. Her steps got faster and faster. Now she realizes that she can go anywhere she wants to go. After that, she wanted to go farther, farther away. Sharon Doss, who found Violet from the ship, waved her hand. Violet. Over here. Violet smiled. In the western direction, there was an island between the continents, which was the Duchy of Doss, and a small peninsula attached to the continent a little further west. There was a village called Chiron. Hundreds of years ago, when the kingdom of Corsica, the owner of the land, was being invaded by pirates, they received the land as a gift from the Duchy of Dos to supplement their naval forces. As a result, only one village, the Chiron village, was in the territory of the Duchy of Dos, and the Dos family was separated from the royal family of Lacrown hundreds of years ago, so there were many similarities to Lacrown compared to other villages. Therefore, it was the right place for Violet to migrate, between the oak forests, which serve as a breakwater. Sharon, who saw the old house, whispered to her brother, "How can Violet live here? I don't think she'll live long enough to come into our house." Because Violet handed over everything she had to Winter, she could only get this house with the very little money she brought. Sharon continued, "I bet it won't be long before you come running back to my place. Don't you think so, Ferran?" Her brother and heir to the Doss family, Ferran Doss, who came with Sharon. The impeccable gentleman was wearing a white Navy uniform as he was currently serving in the Lacrown Navy. He agreed with his sister and spoke. "She's right, Violet, do you think you'll be fine here by yourself?" Violet replied, "I'll try to hold out for as long as I can, and thank you so much for helping me out." Sharon replied, "It was nothing. After all, it was Ferran who insisted on helping you out. He even steered the ship himself." Ferran replied, "Of course, it's the least we could do. Ever since Wayne left, I consider Violet as my own sister. He cared for you so much that he would be so upset if he heard that you ended up running away from your husband." When Ferran made a bitter face, recalling Wayne, Violet said as if she was teasing him, "You didn't even show up at your little sister's wedding." He replied, "He just didn't like that you were getting married for money." He continued, "But anyway, when did you start getting so sarcastic with your words?" She muttered, "Oh, you're right. She has caught a habit of Winter's mouth. Bad things were bound to get colored quickly. Goodness, the sun has set." Sharon noticed the time. She spoke, "All right then, we'll be on our way now. If anything happens, send us a telegram right away." Violet once again thanks both of them. After everyone left, there was only silence. Violet looked at the empty house. The door and also the window were broken, so she didn't know where to start and how to repair it. It looked like this because she did not check what kind of house it was and only made full-length transactions by telegraph from other continents. "I also have to introduce myself to the Yefimchuk household. They are the most powerful family in this area. If things work out well, I may even be able to get a job from them. Then, all that's left is to..." She paused for a moment. Then she thought, "It's up to me to deal with these kinds of things now. If I run away from here, what Winter said will become a reality. I don't want to be a princess who can't do anything on her own. I have to overcome that hurdle myself." Violet picked up a broom and started cleaning. Then, Living Spider fell to the ground and she barely opened her eyes and spoke to herself, "I really am a princess." Now she felt like she could finally understand her husband's feelings a little. The day before, Violet slept on a bed. She was unable to overcome her tiredness when she woke up after hearing a murmur outside the door. "The guy who lives around here said she looked like an aristocrat." That can't be true. That old house. Even though she's an aristocrat in this world, she shouldn't live in a place like this if she fails. If she's a noble, shouldn't we all come and say hello? Violet, a little relieved by the hum of people, put the gun back into the clutch and opened the door. When her face was seen, a middle-aged man, who appeared to represent the village, she asked, "Who is that?" The man took a step forward and spoke. "Have you moved in?" The man continued, "If you're moving in, you should come to the town hall in the evening to report your residence and pay for the breakwater here." At his words, Violet looked up at the oak tree. She soon spoke in a low voice. "You mean this oak tree?" "Yes, exactly. La Crown law states that the breakwater has no owner. This is the Duchy of Das, so the law must be the same. Who are you paying the fee to?" "I don't know if it's an administrative fee, although I would understand if you were collecting maintenance costs." The man flinched at her point. At the same time, people began to murmur, "What is she talking about, Chief?" "Yeah, what is she talking about? Everyone in the village takes turns managing the forest, right? Isn't this forest from the Yuppum family? Didn't you say you're paying a fee to that family?" As the people gathered, the head of the village shouted with sweat and fear, "I'm going to the hall first because I have business to do." Then he ran away like crazy. The whole village began to run along the village leader, who suddenly ran away. As soon as the front became quiet, Violet staggered and touched the door frame. She muttered in herself, "I didn't hold myself back and just said it. Hopefully, I didn't interfere in their business and cause any trouble. What if he comes back and gives me a hard time because of this? No, let's just focus on the problem at hand. First, let's finish all the cleaning that I couldn't get done yesterday." As soon as Violet entered, in her house she saw, village women are cleaning her house. Violet eyes widen. She asked, "Who are you? When did you get inside?" Only lady reply, "Oh, we noticed that you haven't finished cleaning your place yet." Another lady who was standing behind spoke, "Thought we'd give you a hand while we're here." Another lady nonchalantly spoke, My, how does one live in a house as dirty as this? You should call a carpenter right away." First lady spoke, "You were surprised that a bunch of people just showed up at your door. Right, we're sorry. Everyone's just really curious to know who moved in here. We're all very close friends here." Violet spoke, "But still, would you please ask the owner for permission before you enter?" Lady replied, "Oh my, but we're already inside. Anyway, my name is Fim." She pulled her hand forward to greet Violet and said, "Now that you're an official resident like us, get along with each other." Violet smiled and happily handshake with the lady and spoke, "I would love to." After a year had passed, the house had managed to become a place to live. A group of children from the neighborhood rushed in. "Violet, let me hide." Violet asked, "You're in trouble again, you little ones." Unlike the adults in the Dessen neighborhood, Violet did not make loud noises or get angry. The laughing children hid in the house, and after a while, she saw their mother, who were catching them. When Violet gently raised her hand, people gathered and took the children out of her house. The child said, "Oh, we hid well." Mother replied, "Do you want to hide in this house all the time and hope not to get caught? Oh my, we're always saying sorry for our children. Please excuse us, all of the town's children come here because you're always so easy on them, Violet." Violet replied, "Well, I like that the children always come and liven up the place." When the children were caught and dragged out, Violet laughed without realizing it. Violet asked, "But anyway, why have you two come here?" Fim replied, "We came to give you some of these." Violet's eyes sparkled. She asked, "Oh, my God, thank you. Where did you get such a nice potato?" Fim replied, "From people who came on board to the port the other day." Violet asked, "Really? Why have they come all the way here?" She continued, Please sit down. Would you like some tea?" Then they all sat down for tea. Fim spoke, "Anyway, Violet, it's been a while since you moved in. How have you been these days? It also looks like your house has been all fixed up." Violet replied, "You're right. I've become a lot more familiar with doing chores. It's all thanks to you, Fim." Fim spike, "It was truly a disaster when you first came. When you said you didn't know how to clean nor do the laundry, I really thought you were a princess from some faraway land. Violet bowed her head and spoke softly. Yes, but now I've really been doing my best with the chores. Lady asked. Either way, it's nice to see that you've been adjusting quite well. Is there anything else bothering you? Violet muttered. Anything else that's bothering me? Then she thought. Violet fell in love with her house for the first time in her life. It was the first time that she felt so comfortable. Adapting to Winter's absence was not too difficult. He wasn't the man who was always there for her in the first place. However, Violet often encountered the fantasy of Winter sitting cross-legged in front of a round wooden table, which she particularly loved. In her fantasy, Winter really liked this old house, so she used to bang her head on the ceiling and just grumble a little bit, and quickly grinned away. At first, she tried not to think of Winter as much as she could, but her lonely longing for him rarely disappeared, so she decided to just give up and accept it. She then replied, to Fim, there's nothing else. I'm just peachy. After chatting, Violet went to her work, to Yefimchuk household. While she was working, she was lost in her thoughts. I really have no idea why I long for a man who never hesitated to say such harsh words out of his mouth. I really don't understand my feelings at all. Then suddenly she hear footsteps. A lady from behind her back shouts Violet name. Violet around. It was Lizia Yefimchuk, eldest daughter of the Yefimchuk household. She asked, Violet, where did you get your hair done? Violet mattered. She is here again. Violet reply, I just washed and dried it. Lizia spoke. You liar. You're telling me your hair is that nice from just washing it. Violet, who was busy, reply, yes. I also brushed it. And, miss, please don't be like this. You must hurry and get ready for the party. It's a party hosted by your household. Lizia thought, I'm sure of it. Violet has got to be the daughter of some great household. I knew it. The minute she came to our house for a job. The way she talked, her gestures, and her facial expressions. She possessed all of the features that I've always wanted. Lizia was about to say something, but Violet spoke first. You want to advance into the central social circles, then you must refine your speech, miss, and you mustn't hunch your shoulders like that. Lizia felt embraced. She replied, this is only because everyone makes fun of me for being too tall. Violet replied, I wonder why they make fun of it. I think it's one of your charms. Lizia was shocked hearing such words. She asked, do you think so? Violet continued, just because you hunch your shoulders, doesn't mean your height will lessen somehow. You must gain confidence in your appearance. Lizia suddenly straightened up her posture. Violet comment, yes, exactly like this. Then Violet turned around for work and spoke. Now, I also have things that I must get to. Lizia ramble and ask, then how should I hold a teacup? If you know anything at all about manners, please teach me. It's fine if it's something as simple as showing me how to walk, please. Violet took Lizia name. Lizia. Hearing this, Lizia flinched. Violet continued, do not rush yourself. There'll be many chances for you to advance into those social circles. Goodness, you have barely turned 19. Lizia spoke, but right now is my chance. In only a few days, there'll be a grand opening party for the new Konitz Hotel. Hearing Lizia words, Violet startled. She stopped working and lost her balance. Lizia ran towards her and held the stool. Lizia spoke, be careful. You could have really hurt yourself. Violet asked in trembling voice, what did you say just now? Lizia didn't understand, but she spoke, what do you mean? Violet replied, you said there was going to be a party to celebrate the opening of a new Konitz hotel, but the Konitz company's business hasn't reached this area yet. Lizia replied, have you not heard? The Konitz company bought the hill behind the castle walls to build their hotel. They bought all of the land stretching to the coast. Apparently, the new hotel is going to be huge, so a lot of people are coming from overseas. Violet remembered what Fim told her. Then the people that Fim was talking about, people from overseas, arrived at the port yesterday. Did Winter find me? But he isn't the kind of person. A hotel and show off his wealth knowing the kind of situation I am in. Is this a simple coincidence? After all, he probably has no interest left in me. Lysia saw Violet worried. She asked, Violet, are you sure you're okay? Violet entered the entrance to the market at the bottom of the hill and began to see if there were any food ingredients from Lacrown. As expected, she was immersed in grocery shopping because she could see familiar ingredients. She thought, I think I've become more sensitive due to the news of Winter's arrival, but it won't even matter to me as long as we don't cross paths. It's been a year since she was separated from him. She was a little curious about how he was doing. While she was lost in her thought, she bumped into someone. When she turned around in surprise, it was a face she knew. Violet's eyes were round when she saw Flip and Hyle. After a year, Winter's favorite servant, they were officially employed by Karnak Corporation and was dressed neatly. She asked, what are you two doing here? But they hurriedly pushed Violet, and said, Madam, please come this way for a second. She asked, where are you taking me? Then she heard a familiar voice. Where did Hyle go? She heard a familiar voice that made her feel emotional just listening to it. It was Winter blooming. After hiding Violet, Hyle came out. He greets Winter and spoke. Were you looking for me, President? Winter asked, where did you run off to? And where's Philip? Hyle replied, something came up, so we were with the Vice President for a bit. Philip's there right now. Winter sighed. All right. Go down to the 4th alley and buy everything there. I need to start looking into the special menu that will be offered as room service for the new hotel. Then Winter left, and Flip called Violet. You may come out now, Madam Violet. Violet saw both of them and speaks. It's been a while since I've last seen you two. You helped me so that I wouldn't cross paths with Winter, right? Flip replied, yes, we thought that it would be for the best. Since last year, the president has not been in the best condition. Violet bowed her head. Spoke. Did he get angrier because of me? He continued, I'm not exactly sure. Angry is the right word. It's more complicated than that. He's become a lot more sensitive, and he hasn't been able to sleep properly. I don't know how he would have reacted if you two had met earlier. But that aside, it's getting quite late. I'll escort you, madam. Violet thanks them. Thank you, I appreciate it. I mean, it's true that I'd rather avoid Winter. Then Hyle wants to say something but he hesitates, but finally he opened his mouth and speaks. Madam Violet, before you go, I'd like to ask you one thing. It doesn't have to be any time soon, but, do you have any plans on returning to the president? At Flip's questions Violet muttered, returning to Winter. Hyle told Violet about Winter depression. Winter has never mentioned Violet in almost a year. He received all her letters regularly, but it was because the money was enclosed. However, he suffered from serious nightmares periodically throughout the year. Flip couldn't ask what dream it was, but a man who had nothing to be afraid of in the world woke up screaming or calling Violet's name, shaking his whole body and staying up all night with open eyes. Once he had that dream, he had to take a strong medicine for a week and fall asleep as if he was fainting. Hyle even asked Winter, that's he should lie down and take proper rest. Winter's condition is deteriorating because he keep working day and night. But Winter always say, he is fine, working helps him to pass time. But Hyle thought something else, but all Winter does for work is hotel expansion. If he continues to build more and more hotels, the company might go downhill at this point. Winter asked from Hyle, what happened to the thing I told you to look into? Hyle informed, it seems that Madam has been adjusting to life in Chiron without much difficulty. She's been working at the Yefimchuk household. And he gathered this information from an employee who we can trust, so there's nothing you have to worry about. Hyle shows Winters a letter and also Madam Violet has sent money again. Winter muttered, she didn't even take any of her money when she left. I doubt she has enough money to sustain herself. He also read the letter sent by Violet. Winter opened it and read the context. Dear Winter Blooming, now that the situation has settled, I have enclosed the divorce papers with this letter. All that's left is your signature. Please take all the time you need to think about it before signing the document. I shall take care of everything then. I only wish the best for you, Violet Lawrence. After reading the letter he muttered, Violet Lawrence, not Violet Blooming, is she that sick and tired of me, that she send me this divorce paper. Then he ordered Hyle to shred the letter. After few hours, someone came to Winter office. The person spoke. Please excuse my intrusion, President. Were you looking for me, President? He was the son of the Anjali Ristic household and vice president of the Connie's company. Winter replied, "Shut up." At Winter's words, Anjali bit his lips. The fact that Anjali of the Ristic family, who was born in a prestigious family and is known for his thorough education, cried out like this means that, if it were an ordinary person, he would have resigned several times and quit. Winter grumbled and said, "If you've paid off all your debts, quit." Anjali replied, "I haven't paid you back yet, but regardless of that, if I quit, the company won't run. I strongly suggest that you take some time off and really think about." Winter stood up. He grabbed Anjali by his collar and spoke, "Stop interfering in my work and just focus on yours. While you're here, I'll give you 2 days off, so go cool your head. And Hyle, fetch me the construction papers from the other region." Then both of them came out from Winter's office. Anjali said, "He was never this reckless of a person. I really hope that he rests and comes to his senses." "Is there no other way?" Hyle told Anjali, "I've thought about it, and what if Madame Violet were to come back?" Angel replied, "Now that you mention it, has he been looking for his wife lately?" Hyle shook his head and spoke, "He's asked about how she's been doing, but other than that, he waited about 3 months after she left, and he's only started working since then." Anjali comments, "He was extremely distraught when Madame Violet left. Even a simple reassurance of her return might have an effect on him." Hyle shook his head said, "But we have no idea what Madame Violet truly wants." Anjali said, "Still, we can't keep on like this. If you ever come across her, you should try bringing it up." After informing Violet all that happened since she left, Hyle paused for a moment. Violet breaks the silence and spoke, "Didn't you say it would be best if Winter and I didn't cross paths?" Hyle continued, "But ever since the president became like this, the company has fallen into danger. He's been going overboard and recklessly charging ahead. I'm sure that he's well aware that it'll eventually damage the company if he continues like this, and so I thought that if you returned, the situation might turn for the better." Violet replied, "I apologize, but I have no intention of coming back. I believe the next day we see each other will be the day he returns the signed divorce papers." Hyle informed her, "Actually, he asked me to shred it as soon as he received it." She replied, "No wonder I haven't received it yet." Hyle asked, "Why do you not want to meet the president?" She replied, "Because I am happy with how things are now. I don't want to return to the dark days that I spent by his side, so please do not force it upon me." They both replied, "We understand, Madame Violet." The scene shifts to Winter's room. It's been like this ever since Violet left. Everything in the world has become bland. Even a little stimulating was to build a new hotel. In the past, he used to have goosebumps every time he got a building, but now it just gave him enough stimulation to confirm that he was alive. He double-checked the letter that had just arrived at Blooming's mansion some time ago. It was a letter from Violet's former doctor, Beryl. The medicine prepared for the little lady was mixed with the medicine that the Duke of Blooming and his wife had conspired with. There is no evidence, but it appears that taking the drug will cause symptoms such as pregnancy. "I'm sorry for running away after doing such a bad thing, even though you've been treating me warmly." For the first time, he raised his voice to his parents and became angry and cut off all financial support. The family will hang on to the sound of dying, and he doesn't want to be in Lacrown anymore, so he came to the place where Violet was. If he was sad, it seemed like a habit to visit his wife. He had no will to his wife, but he was completely mentally dependent on her. Enough to fall down when she disappears. "Sometimes my trashy blood can help." His wife, who almost died because of him, was alive because of his damn blood. For a year, the thing I hated the most in the world was myself. Next day, Rizia shouts, "What should I do if you come this late?" Violet replied, "It took time to get ready because you called me out of blue, but why are you rushing me?" Rizia replied, "Look, it's an exclusive invitation from the Connie's company. they're hosting an outdoor party. Rizia was excited. She asked nervously, how can it happen? Why did he invite our family? Because it's close. Violet said, can you show me the invitation? Rizia continued, why do you think they invited our household? Do you think it? Because we're close by, I'm sure that everyone famous will be there. If that happens, they'll surely find out that I'm just some country bumpkin. Violet spoke, why would you think that? Rizia grabbed her head and said, I can just tell, I don't even know what gift I should bring to the party, do you have any recommendations? You're from Lackround, so you must know something. Violet, who had been thinking for a while, opened her mouth, it's good to bring olive oil. Just some olive oil? Rizia asked. Violet continued, the olive oil made by the Yefimchuk family is wonderful. Lackround is much colder than here, so olives don't grow. I'm sure it'll serve as a great present. Violet's eyes were briefly fixed on her husband's signature on the invitation. News of Winter's secret party was so big that it appeared immediately in Corsica's evening newspaper that day. When Rizia was nervous because she felt like it was not her place, Geordie, who was her brother, who came with her as an escort, was friendly. He spoke, you're gonna stay only a little while anyway, aren't you? Rizia replied, if you build a good network here, you could be invited to a prestigious place, shouldn't you also be looking for someone to marry? He replied, you're right, it'd be nice if there was someone like Violet around here. Rizia said, you do realize that your standards are too high, right? Rizia found Winter welcoming the guests at the door while she was playing around, and stopped. Geordie, who used to be noisy, also straightened out because he was nervous. Geordie whispered in Rizia's ear, wow, his presence is overwhelming, just like the rumors. As a result, the brothers and sisters walked to Winter in a state of tension, as if they were herbivores in front of carnivores. Rizia slightly grabbed her skirt and said hello, I'm Rizia of the Yepam family, and this is my brother, Geordie Yepam. Welcome. Winter received the greeting. Rizia hesitated, and took away the olive oil bottle that Geordie had brought and handed it out to Winter. And this is a present that I prepared. It's an olive oil made by the family every day, and it's very high quality, I heard you like it. Where did you hear that I like that? Winter asked. Rizia paused when Winter asked with a feeling of rudeness, then she spoke, someone from Lackround told me. Winter opened the lid of olive oil on the spot and smelled it. When he showed interest for the first time, unlike other gifts so far, attention was drawn. Rizia was a little excited and continued, I've eaten it all my life, but it's still delicious. Winter replied, you have a good sense. He looked the freshly made olive oil. Both Yepam siblings startled. Winter wants to ask something, but he paused and changed his words and spoke, why don't we talk more about your olive oil? It'll be business related. Of course, please come. Flip open the door. Rizia can't believe. She went inside. Winter asked her to wait in room. He had little business. Then he went off. Violet was working at the Yepam, so he sent an invitation to the Yepam family and the invitation was returned with such a great gift. Each guest brought only useless things, but only the Yepam family brought the right ones. He muttered, anyway, she's smart. Winter was excited just by the fact that she didn't forget him. She even remembered what he liked and thought that she had advised a gift like this, so the blood that had been stuck for a while was boiling. He was going to spray this olive oil on all kinds of food right away. While excited to work for the first time in a while, Winter stopped after hearing Hyle and Angeli's voices through the slightly open door. He heard Hyle's voice, I told her that we were on the brink of bankruptcy, and she didn't budge at all. Madam Violet has no intention of coming back. Winter stopped in the hallway and start listening their conversation. Hyle continue, maybe I should have sent that servant, Jen, instead. I remember she used to follow Madam Violet very closely. We even have enough money now to get her royal status back, but she says that she's a lot happier in that run-down old house that she's living in right now. Anjali asked, why does she not want to meet him? Hale replied, she believes that she'll become miserable again if she meets the president. Anjali, ask miserable what you mean. Hyle continued, she said that she didn't want to return to the dark days that she spent by his side. Winter, who stopped walking, quietly turned his back there. He entered his bedroom. Then he opened the safe. He always carried the banknotes that Violet gave him. Her hand must have reached it. Even for a moment. He didn't want to force a person who ran away because she hated it so much. He waited for her to come back on her own. He thought that if he was rich enough to have everything in the world, she would definitely come back. He believed there was no way she wouldn't come back. No one can help but step on the land of winter blooming if he is born in Lacrown now. Now, at the age of 29, this was the best for him. But she didn't come back. And just now, Winter knew she would never return. A year ago, he was convinced that if she left him and wandered around, she would definitely meet the wall and return to his arms in exhaustion. But she's not. She would still be unhappy being by his side, and she could get along well without him. Without any expression on his face, Winter put the banknotes in his inner pocket and walked to the balcony. Then he climbed on the balcony railing and jumped out. His body fell under the wall. The moment Winter jumped out of the building, his body switched with Violet. Violet thinks her body feels different. Then she gets up and touched her face and realizes she is in Winter's body. She thought, I switched bodies with Winter. I simply went to bed like I always do, so how did this happen? Did I die in my sleep? While she was trying to figure out what is happening, then suddenly door open and Heidelberg in the room. He shouts, President, you're awake. You really had me scared. You fainted so suddenly. This is exactly why I've been telling you to rest. You're lucky that the guards found you. What were you doing outside the walls? What if some bad guys had kidnapped you? I don't care if you beat me up. I have to get this off of my chest. Please take a proper rest. For at least a month. Please. Violet then spoke. Heil, look here, I see that you care about Winter so much. I hope he understands that someday. Hearing this, Heil gasped the situation and his eyes sparkled, knowing it was not Winter, it was Violet. Then, Violet get up and changed. She asked, so you found my husband unconscious just outside the walls? Heil replied positively. Then Violet tried to figure out what really happened. She thought, I wonder why he went there. Could our bodies have switched because of Winter? That would mean that the person who died was Winter. No, that can't be. He might have just found another way to switch our bodies. Winter would never kill himself. Then she spoke, I must go find my husband first. As you know, we can only return to our own bodies by physical contact. Heil tried to stop Violet and spoke, Madam Violet, please wait. While you're here, would you be able to fulfill a few duties that the president has fallen behind on? She didn't understand what Heil is trying to say. Then he shows her all the pending work left by Winter. He spoke, first, it would be very much appreciated if you attended a meeting in his place. The president hasn't been attending recently, so the meeting has been put on an indefinite hold. And if you could also look over a few documents, that would be great. The president tends to just sign any documents these days without even taking a proper look at them. Violet is frightened. She is unable to understand why Winter, who loves working, have left this all work pending. She spoke, that isn't how a president of a company should be behaving. Heil reply, that's what I'm saying. You're totally right about that. As I've said before, ever since the president has been acting troubled, the company has been in danger. Hearing Heil's words, Violet is shocked. She thought, is Winter's company really in danger? His empire seemed like it would never fall. But all because of Winter. Then suddenly a knock on the door. A voice came. Excuse me, President, Anjali spoke. Heil asked, Vice President, is there a problem? The president isn't in his best condition right now. Violet stopped Heil, and spoke. It's all right, speak what you want. While Violet is handling the situation, Heil thought, as expected of Madame Violet. She's so quick at adjusting to the situation at hand. Anjali hand over Violet, his resignation. He spoke, this is my letter of resignation. I have come to tell you that I will be resigning. Heil thought, no, I'm sure this is just a warning. He's only doing this out of spite. Because of what the president did last time. I'm pretty sure that this letter is only a warning for the president to reflect on his action. Violet took his letter and spoke, "All right, and thank you for all the work you've done." Hearing this, Anjali is frozen and Hyle panicked, thinking, "No, Madam Violet, that's not what you should be saying. If the vice president quits in this situation, our company is completely done for." Violet noticed how Anjali is trembling from fear of losing his job. And Hyle gave a signal to Violet not to accept it. Then Violet spoke, "I hope you continue to contribute your hard work toward our company. Please take this back." Finally Hyle, who was panicking, he sighed. Anjali replied, "As I've said before, I can't keep working like this. If we only continue to expand, how do you plan on dealing with the aftermath? I refuse to go down with the company. Therefore, I'll be resigning." Violet stood up and then spoke. "I apologize for not lending an ear to your words earlier. I would like you to put your trust in me one more time and continue working with me." "How bad is the current situation?" Anjali is dazed. Violet, who was in winter body, continued, "There are documents that describe our current standing. Although you'll probably put it off until later like you always do. I'll take a look right now. Please bring them to me." Anjali is stunned, then he snapped out and gave Violet documents. And spoke, "Okay then. You can start with these." Violet replied, "I see. It'll take me a while to look through all of this. Please take back your resignation letter and sit here. You probably know these documents better than I do." Anjali was confused. He replied, "Ah, yes sir." Anjali is too stunned. He thought, this unusual sense of leadership. If it was like normal, he would have grabbed me by the collar. He seems like a completely different person. Hyle, who was about to leave the room, thought, "Thank goodness. Thanks to their bodies switching, it seems that our company will be able to avert this crisis. We really would have been in trouble if the vice president had resigned." Then he left the room. Meanwhile, in Violet House, Winter opened his eyes and stared at an unfamiliar ceiling. He'd thought he'd died, but he hadn't. He'd never realized before now what a terrible punishment it was. "Violet, are you ill?" Pim and other villagers came to see Violet. He didn't have the energy to respond. Yet another person had invaded his space. Before Pim came, her daughter already came, Violet. The child said the name loudly and crawled atop the bed. She fell onto her knees and felt her forehead, then Winter's in turn. "Are you ill? I'll bring my mommy. Just wait." Winter remained silent. Pim placed her hand on Winter's forehead like the child had done and said in surprise, "You're running a fever." He'd been the one who jumped from the window. Why did she have a fever? Winter had noticed it the moment he'd opened his eyes. Winter considered whether to tell her to get lost, but thought better of it and lay down. Violet wouldn't say such a thing. The woman seemed distraught as she left the room. Winter was hoping he'd finally get some peace when a whole crowd rushed into the room moments later. Pim said, "Violet is ill. Oh, she's a weak one, all right." Other lady said, "It's a miracle she only got sick now. She's such a kind soul. If she can't even say hello, how terribly ill she must be." Winter pretended to be asleep. He couldn't begin to fathom why all these villagers were coming to see him. What kind of life was Violet living here? Pim said, "I brought soup." Another one said, "Oh, I brought some too. Let her eat as much as she can." "Ah, it's because my children always come and bother her." My children did, too. Ever since he'd come into some money, Winter had lived a solitary life, on high floors and in deeper rooms. He was used to quiet, so the chattering around him irritated him to no end, and his sheets seemed to be growing heavier. Was it his imagination? Winter frowned, and the villagers must have realized the noise they were making bothered him. They slowly filtered out of the room. Winter opened his eyes once he was certain everyone had left. He pitched a string of curses at the layers of blankets that had been piled on top of him. There were many types of soup on the table in addition to some bread. The villagers must have known Violet liked flowers. "This whole village is insane," said Winter with a scowl. He sat up. Rage had replaced depression. He stared at the soup bowls and fumed. "They barge into the house and feed me food from who knows where. And what's with all the kids? And where did they get all these weeds? What is this? A dump? A street market?" Winter shouted at the top of his lungs. He'd lived with irritation and depression for the past year. He hadn't given free rein to his rage like this in a long while. He noticed that he was beginning to feel cold. He wrapped one of the villagers' blankets around him. When he saw Violet's face in the mirror, Winter stood as if in a trance and walked towards it. He stretched his hand out and touched the face in the mirror. He noticed her eyes looked much more at ease. She should be thankful she is this beautiful, he grumbled. The house wasn't big, but there were almost no items laid out and it felt very clean. It was surprising how neat she'd grown in the course of a year. The real truth became apparent when he opened one of her drawers. She hasn't grown neater. She just doesn't have much of anything. I should have expected this. If Violet knew, she might resent it. She might wonder if he'd died near where she lived so Violet would notice. He hadn't been able to die after she left because he didn't want to make her feel guilty that her departure was the cause of his death. The thought that Violet considered him someone who brought her misfortune had spread instantly through his body like a deep venom. And yet death had evaded him. How much more terrible could this get? Violet had been in the same state as he was now back when she'd come to him and told him about how she'd considered death. I've not done right by her. He'd simply told her not to complain. If somebody said that to him now, he'd fall apart, break into 1,000 pieces. The thought that he'd said something like that to wife was driving him crazy. He heard a door open. It was Violet returning home. She walked towards him slowly. Violet spoke. Are you ill? Winter replied. I don't remember being ill. Violet bent down and touched his forehead. Before she could even register the heat, their bodies switched again and Winter could feel the slight fever on her skin. You are ill, he spoke. Not at all, Violet replied. Violet asked, how would you know? He replied, I was in that body just moments ago, Winter said in an exasperated voice. Violet got off the bed. Violet inquires, what happened? Why were our bodies switched? And what's this about you being found passed out under the castle wall? He spoke, we haven't met in a while, and you don't even greet me. Violet asked, this is more important. Explain. Winter thought it fascinating. Her eyes had changed from the ones he'd seen in the mirror. Now that her body was occupied by the rightful owner, their gaze was much more powerful. He thought they seemed to hold starlight gathered from the night sky. Though he'd felt nothing in the past year, the moment he met her the slightest fever bothered him. He saw a frown imbued with worry and anger, and each word she spoke seemed to shift the world on its axis. If he was personal hell, he decided he needed to disappear from the face of the earth. He had to find a way. Winter flattened his lips slightly. I visited the conic homeland and found an herb that facilitates the body shift. I tried taking some and it took effect immediately. I didn't think it would happen so quickly. She said, is that what happened? Winter spoke, what? Did you think I'd died or something? With so much to lose. Violet believed Winter was telling the truth, but her emotions had run away from her and her eyes moistened with tears. Winter frowned as deeply as he could manage, afraid she would cry. Winter spoke, I'm not the weakling that you are. I don't die. Besides, I'm filthy rich. What would I lack that I would wish to die? Winter asked, so how have you been? It hasn't been easy, but it's fun living here, Violet replied. Winter folded his arms and spoke, fun. What fun? This house looks like it's going to collapse any second now, and give me some refreshments. Violet went to brew some tea for Winter. While brewing tea she spoke, I thought we no longer had any business with each other. She gave a cup of tea to Winter and continued, please leave after you drink this. Winter replied, the harder you try to get me to leave, the longer I'll stay. If you didn't want me to find you, you should have hid somewhere I couldn't have found you. Violet replied, I didn't know our body will switch. Winter took sip of tea, and smiled, but Violet doesn't have pleasant expression. Then she spoke, actually it may be a good thing that you're here. We do have some unfinished business to take care of, please grant me divorce. We're no longer a married couple anyway, but in our current situation, neither of us are able to meet new people, why won't you divorce me? Hearing Violet's words Winter paused, then he was about to say something, then suddenly village women came with a stew to give Violet. Watching this all commotion he spoke, is your house some kind of plaza? Why are all these people coming and going as they please? Violet replied, it's not your house, so don't meddle. Oh, so that's how it's going to be, he spoke then. Winter forcefully placed down his empty cup on the table, and continued, we're still a married couple, I have the right to. Violet maintained one of the most frugal lifestyles in this village. Her husband, on the other hand, exuded extravagantly wealthy vibes. He had on an elegant suit tailored after the most recent trends using the best quality fabric and shoes that glistened with a neat sheen. In addition, he had intimidatingly good looks. They froze and looked at Violet, and she pushed them out the door. "Don't pay this any mind. He won't ever be back again," she said. The murmuring of the villagers only grew louder. One villager approached Violet and whispered, "I thought you had debt. How come he looks so rich?" They looked confused, and Violet saw she had no choice but explain. "Well, my parents borrowed a lot of money from my husband." "Gods, you're indebted to your husband." They could understand that. To think that such a frightening man had come to collect made them weak in the knees. Violet sighed and pushed the villagers away. "Please leave for now, everyone. You should be working." The villagers could see Violet was clearly being threatened, but being petite bourgeoisie themselves who lived on the small jobs House Yefimchuk paid them for, they found themselves powerless to tackle Winter. They stood there wondering if they should at least call the sailors over. It irritated Winter to no end that this precious time alone with his wife had been interrupted. Upon further thought, however, he realized that no good would come of antagonizing her neighbors. He belatedly forced a smile at the villagers, who looked at with trepidation. He spoke to one woman wearing an apron with a scarlet flower pattern. He spoke, "Judging from that apron, you must run a fruit shop." "Yes, that's right," Annis replied. "Is this enough to buy all the fruit in stock?" Winter took out a thick wad of Lockney bills and held it out to her. Annis, the owner of the fruit shop, took the bills in shock. She continued, "This is enough to buy all my stock and the next shipment that comes in next Tuesday." He replied, "I don't care about the details. Bring out all your fruit and have a party or something." Annis's eyes went wide. She'd been having financial difficulties of late. She gave a desperate look at Violet. Violet recalled how Winter tried to solve everything with money and sighed. She gestured to Annis to leave. Annis excitedly gestured to the villagers, "Let's have some fruit. The peaches are fabulous today." "Peaches," Violet spoke. Annis replied, "You come to the village hall, too, Violet." People ran out buzzing with excitement. Winter's shoulders shook with laughter as he watched them leave. He turned to Violet, spoke, "The village hall." She could see the outline of the muscles covering his back through his shirt. Violet redirected her gaze from where it had involuntarily strayed. She looked at the door. The people in Chiron like to gather there whenever they have the chance. That would be unimaginable in Lackround. Everyone's so individualistic there. When everyone left and two of them were left alone, Winter spoke, "I should leave too." Violet replied, "Yes you should, you have a lot of work to do, and also please think about divorce." There's an obvious reason as to why Winter doesn't want divorce Violet. He wants Violet must be the one to inherit his fortune. A princess must live in a kingdom, and I must create that for her. That's exactly why I have written it in my will, that Violet will inherit everything. Now all I have to do is find a way to end my life. I know this isn't the right way to do things. However, it's the best thing that I can do for her." He was on the way to his hotel, but he can't stop thinking about Violet. He wants to stay Violet's side till his last breath. He came back. Violet was surprised. She asked, "You just went back, what happened, why are you back?" Winter stood there for a while. Violet sighed, and spoke, "If you don't have anything to say, please leave, I'd like to rest." Then Winter spoke, "I will sign divorce papers but give me a 3 months cooling off period." Then they both went inside. Violet asked, "What do you mean by cooling off period?" He blinked slowly, as if stretching out time, and then answered, "Let's get divorced. Do you know that my assets are one by one?" "No, do you think your family and my family would accept divorce so easily? We just signed one document without permission." Violet looked at him with her mouth tightly closed. Then Violet spoke, "Are you lonely? Do you even need a place to sleep?" Violet's cold words poured into Winter's heart like thousands of needles. Winter spoke with an expressionless face, as if all her emotions had cooled and evaporated. "Did I say something wrong? And if you want to swear, do it. Because it's written all over your face." That was all Winter thought about all day. She doesn't have the confidence to vent her anger, and money doesn't work for her. If I die, how is that any different from divorce anyway? Moreover, for Violet, a member of the Lawrence family, the pinnacle of conservatism, it was natural that widowhood would be better for her than divorce. He spoke in a somewhat broken voice. Ordinary couples take 3 months to consider before getting a divorce. That's natural. This period of reflection will actually make our divorce easier. Because it will be proof that no matter how hard you try, it's not worth it. 3 months. After that, I'll sign as many divorce papers as you want. He spoke. Violet opened her mouth and spoke. There are conditions. Condition, he repeated. Seeing the conditions come out, it seemed like the story was going well, so the corners of Winter's mouth, which had been dark the whole time, slightly light up. However, Violet had always been an incomparably noble princess to Winter, so even I couldn't guarantee that those words would never come out. Winter said in an uncertain tone. I try hard, but I just ignore things that come out of nowhere. Because you are so princess-like and have military responsibilities. She thought, then response, I will do. There was a 3-month deadline. Winter looked happy at the harvest beyond her imagination, and Violet also spoke with a somewhat satisfied expression. After that day, I'm really done with you. He replied, yes. She continued, I guess we won't have to meet again in the future. Even if you want to meet me, I won't meet you. Violet paused for a moment at his words and then nodded. The two sat, and facing each other at a round table covered with a spring-like light yellow tablecloth, and briefly wrote on their discussion on paper. The marriage was also an arranged marriage, but this time it was a period of deliberation with the details of the contract being discussed. He thought, it seemed like it would take 3 months until I found a way to die. So I decided, 3 months. About 100 days. Winter was sitting across from her with her chin resting on one hand, looking at Violet with a happy face as she signed the contract. It made me feel better to think that I had 3 months to legally see her before I died. She gets what she wants and what I want. He can give her everything he has, and for her, it will be a contract in which he will disappears. He then spoke. I have a question. Say it, she said. When Violet gave graceful permission, lifting her chin slightly as always, Winter opened his mouth. Anyway, the consideration period means trying to avoid divorce as much as possible. Shouldn't we decide on a method of effort? So, she asked. He continued, let's write down the exact number of times we meet. Oh, and a kiss too. When the kiss was mentioned, Violet wondered if Winter might feel that her runaway was just a 1-year business trip. She said, I'll give you someone to talk to. He cut off her words and said, you won't have anyone to talk to. She continued, are you going to listen to me say things like, I hate you, you're rude, get out of my house, for 3 months, and then just file for divorce? He replied, yes. 3 times. Winter spread 3 fingers. Let's just do it 3 times. Kiss. Violet hesitated. Her kisses with him were always so sweet that even the back of her neck felt tingly. She planned to finalize her relationship with Winter here. Therefore, her sweetness may become a trap that keeps her in that hell again. But after a year, the complicated feelings she had for Winter were probably diluted, and 3 kisses wouldn't have shaken her firm decision to divorce. Rather, it may be an opportunity to check how much her feelings about him have been resolved. After gathering her thoughts for a while, Violet opened her mouth. Okay, 3 times. He continued, good. By the way, it's okay whenever you want. Violet was slightly flustered by Winter's teasing words. Winter was so happy to see that angry face after a long time that she even laughed without realizing it. It's been so long that I felt awkward laughing like that. Winter said, rolling his eyes, and the rest of the skinship will be as cooperative as possible. She asks, exactly what the rest is. He said, handshakes and hugs. She told him, I will allow it. Once the contract was completed, Winter took 1 copy and Violet placed the other under the bed. Winter said mischievously as she looked at Violet, who had returned after carefully hiding the contract. She asked, is the contract going into effect right now? He replied, yes. As soon as she could answer, Winter hugged Violet's waist with 1 arm. Surprised, Violet took a sharp breath. She raised her hands defensively and placed them between her body and Winter's. As Winter approached, her waist fell behind her, flexing as she dodged. Winter laughed, and said, do you think you're flexible because you do ballet? She replied, So suddenly, he smirked and said, "Isn't it better to do it right away?" As Violet kept trying to avoid it, Winter tickled her belly button with his other hand. This surprised Violet and straightened her back. In an instant, the two people's faces became closer. He spoke, "Do you get tickled a lot?" She was embarrassed and asked, "Gee, what did you do now?" He replied, "Something naughty." She blushes and replies, "That's not what I asked." Violet mind can't think straight. Why is he stalling before our kiss? I can smell his cologne. And the faint scent of aftershave and cigarettes. Winter doesn't have any particular body odor. But when several scents combine, it becomes the scent of winter blooming. And whenever I catch a whiff, my heart starts to beat uncontrollably. They both were so close that Violet thought he might kiss her, but suddenly Winter paused and spoke, "On second thought, it might be better to save it for later. Ah, by the way, you're allowed to kiss me whenever you wish to." Violet's face was flustered. She said, "That's very sly of you." Seeing Violet's face, Winter smiled and enjoyed his teasing. She continued, "If you're done now, please leave." Winter can't believe, he never thought that he would ever miss that face she makes when she scolds him. He turned around and spoke. "You don't have to kick me out like that. I was already going to leave. Either way, we'll meet again soon." Next day, Hyle went to someone's house according to Winter's instruction. "Winter, Hyle, about that person you sent to look after Violet." Hyle's response, "Ah, yes. I actually received a report from them a few minutes ago. They told me how Madame Violet was doing." Winter continued, "Yeah, that person. Go over to their place tomorrow morning. And tell them to bring Violet here." As Winter instructed, Hyle came. The homeowner asks, "Why you came here?" "I've told you everything that you wanted to hear yesterday." Hyle replied, "I came because our president actually had a request for you. Could you bring Madame Violet to the Conneet's company by this afternoon?" Miss Phim and her daughter, who was behind her mother, was ready to help. The next day, Pim came with Lena and spoke harshly to Violet. "It's not just our house, Violet." While Violet was removing the cloth covering the plate, Pim spoke. "Anyway, let's go talk together. I heard about Ham and compensation, and the construction is noisy." Violet said, "Pim, you were busy, so it's okay if I go alone." Pim continued, "How far is it from the hotel? Besides, Violet can't ask for something like that. I have to do it for you." Violet made an embarrassed expression. That wasn't the reason at all, but there was no easy way to explain it. Eventually, she left the house, guided by Pim's power. The whole way she was thinking of a way out, and it wasn't until she was almost there that she remembered to pretend to be sick. "When I came, I was in front of the hotel building. As I went inside, one of the employees who had been working neatly walked up." "What's going on?" Pim said in response to the employee's question. "Why was it sent as compensation? This person was the only one in my village who didn't get it. I wonder if it's missing." The employee replied, "I see. We will take care of it soon. I had to say no and say it was okay, but the timing wasn't right." Finally, as the staff began to walk along the lobby, Pim's eyes widened. The three people, including the child, were led by an employee into an empty reception room. When the simple snacks came out first, Lena looked around and asked her Violet. "Violet, what's this?" Then Violet leaned down, made eye contact with Lena, and said, "Chocolate. Try it." When Violet tore open a small portion of the package and held out a piece, Lena bravely took the whole thing in one bite and her eyes widened. "Delicious." Quote. Then Pim next to me spoke curiously. "That's chocolate. It's my first time seeing it too." Violet replied, "Is that so? Oh, it must be a bit expensive. Even the ham that was sent as part of the compensation package is too luxurious. I don't even know how they got their hands on such high-quality ham." Violet thought, "I wrote in my contract not to send expensive gifts, but I was sending gifts to people all over the neighborhood." Anyway, he was a man who could never let his guard down. As Pim shook his head, the door burst open and Winter came in. Violet looked embarrassed even though she had expected him to appear, but Winter had no qualms. He was the kind of person who would intervene wherever I wanted to. Lena was scared and grabbed Pim's arm tightly. "Mom, he's the scary guy who married Violet." "Oh my, why are you here?" Pim spoke and glanced towards Violet. Violet explained with a somewhat resentful expression. "It's my husband, but we are in the middle of divorce mediation. So, he has nothing to do with me." "That's right," Winter responded calmly. Then he burst into laughter at the same time, regardless of the situation. Soon Winter cleared his throat and spoke to Pim and Lena. "Are you two going back? I will prepare a carriage for you." "Wait, I need to take Violet too. I can't leave her with her soon-to-be ex-husband." As Pim spoke firmly, he opened his mouth and said, "Either way. By the way, did you hear that from Violet? If you know she is lacrowned precious." At that moment, Violet shouts, "I guess we have a lot to talk about. I'm sorry I came with you, Pim. Do you want to go first?" But Lena said she will not leave without Violet. Then Winter continued, "Kid, if it tastes good, I'll give you more snacks. So stop bothering Violet now." Lena ran in excitement, and said, "I need to give some to Ranaz and Karano and Henna too." Winter said, "Yes, take enough to share with your little friends." Fim turned and said to Violet, "Then I will be heading out first then." While the Fim was leaving Winter in Fim ears. "Have you had a chance to ask her about remarriage yet?" She replied softly, "Yes, I did on our way here. She said that it probably won't be easy for her to remarry. She expects that her brother will be heavily involved in that matter." Winter replied, "I see." He thought, "Once we divorce, I am sure that Ash will try to use Violet to his advantage once again. After all, that's what he did when we got married. Violet may say that our marriage was entirely her decision, but I'm sure she was put in a situation that made it hard for her to reject the idea. Sometimes I wonder what her 18-year-old self was thinking when she agreed to marry someone who simply wanted her for her title." He then spoke about the compensation for the construction noise. "It was actually just an excuse to get you to meet me. I have something to say to you today, so I figured I would come here if I did this, so I thought about it." "What do you mean?" As Violet asked, Winter walked towards her and knelt in front of her. Violet's eyes showed embarrassment at his actions. Winter said, "Sorry, I feel like I need to say this." Violet unconsciously clenched the hem of her skirt. "What are you sorry about, all of a sudden?" He continued, "You were right. You did that, right? I bought it at a high price, but it seems like I can't use it. I didn't understand it at the time. My marriage to you was ultimately about me paying money to buy a title, and you had to sacrifice yourself for that. I didn't want to admit it. I apologize." Violet looked into Winter's eyes as he looked up at her. It was a feeling that was difficult to describe. "Thank you for saying that. How much do you want to at least pat my head?" When Winter asked mischievously, as if she was done with being serious. Violet unconsciously said, "Ah." Then she laughed as if Winter was shocked and spoke, "You make all those noises." She replied, "I learned it from Pim who came with me earlier." He said, "You learned something great." She continued, "I also learned how to be sarcastic from you." He said, "Oh, is that so?" Violet then smiled, ever so slightly, and said, "I'm sorry too." Winter replied, "If it's about losing money, that's fine. It wasn't your fault, but you apologized 100 times. If it was an apology for leaving, that would be fine. Because I will never forgive you." She said, "Then let's cancel." "That's wise," Winter said. Although it took a long time, his apology softened their relationship considerably. And Violet guessed that Winter wasn't just ignoring the past year. Violet got up and pulled Winter's arm and he got up. Then he pretended to stumble and hugged his wife with one arm. He buried his face in Violet's shoulder and muttered, "My legs are numb and I can't stand." "You are standing now. I don't feel any weight at all." "Shit," Winter grumbled and straightened up. Maybe it was because he relaxed a little after receiving the apology, but I found him a little cute. Violet asked, "Why do you want to hug me like this?" He said, "Your body is perfect for hugging." Violet thought that Winter might have been seeing someone else over the past year. But seeing as he was hugging her, I guess not now. He asked if that was your idea of gifting olive oil. Violet replied, "Yes it was." "But how did you know that?" He continued, "There's no one in this rusty old town who knows me like that." Violet frowned and said, "Don't call it a rusty old town. He continued, you should be thankful that you're so beautiful. Especially with that uptight personality of yours. Hearing Winter's words, Violet paused and stared at him blankly. He didn't get why she is making such an expression. Then he spoke, why are you looking at me like that? Don't tell me, you don't realize how beautiful you are. She replied, it's the first time I've heard you say that. Winter asked, have I never told you that you're beautiful? She nodded. With a gloomy expression he said, should I get on my knees again? She said, no, that's enough. He continued, seems like I ruined the mood again. I was hoping this conversation would naturally lead me to asking you out on a date. A date, she repeated. I heard there was going to be a festival next week. I know you're not the kind of person to ask me out on a date, so I was going to ask you instead. She thought of a date. I didn't think we'd ever go on one again. But he did apologize. And I should cooperate as much as I can, just until our cooling off period is over. She said, all right, I will accept your request for a date. She looked at Winter and think, maybe my heart has become little softened. It almost feel as Winter looks so adorable at this moment. Winter strokes his hair and blush. 1 week later, the Yefimschlick mansion, during tea party. A lady harassing Lizia. The lady spoke, it's been a while, Lady Lizia. Oh my, it seems like you've grown even taller since the last time I saw you. Maybe we should be calling her Sir Lizia instead of Lady Lizia. That was Lady Elsa Aiden. She was from the upper class than Lizia. She continued, but anyway, thank you for inviting us. This is quite a small and cute tea party. Lizia was unable to take a stand for her. Then Elsa saw Violet. She asks from Lizia about Violet. She spoke. That woman taking care of those flowers, is she from a noble family? Lizia replied, I am not sure. Elsa continued, looking at her appearance, she seems like a noble who's fallen from status. I guess she doesn't have any pride left to be doing that kind of work. Hearing all the insults, Lizia was trying to hold her anger. She thought, no, there's no point in standing up against them. After all, I'm nothing to them. Then suddenly a Violet called Lizia, and she snapped out of from her deep thoughts. Violet continued, I thought I already told you that there's no need for you to hunch your shoulders like this. It's fine for you to be confident in yourself. But Lizia showed no confidence. She was worried that ladies in party will harass her more. Then Violet sighed and gave Lizia a vase. Lizia asked, why are you giving a vase to me? Then Violet said, you can place it in the center of the table. That's how it's usually done at the tea parties held by the central social circle in Lackround. You set the vase on the table and wait for a leaf or petal to fall. If you're lucky and one falls into the vase, that's when you can wish for something. And it's believed that your wish will come true. Lizia finally down and was wondering how interesting this is. Violet told her more. One thing, Violet made a gesture of holding a teacup. And this is something I haven't taught you before. But when you hold your teacup, you must never extend your little finger. Lizia looked at Elsa and asked, but the pinky extends naturally. See, even Lady Elsa's doing it. Violet replied, you're right, but she's still young. It'll be nice for you all to learn this etiquette together. Finally, Lizia wasn't afraid anymore when she understands even Elsa, who seems to look so perfect, is still lacking. She said to Violet, thank you, Violet. I'll try to talk about these with them. She went to ladies' table and spoke, now, everyone. I just heard some stories about central social circles. All young ladies seems curious about capsule etiquettes. Lizia continued, and told them even tea holding etiquette. Finally, few ladies started talking to Lizia, was so happy after getting the attention. Then a maid came, and told Violet has been called, and both of them went off. But Elsa, who was always the center of attention, knew it was all Violet who must have told Lizia. She was enraged and thought, how dare she. Violet fell into a deep sleep as soon as she returns from urgent work. Making money really wasn't easy. Violet, who had fallen asleep because she came home too late, couldn't shake her drowsiness when she heard Winter's voice and opened the door. Yet away. The appointment time is far. When Violet spoke to Winter, he narrowed his eyes and asked, I thought you would have woken up around 10 o'clock. She replied, I had a lot of work to do, so I came home early in the morning. He spoke, what, it's dangerous. But there is no better opportunity connected like this. I plan to prepare and open a store later. Violet was a little restless, perhaps cause she couldn't shake off all the sleepiness, and held up the hard papers. It's still a long way away, but it's also has a name. She handed over paper to Winter. He read them. It's best to get business advice from me. Even if you pay money, you can't buy it. There's a line of idiots waiting to get some advice from me. Winter said and checked the papers. These were names that did not stand out for their creativity, such as Secret Flower Garden, Violet's Flower House, Violet's Garden. She spoke. I actually really like the last name. It was cute because it was Violet-like. As I was flipping through it, I came across a name called Blooming. As Winter looked at it crookedly, Violet took the paper away again and said, I don't use that. He speak. Why? It's perfect because it means flowers are blooming. It's also your last name. She replied, not in 3 months. That is unknown, he said. She turned and spoke, what do you mean? You made a promise. He replied, you never know. Before that, I might get better again and not want to do things like divorce. Violet, who thought Winter's words were a joke, answered firmly. That will never happen. You may not think it's a big deal, but I really. He said, I know. Violet looked at Winter with a vain expression. How do you know? You were sure that I was having an affair with another man. At that time. You don't know how I felt at that time. I thought your baby was in my womb. At that time, when I thought it existed, then. Violet couldn't speak any more and closed her mouth. Winter said, or, I might not be here in 3 months. I beg your pardon. The words were meant to relieve Violet's anger, but she looked even angrier than before, so Winter hurried to change the tone. Winter walked closer. He lifted Violet. Violet, who suddenly fell down on Winter's shoulder, asked in surprise, what are you doing? He replied, the date is at 5 o'clock, so sleep well. I'm afraid you'll be too tired to even walk. Think of it as a carriage. He walked over, laid her down on the bed, took off his shoes, and lay down next to her. The bed was small and as soon as Winter, who had wide open shoulders, lay down, the bed was full and his tall calves first came off the bed. She said isn't it uncomfortable for Winter to lay down with a full suit? Then Winter started unbuttoning his shirt one by one without hesitation. He spoke. Why are you looking at me like that? Is it also rude for a gentleman to take his clothes off in front of a lady? Of course. Violet couldn't resist and got up and spoke. Why are you so rude? It wasn't like this before. I didn't mean to take it off. It just seems that way. He replied, I usually take it off if it's uncomfortable. I wish you could do the same. Violet lost her temper. He finally gets up and spoke. It was a joke, go to sleep quickly. Before I eat you, she replied, people can't eat it. That's a conservative view, he said. Violet didn't want to sleep, but she was so exhausted from staying up all night working the night before that she quickly fell asleep. Winter found out where the illusion came from through the letter. She was just a victim. Although I felt unfair to some extent, it was clearly my choice and my fault to criticize her child as being another man's child, abuse her and monitor her child as she was nothing. It was amazing that she stayed by my side for 3 years, and it was even more amazing that after her death, her body changed and she decided to live in the capital again. He thought that if Violet had betrayed him while he had such a firm will to die, he might have died right now, until he eventually died. Did Violet ever think like this? I hoped not. He hoped that she had never felt this feeling, as if tens of thousands of cracks would form in his body and crumble to the floor due to intense depression. 3 or 4 hours later, Violet opened her eyes and saw Winter asleep. For Violet, it was extremely uncomfortable to be entangled with him like this. She unconsciously touched him. Winter, who had fallen asleep. Oh, I was just about to wake you up. Violet didn't want to be caught looking at him, so she hurriedly spoke. Winter seemed to be convinced and raised her upper body without saying anything. He asked, his face half asleep. They said it was hot. Why are you wrapped up in your clothes? She replied, because I have you. He continued, if you don't have it, then take it off. Why don't you think there isn't one, and take it off? Violet was annoyed and spoke, I guess there are only lewd thoughts on your mind these days. He replied, I guess that's what happens when you're lonely for about a year. Violet asked, then why didn't you meet another woman? It won't be difficult. He replied, women who only run for money have no hobbies. She then replied, no woman will approach you just for money. Even if you exclude money, you are a good man. He asked, then why are you trying to divorce me? She replied with a heavy heart, because you weren't nice to me. He gets up and leans on and whisper, I know, I want to kiss you right now. Please let me. Violet hesitated little but she allowed him because of agreement they had. He kissed her and held her for a long time. Then Violet pushed him and asked, wait, how much longer do you plan to kiss me? Then Sly Fox Winter replied smirkingly, well, we didn't set a time limit. He said, then we'll set one right now. Winter asks how much, but Violet hesitates and says he can choose. Finally they both went on a date at Corsica Beach on the streets of the festival. Winter gave Violet a hat as a gift and she was pleased. He thought I think Violet liked these types of gifts. Then she now that I think about it, I haven't really asked you about how you've been. How are the Duke and Duchess? He replied, they send me a telegram every day asking for money. Violet was surprised. She asked, every day? Asking for money? He replied, yeah, I stopped funding them. She continued, it'll cost a lot of money if they want to hold their spring garden festival soon. Winter was annoyed that she still thinks about her in-law. If they were so worried about that, they should have treated you better. She smiled and spoke, I didn't think I'd ever hear you say that. He glanced at Violet's beautiful face and thought, seems like I made the right decision. I should continue to not send them funds. After walking a few steps, Violet stopped. Winter glanced in her direction and saw that her attention had been drawn from paper duel. Picture of a doll on a piece of paper and a variety of paper clothes for the doll to wear. Winter asked curiously, the kid next door. She hesitated and then spoke, yes. Ah. Winter then understands what Violet actually wants. He asked, do you want it? When Winter asked again, looking very embarrassed, Violet's face instantly turned bright red. She said, I remember playing with it with my older brother when I was little. I just saw it. Wayne was ill for the most part, so we didn't get to play much. I always used to bring him toys like this one. Wayne was a great brother. He always took my side, and he was very gentle. But he didn't live long because of his illness. That's why I took a liking to strong and healthy people. I think that's also the reason why I wasn't completely against the idea of marrying you then. Hearing Violet's words he spoke. Maybe you saw me as your ideal type. But it must have been disappointing when you found out that I was actually a very weak person. Without any hesitation she replied him, not really. He continued, well, if you really think about it, you're the stronger one between the both of us. You're like a waterweed with roots that go deep into the ground. You stand firm no matter how strong the current is. Then Winter took her to the hills. He said, I thought you said you wanted to watch fireworks. Violet asked, are we going to watch them from up here? He told her that, this place is great to catch a glimpse of everything. She said, wouldn't it be better from the festival streets? He replied, I didn't realize you liked festivals so much. Have you ever been to a southern festival? She replied, no. He said, if the festival was fun, you should have gone there. She said, later. Violet changed the subject as if she didn't really want to talk about it. Winter said, grabbing her arm and pulling, if you want to say something, say it. Don't be frustrated. She became angry and spoke, I wasn't in the mood to go to a festival all 3 years. He said, you should have told me. Hearing this Violet couldn't hold back and spoke, that again. I told you. I always told you if I needed anything. If there was anything I wanted to do for you, I did it. So I have no regrets. I sat at the table and waited for you even when you didn't come home. I embroidered a handkerchief even though it wasn't necessary. And there was a time when I prepared a meal and wore all the accessories and waited for you in front of house but you never came. Don't ever say something like that again. I should have told you. I did my best. I couldn't do this anymore. Violet spoke in a clear voice and shook off Winter's hand that was holding her. Then he extended his index finger and pointed to his hand. She spoke, and don't pull me so hard. Don't try to control me as you please. Never. Winter turned to face Violet, who was looking at her fearfully. My wife was locked in a box so small that she couldn't even straighten her back for a long time. After she ran away from there, it took some time before she remembered how to straighten her back. She was no longer the Violet Lawrence that I had destroyed step by step over the course of 3 years. Winter had previously thought that I liked my wife very much. And after a year, he realized that my feelings for his wife were not just about my will. The first day he met Violet, he didn't feel like running away because he hated his wife. He admired her for her uprightness, conservatism, and justice. My bride, who was much younger than me, was acting like the adult he most wanted to be. I finally found out about it. He was an adult who had not yet grown up. Be careful going forward. Every time, every moment, he answered surprisingly obediently. Violet, who had planned to raise her voice and fight more if she had to, looked a bit discouraged when he immediately agreed. She spoke, "I didn't know it would come out like that." He said, "Let's go see the fireworks." After finishing speaking, Winter gently grabbed the tip of Violet's finger. Then he spoke, "Violet, let's return to Lackround once the hotel is open. I don't mean for you to return to the life you had. You can do whatever you want and you can live with the people you like. Lackround is your homeland, and you'll return to Lackround once we divorce anyway. So let's go back now." Violet agreed. She spoke, "You're right. Chiron is a great place, but it's not somewhere I can stay forever. I always thought that I would return to Lackround someday." He said, "So then what?" Violet looked at the fireworks with a hesitant expression. When her last flame exploded and she fell silent, she heard a voice calling to her from afar. "Violet." When Violet heard a familiar voice and turned around, the young man who called her came closer. It was Perrin Dos, the successor to the Duchy of Dos. He was a refreshing young man who made you feel bright even on a dark night. Sharon spoke, "Did we interrupt you by any chance?" Violet replied, "No, it's all right. We were just about to head back down." "What are you doing here?" "Watching the festival because this is the best place to view," Farron answered in his typical adult and friendly voice and looked towards Winter. Winter had no intention of greeting them. Violet then spoke, "Let me introduce you. This is Farron, the heir to the Duchy of Dos." Farron spoke, "Yes, I have heard about this. I hope you can visit the Principality of Dos sometime." Winter's expression wrinkled in disapproval. He looked at Perrin very displeased. Perrin seemed to embody the prince from a traditional fairy tale. Winter replied, "That won't happen." Violet, startled by Winter's rude response, turned to him. However, Farron responded calmly, as if he wasn't really worried. Then Farron spoke to Violet, "Then Violet will have no choice but to come play alone." Winter, struck by his answer. As soon as the two met, they started fighting like old enemies. Watching the atmosphere, Sharon quickly spoke, "Oh, Farron, why don't we all go out for a drink instead? Since the fireworks are all done and we've already introduced ourselves, now, come on, Violet. Let's go." Violet hesitated but then said, "Right now, okay." Farron spoke, "You two head to the carriage first. I'd like to discuss business with Sir Winter for a bit." Then both the ladies went for a carriage. When Winter and Farron was left alone, in a firm voice Farron spoke, "I'm saying this because I sense that you have your guard up against me. But I don't see Violet as a woman, so you don't need to be so wary. I believe you'd also feel the same way if you were in my shoes, but I would never consider any of my sister's friends as a significant other. I'm essentially Violet's older brother." Winter folded his arms and spoke, "Enough with the bullshit. You don't even share any blood, yet you call yourself her older brother." Farron gets angry from Winter's rude remarks. He then spoke, "You should really refrain from using such rude language. I'm only protecting Violet on Wayne's behalf. For example, like when she ran away from you." Winter had nothing to say to him but. Then after he opens his mouth and asks, "They say the Principality of Dos depends on its navy fleet and tourism." Farron replied, "Yes, that's correct." Winter continued, "Then why don't we both get to know each other through tourism? A partnership with the Konitz company will serve as a big support for your tourism sector. And will also benefit your principality." Farron Winter business tactics, he knew something is off. Then he directly asked from Winter, "That may be so, but it doesn't seem like that's what you want to do." Winter laughed, then spoke, "I get that kind of misunderstanding often. I usually don't really like anyone. And it also seems like you feel the same way. Did you think I wouldn't notice the repulsiveness oozing from your gaze?" Hearing Winter's words, Farron flinched. Winter continued, "You must have had a good education growing up with your status. You probably never experienced discrimination and such. However, prejudice is not something you can overcome in just one day." Farron was unable to keep his composure. Winter continued, for instance, that expression you make when you see a foreigner. There's no need to feel guilty, really. I'm used to such responses. Then Winter's eyes suddenly turned scary. He spoke. But you should really give up on that older brother bullcrap. At least for as long as I'm alive. Although Farron was intimidated by Winter. But then he spoke. Let me reiterate, I don't have any personal feelings toward Violet. So why can't I act like an older brother to her? Winter was annoyed. He spoke. Look here, young master. Violet's actual older brother has caused quite the situation for us already. Besides, she doesn't need your help because I can provide everything that she needs. So all you have to do is sit back and quietly accept what I offer you. Is that so hard to do? Farron was a bit scared. He knew. For him to say that he can provide me with benefits whenever he wants to means that he can also take them away on a whim. How evil. From what Violet told me, I had expected Winter Blooming to be hot-tempered, but not malicious. Farron suggested to continue this conversation later. Then they both went ahead. Violet was waiting for Winter outside the carriage. Farron thought, Violet has probably only seen that gentle side of him. Hence, she doesn't realize how kind he is to her. Violet has grown up in a wealthier family than mine. Yet, she accepted him without any resistance. Is Winter being sincere toward her? Next day, in Winter office, Winter seems to be in great. Both Hyle and Anjali kept an eye on Winter's behavior. Hyle spoke. What a relief. Ever since he met Madame Violet again, it seems like his condition has gotten a lot better. Anjali replied, well, he still looks like he's depressed from time to time. Hyle replied, but still. He doesn't have outbursts of anger. He rarely skips his meals, and he also gets his sleep. If only he keeps this up, he'll be back to his normal self in no time. He also told me that he has a reason to visit Madame Violet for the time being. Anjali replied, I guess that's some good news. Then an attendee came and called Hyle's name. Mr. Hyle, a guest has come to meet with the president. Hyle asked who is it. The attendee told him about the guest, but Hyle seems shocked. Meanwhile, Winter was lost in thoughts. Last night when he went to see off Violet, he wanted to hold Violet's hands. But Violet wasn't comfortable. She asked, what are you doing? He replied, you like holding hands. Violet continued, I don't like doing it now. He then holds her hand tightly and spoke. Well, I've grown to like it these days. I think you influenced me. Violet flinched. She spoke. Stop with your nonsense and go home already. Either way, won't we be meeting again next time? Then suddenly a knock on the door. Hyle came. He spoke. President, a guest is here to meet you. Winter replied, you could have taken them to the reception room. Why did you bring them here? Hyle hesitated and spoke. Well, that's. The guest is. A voice cuts his words. Winter. You've grown a lot. Hearing familiar voice, Winter flinched. He instantly get up and knew it was his mother's voice. She continued, my son, have you been well? They both sat down. Winter asked, what is your business? Linnae laughed awkwardly at his cold words. The business is. Just wondering how you are. He said, now that you've come. She continued, I knew you were doing well. In fact, I thought it would be more of a hassle for me to come out in front. He asked, so, do you have any business? He asked, so, do you have any business? Winter was sure. She must have had a reason why she came now. This kind of thing has been common ever since he had a little bit of wealth. All kinds of people I knew from across the street came to me to try to help me somehow. Winter spoke, is it because you need money? Winter looked at his mother, who couldn't say anything. She mumbled, it was hard to care for you by myself. You must know how hard it is for a woman to live all by herself in a foreign country. Winter sighed. He spoke, just get to the point. She was trembling in fear but somehow mustered all her courage and spoke. I met a man in Alika, and we got married. I gave birth to twin sons, but both were born with weak hearts. They turned 8 this year, but their medical bills are just too much. Winter laughed and mumbled, I knew. She continued, I know that I'm being shameless. But they're also your younger brothers. If this goes on, something might really happen to the. Then he get up and spoke. I don't think this is a matter you should be discussing with a son you abandoned years ago. Even if I have overflowing wealth, I don't have any to spare for you. She spoke, but you've been helping out your father. Winter turned around spoke, and how did you know about that? Either way, I stopped funding him since last month. Maybe you should have come a little bit earlier. Hearing this, his mother Lion kneeled and begged. She shouts in a trembling voice. I'll do anything. What can I do so that you'll forgive me? He can't believe the mother who abandoned him but is ready to beg for another son. At that time Winter prayed. Dear Lord, please end my life. He then spoke. Mother, your twins are ill-fated. Just as I was fated to be abandoned at 5 years old. Consider it as your bad luck when it comes to children. Hearing Winter's words, Lion's eyes widened. After that she hit him and she urgently traced Winter's face. Winter mumbled, ah shit, what a damned life. Up, Winter, I'm sorry, I'm out of my mind right now. Up, Winter please. Linné screamed and protested, but the maids, though restless, took her out. After her biological mother disappeared, Winter called out Hyle. As he came running, Winter let out a grim voice. Give my mother some money. Hyle asked, yes, to your biological mother, but why? Winter continued, I've financed my father up until now, so I'm just providing her fair share. Hyle looked slightly aggrieved. If it were me, I wouldn't give it to them. He too was abandoned by his parents and spent his days begging in the slums. He would have been a petty thief if Winter hadn't taken him. Hyle shared the same feeling of being abandoned. Winter spoke, your parents came to ask you to pay off their gambling debt. Quote, Hyle replied, the situation is different. Anyway, that's true, it's shameless. After Hyle ran out, Winter walked to the balcony. He looked down and saw Hyle handing money to Line. As soon as Line received her money, she bowed repeatedly and then ran away frantically. You don't even look back. Winter muttered helplessly. It's not that she didn't know that, but he didn't know why he was so depressed. And what was really crazy was that, while feeling disappointed in my own mother, I remembered Violet looking out the window of my room. In the early days of their marriage, Violet made such a request with a kind smile. Could you tell me in advance when you are going out? I want to see you off. Until Winter was 24 and married, he had never had the concept of talking to anyone or going out. Whether it was because of his biological mother or because of Violet, Winter felt heartbroken. After a while, Violet's house. Violet, who was holding a pot with young shoots still growing in her arms, saw Winter suddenly appear in front of her and her eyes widened. Ah, Winter, what are you doing? It's raining like this. Came inside. Winter did not follow, but instead stood in front of the house in the rain. As he stood like a pillar, Violet grabbed his arm and dragged him into the house. After barely entering the house, Winter slid down to sit against the closed door, with a distressful expression. What happened? When she asked, Winter, who luckily didn't seem to open his mouth at all, muttered. My mother came. My biological mother. Violet's eyes widened at Winter's words and she asked. Did you find her? He replied, she came on her own feet. Asked me for money. So, I came because I felt like crap. Rainwater ran down his hair and the nape of his neck. The wallet he took out was also soaked from the rain. He held out his entire wallet to Violet. Looked like it would tear when he took it out. He spoke, I'll give you all of this. Please help me to feel better. A longing for death flickered in Winter's dull gray eyes. Violet, who was examining Winter's face, reached out both hands and took the wallet. She spoke, I'll take it, money. Then she put his wallet aside and pulled Winter down. Violet, with his head on her lap, gently patted his shoulder. Winter muttered, closing his eyes. She then spoke, I don't know what you're doing. You try to get everything you need with money. So, I decided to take the money for now. She continued, this is what I wanted to receive when I was having the hardest time. I was lonely, so I thought it would be nice for someone to touch me like this, and pat me. It was heartbreaking, but I needed physical contact. I thought it was strange. As she said, it was really strange. Violet's hand was in his hair and patted his shoulder, and death, which was just around the corner, took a step back. He thought, and for the first time in my life, I felt complete satisfaction. Getting this world all the wealth. I thought that was the only way to my happiness. However, he was dissatisfied and was driven by a greater desire. But now, lying on the rain-soaked, carpetless floor, I was drowning in overflowing satisfaction that even my sighs could not handle. But it wasn't long before Winter returned to the reality that the woman who had given him such satisfaction was leaving. Violet, who was gently patting Winter, said while wrapping her fingers in his soft hair. I don't think I've ever seen your hair this messed up. Winter paused and frowned. After a while, he didn't move and Violet removed her hand, and Winter frowned. She spoke, if you're feeling a bit better, go wash up first, or you'll catch a cold. He then spoke, that's all, it looks like you didn't check my wallet properly earlier. I paid much more for my labor than this. She replied, you always have a way of phrasing your words so that they come off as rude. Then she paused for a while, and opened her mouth and spoke, if you want you can stay tonight. Winter went to take a bath. Meanwhile Violet was lost in thought. I ended up telling him to stay the night. However, how could I tell him to leave when he was standing drenched in the rain like that? Pushing him away, Violet lit the brazier. I felt very strange. Now, rather than hating him, I was filled with regret, wondering how I should appease him. At first, I thought they were going to use all kinds of tricks to drag me to bed for 3 months straight. So he thought of a number of different ways to refuse to sleep. But it was completely different from what I expected. Then Winter came back from the bath. And spoke, Violet, what are you thinking about? Violet gets startled. She turned back and spoke. Winter I was. She saw Winter, seeing his open chest with strong muscles, she felt shy. She thought, seriously, what's wrong with me? She then spoke, anyway. Hyle came by while you were washing up. Winter spoke, so he eventually found out where I was. I'm pretty sure I left without saying anything. She replied, yes. He was actually whining about it to me. When Hyle came in rain he was crying and was relieved too. He spoke, I knew he'd be here. He just left without a word in this pouring rain. Violet said why don't you make an effort to treat your employees a little better? Winter replied, don't worry. I'm paying them enough to treat them like that. Winter took the wine brought by Hyle. Violet asked, are you planning to drink at this hour? I'll brew you a cup of hot tea instead. Winter frowned and spoke, who drinks tea when they're feeling down? Don't mind me and go to sleep. Then he poured the wine into the glass and drank it. Violet stood there, and saw him drinking. Then Violet thought an idea. She too then sat down on floor. She spoke, I'd like a glass too. Winter was surprised. He spoke, you can't even drink. Why do you want some now? She replied, just because, I imagine it must be boring for you to drink by yourself. Winter said, that's enough, right? Now go to sleep. But Violet didn't stop. She spoke, pour me another glass. Winter didn't understand and asked what. She said, I'd like to have another glass. He asked, have you had enough to drink? She said, I did like to have some more. She one more glass and now she is all drunk. Winter spoke, look at you. Only a few drinks and you're already drunk. She was dazed but tired to speak, I'm not that drunk. Winter lifts her in his arms and gently lays her down to the bed. He asked, you can't even keep your eyes open properly. Why did you drink so much in the first place? She opened her eyes and replied, it's because you drink too fast. I wanted to slow you down, just a teeny weeny bit. He remembered when Violet told him that her father passed away because he was drunker. Then Violet fell asleep, and took a glance on her innocent pretty face. He turned around and muttered, goodness, I bet you're the only one in this world who's worried about me. The next day, in the morning Violet woke up and saw an empty bottle lying on the ground. She spoke, oh my, wake up, Winter. Did you drink the whole bottle while I was asleep? He replied, that's how much I usually drink. She continued, that sounds like a much more serious problem. Then he opened his eyes and asked, did you slide a pill into my drink by any chance? Violet was puzzled. She replied, a pill, I would never. He then spoke, strange. I've never slept this well before. She replied, well, of course. You drank so much last night. Now don't talk back to me and listen carefully. It's not good for your body if you drink that much alcohol all at. Winter grabs Violet's hand, pulls her close and then he kisses her. This was their second kiss according to agreement. Violet consciously pushed him back and shouted, what are you doing this early in the morning? He gave an excuse. Don't get mad at me. I'm still feeling upset from meeting my birth mother after all these years. Violet get up and spoke, it's fine. We've agreed to kiss 3 times in our contract. You only have one kiss left now. He replied, I'll keep that in mind. Shall we have breakfast? You said you have work today, right? Hyle will bring your favorite breads and pastries soon. Have some before you go. Hearing this, Violet eyes sparkle like a child. She said, then I should get some tea ready. Would you like coffee? Then Winter rolled up his sleeves and spoke. I don't eat bread, and I don't drink coffee in the morning. She asked, then what about your breakfast? He folded his arm and smirked like he was just waiting to hear this question. Then he started cooking. Violet was impressed. She asked, wow, what is this dish called? He replied, it's seafood stew that's often eaten in the South. They usually eat this to help recover from hangovers. She spoke, I've never had it before. I wonder what it tastes like. Winter spoke, it might be a little spicy for you. Winter took one shrimp and gave Violet to taste her. She opened her mouth and tried it. She was so surprised. She spoke. It's delicious. I didn't notice before, but you're really good at cooking. He said, well, I worked in restaurants when I was younger. Is it spicy? She replied, no, it's fine. I can handle it. He can clearly see that the Violet can't handle the spice. But he was happy to see her enjoying the food he made. Hyle came and knocked on the door. Winter spoke, seems like Hyle's here just in time. And stop being greedy over something you can't even eat and wait for your own food. Watching Violet's adorable face, he thought, I'm glad that I walked through the rain yesterday to be with you. Then he opened the door. Hyle thought Violet will open the door and in the morning he will see little Madam face. He spoke happily, good morning, Madam Violet, I apologize for my intrusion so late at night yesterday. But seeing Winter's boring face, he frowned and Hyle's tone changed. He spoke. Huh, I was hoping to be greeted by Madam Violet, but why are you the one answering the door, sir? Winter replied, you were late, so she ate something spicy, and now she's too busy to answer the door. Hyle spoke, it's always my fault at times like this, isn't it? It's a familiar feeling for me. Anyway, I guess it's better this way. Hyle took out something. He spoke, I have some news for you. Apparently, the vice president has found Beryl. When Violet listens, the familiar name, she asked. What, are you talking about Beryl, my doctor? Why were you looking for him? Hyle gasped. He didn't know what to say. Madam Violet. Then Winter interrupted and spoke. No, we're not. It's a different person. Just stay out of this. Watching Winter grim expression, Violet can't say anything. Our manhwa ends here, guys. Many people who were complaining about that Violet never tried to communicate, now I hope they get it. She did everything. Now let's talk a bit about Winter's behavior. Mental illness, abuse, etc. Are only ever explanation, not a justification. This is valid in any circumstances, so I would like you to think of yourself if you meet toxic people who will use anything bad which have happened to them as an excuse and swap things so they make you feel like you're responsible if the way they are acting because you triggered something. This is very important to learn for yourself as it's hard to get out of such toxic relationship. That being said, when did Winter tried to make her feel guilty for his behavior? When did he hurt her, noticed it and said, it's because you did this like X in the past? At worst, he explained like the fact he kissed her because feeling like shit still. He asked for her to not be mad, but didn't push the blame on her. There is no denying of his bad behavior, of his awful past, of his toxic family, of the racism he has to deal with, and for his lack of knowledge regarding how to interact with someone close to your heart. Those are no justifications regarding what happened in the past during their wedding. He treated her poorly both because of his constant anger and his lack of knowledge regarding human interaction. Think of this as Pavlov and his work on conditioning reflex. Now let's speak about his current demeanor. He has a lot of progress to do regarding money. Pavlov. Money equals affection and care, and deconditioning himself will take years as this still continues to go on as his mother just came for money. Regarding the rest of his attitude, he changed so much and is willing to make it work. He sees his mistakes and apologizes. He does his best. This will never erase their past. After a while, Violet has to go to Aiden's house for some work. Winter asks, you're going all the way to house Aiden? It's too far, isn't it? She replied, I find it great news that I can get work from such a far-off house. That aside, you're going out in your pajamas. Winter was following her to the carriage. The two still found each other strange. They arrived at the carriage. Violet handed her house keys to Winter and asked him to lock the house and keep the keys in the pot. Then she left for work. He took the keys and waved at her. Winter stared at the keys for a while after the carriage had left. It made him feel strange, but he couldn't figure out what this feeling was. Hyle appeared at that moment, having parked a carriage a ways off. "Sir, what are you doing here?" Winter pointed towards Violet's house with his chin. "I think we should move my wife's house over to Lackround." "What?" he replied. Winter continued, "She's going to Lackround soon anyway. We can move the house there." "But why, sir?" Hyle asked. Winter continued, "I can sleep properly in that house. We have to check if it can be taken apart and put on our ship, so call for a carpenter." Hyle had a lot he wanted to say, but it wasn't his money anyway. "All right, sir. It's her house, so as long as she allows it. She'll like it, too," Winter replied. Winter said with conviction. Hyle, on the other hand, was certain of the opposite. Hyle remembered the letter he'd brought, his thoughts momentarily derailed by the shocking plan. "Oh, right, this is a letter from Iglin." Winter had been waiting for this. He snatched it and opened it. In the letter Ikulin wrote, "That Dr. Variel was hiding so carefully that it took me a while to find him. I cornered him, and he says it's all true. He gave medicine that caused symptoms of pregnancy in the little mistress. Your parents also commanded him to lie to your wife, telling her she was pregnant. I didn't hand him over to the police, but please send me a reply if you'd like me to handle this through legal proceedings." Winter froze after reading the letter. Hyle asked, "Isn't it better to tell her right away? She probably still thinks it was her wishful thinking that was to blame." Winter couldn't predict how she'd respond. He'd been to blame not joining her, he'd been to blame not joining her for any of his mother's tea parties and therefore being ignorant of how backed into a corner she actually was. He'd also hidden the fact that they couldn't have a child. If he told her, she might never want to see him again. Winter gestured to Hyle to be gone and walked towards Violet's house. Winter muttered, "I'll tell her after the divorce." He knew it was selfish, but he didn't want to lose this tiny bit of happiness that he'd barely managed to come by. Meanwhile, Violet arrived at Aiden House. All Corsican social circles were abuzz about the Conic Hotel opening party, and House Aiden was no exception. Elsa was wearing a dress that she planned to wear to the party. She looked at Violet haughtily and wagged her finger at her. "The Conic Hotel invitation recommends a corsage. You know how important this party is, don't you?" "I see," Violet replied calmly. She put down her box and took a corsage out. She said, "Would you try this one on first?" "No, I don't like it." Elsa hadn't so much as glanced at it. She studied her face in the mirror. Violet held it up against Elsa's lace and spoke. "If you put them together like this." "I said I don't like it," Elsa replied. As she'd expected, Elsa was determined to give her a hard time no matter what. She still needed the money, so Violet calmly took out another corsage. "If you don't like the fancy sort, how about going with a white color like this? I think it matches the pearls nicely. The hotel lobby is all white. How am I to wear white? It won't even show," said Elsa irritably. She finally turned to look in her direction. Violet didn't react, instead holding out a corsage made of many types of white flowers. Violet spoke, "How about you try it on, at least?" Elsa shouts, "I'm telling you I don't want it. What kind of look are you going for? I have a few more flower types, so I can put something together." "How would I know that? It's your job. You should come up with something I like on your own." Elsa looked ready to grab Violet by the hair. She looked determined to turn down every suggestion Violet made, again. Violet stifled a sigh. "I'd like you to be a bit more detailed about what you want." "Didn't you hear what I said? Perhaps your parents didn't educate you properly. You certainly were prudish enough to point me out as rude, to be sure." Elsa spat out the reason why she hated Violet so much. Violet replied quietly, "Well, I'm sorry about that. But I wasn't saying you were rude. You're still young, and I thought it best for you to learn." The maids who'd been dressing Elsa screwed their eyes shut. Elsa had thrown a glass at Violet. It hit her on the shoulder and fell at her feet, shattering on the floor. Elsa pointed at the door, "Get out. I'm going to call someone with more skill." "What about the money for the flowers? All you brought is junk. You have the gall to ask for money." Violet didn't get angry easily. She was starting to feel rage building up inside of her. She moved as if she was going to leave with her box. But wait, you have so little money, you have to work like this for others, don't you? Put that down and clean that up. I'll look at it again. Elsa gracefully pointed at the broken shards of glass and walked towards the box. Meanwhile, Violet began to pick up the broken shards of glass. Ever subdued, she hadn't broken a single glass even after she began living by herself. Never having picked up glass shards before, she fearlessly grabbed a huge shard with her bare hand. The maids flinched. She was very clumsy and made them nervous to watch. The sharp shards cut into her hand, and it began to bleed. Violet belatedly pulled her hands back, realizing that the pieces were sharp. A maid ran up to her and swept the shards with a broom, chiding Violet. It'll take much too long if you do it that way, woman. It's better to get it over with quickly. If Miss Eliza gets hurt, there will be hell to pay, said the maid. Elsa saw Violet creation was on floor and sneakily hide behind her, so that Violet can't notice. In short, Elsa was determined to take Violet advantage. So she wants to stole Violet creation. But Elsa shouts again. Who told you to help? Did I ask you to do it? The maid hesitate. She spoke. No, the flower woman seemed to need a little help, and I didn't want there to be any pieces left behind, miss. You might hurt yourself. Elsa said. I'm asking you if I told you to do it. Now you're even talking back to me. Apologies, miss. Maid reply. Elsa continued. Forget it. Both of you, get out of my house. Now. The maid paled. Elsa mocked. That's why you don't meddle in other people's business. Know your place, woman. Hearing Elsa's jeering tone, Violet realized that by pointing out to Lizia Yefimchuk that Elsa shouldn't lift her pinky when drinking tea, she'd unwittingly ended up hurting others. Even so, Violet just accepted it as the way things were meant to be. Moments later, Violet and the maid were thrown outside. Violet waited for the maid to come out with her luggage. As she walked, the maid paused when she saw her. Violet asks, "What is your name?" "It's Hilla," maid replied. Violet inquired, "Hilla, do you have a place to stay?" Then Violet walked back to her home with Hilla. Meanwhile, Flip and Jen were waiting for Violet return. While Violet and Hilla was talking, Jen approached Violet. Violet looked puzzled to see both of them there. She asks, "What are you doing here?" But Jen kept crying out of joy. Jen told Violet everything that happened after she left. "Well, after you left, the president gave us all a really hard time, so I ended up quitting. But recently I was asked if I wanted to go to Chiron, where you reside, which I accepted right away. The other mansions don't pay as much as our president does, so I couldn't bring myself to work for them." Jen noticed the blood on Violet's shoulder. She suddenly shouts, "Madam Violet, there's blood on your shoulder." Then they all went inside and Flip inquired what happened. Hilla told everything what happened. Hearing this, Jen was so pissed off. Then Flip spoke. "I see. I would like to thank you once again. I should relay this to the president." Meanwhile, Jen was treating Violet's wound. Hearing word president and addressing Violet as madam, Hilla was curious to know about Violet and her husband's work. She then asked, "You've been mentioning, madam, and president, since earlier. Does her husband own a company or something?" Then Flip told who was Violet and her husband. "They are Connie's hotel owners, Sir Winter Blooming." Hearing Flip words, Hilla can't believe she was too stunned to speak because it was Hilla's dream too, to work at Connie's hotel. After a while, Violet went to take shower to remove her fatigue. Jen told her to take rest and she will take care of everything. Violet was finally relaxed for a while. In a short time, Jen even cooks delicious food. Then Violet came out of the bathtub. She thought, "Now that I have some time to think, today was really eventful." She called for Jen to hand over her clothes. But Jen wasn't there. She stepped out of the bathroom with wet feet and saw Winter, who was sitting right across from the door. Shocked, she froze. A blush spread from the tip of her nose to both cheeks. "What are you doing here at this time of night?" Winter looked at her and was momentarily at a loss for words. He spoke. "I heard you were hurt." He pointed his chin at her as she gripped the ends of her towel tight with embarrassment. "Is that how you're usually dressed at home?" She replied, "No, I just left my pajamas outside. I usually change before I come out. I didn't know there was anyone in the house." He said, "You didn't lock the door." She replied, that was because Jen might come back while I was in the bath. She was speaking faster in her embarrassment. Winter stood and said, stay there. I'll bring it for you. Winter went into the dressing room. He was so flushed to see Violet like this. He can't believe he believed. I don't know if I can hold on anymore. Then after Violet get dressed up, they both sat down in the dining area and Violet was drying her hair. Winter told her that he gave Hilla work at hotel and space to live. Winter's hand traveled up to her ear. Violet straightened up immediately and covered it. She said, why are you touching my ear? What? I can't even touch your ear, he replied. It feels strange. She replied, that's why I touched it. He said playfully, you mean you did it on purpose? She asked. Violet looked puzzled, because she kept backing away. He then spoke, you backed off, so this kiss doesn't count. What? Violet trailed off, and Winter held back from saying more. Embarrassed from having her ear touched, she was blushing light pink from ear to neck. Winter's heart was beating dangerously fast. Having cooled his desire a bit, he said, that doesn't count. It's rude to cut it off in the middle like that. Really, that, she replied. We still have one kiss left, insisted Winter. Violet decided any more quibbling over the kiss would only complicate her emotions and nodded. Relieved, Winter smiled. Then suddenly Violet's injured shoulder was exposed. Seeing her injured he frowned. He asked, I heard you got hurt at the Aiden mansion. You were hit by a glass vase that the lady threw at you. Did Jen and Philip tell you? Violet inquired. Winter continued, if something like this happens again, tell me right away. Don't make me hear such things from other people. I'm still your husband, so learn to take advantage of me when I'm no longer by your side. Divorce meant that people separated, so his words were not incorrect, but the way he said them made her a little nervous. Then Winter took his leave and told her not to mind his words. While he was leaving, Violet noticed Winter's face. It seems like he was injured but concealing his emotions somehow. Scene shifts to Aiden house. Elsa was having lunch with her friends. Her friend asked, has your invitation not arrived yet? I heard that someone from the Konitz hotel went around to visit each household a few days ago. Were you left out for some reason? Perhaps you should pay them a visit. Elsa thought. There's no doubt about that, as all of the other households in the vicinity have already received theirs. But the fact that the Aiden household was left out is humiliating in itself. They're essentially implying that our household isn't one to be looked out for. She couldn't reply to her friend. She laughed. This is unacceptable. I must meet with them tomorrow. Then suddenly her butler came. He informed her that a guest arrived. Elsa inquired, who is it? He replied, it's Winter Blooming, the president of Konitz Hotel. Hearing this, her friend was amazed. And Elsa was over the moon. She asked her butler to let him in. She thought, yes, this is what I expected, him to come and give invitation personally. Moments later, the butler guided Winter Blooming inside and jaws began to drop. His head was neatly split and smoothed back and his suit was impeccable. His long limbs and tall frame did his suit justice. Elsa felt an irresistible sexual attraction towards this man, but seeing those conic eyes she'd only heard about assumed a haughty expression. Elsa looked at him with arrogant eyes. What are you doing here, sir? I've come to give you a new invitation. People began to murmur. Elsa's lips twitched as she held out her hand. And she said, why did you come yourself, sir? I had something to tell you. He replied. Winter's impassive expression made Elsa feel quite pressured. This man was more handsome than anyone she'd seen in these parts. His cold air of repressed anger was extremely sexy and her heart was beating wildly. Winter tipped his head in one direction and handed her the invitation. I'll give you this envelope, but you do not need to come. You'll find it very uncomfortable. She was stunned. She muttered. What? Elsa pulled herself together. He replied, I heard you were rude to my wife. What do you mean? Who is your wife? She asks. He continued, you don't know who my wife is. I'd thought most nobles knew. Oh, pardon, your house must be too insignificant a house to know, he said mockingly. He found it shocking that his wife had been insulted by such people. Elsa, unable to remember who she'd been rude to, grew irritable. She shouts, I've never done anything of the sort. Are you sure you aren't mistaking me for someone else? My wife was hurt. How could I be mistaken? Winter said, his temper getting the better of him. A possibility arose in Elsa's mind, but she did her best to deny it to herself. Her face was going pale. She replied, "Don't be absurd, sir. I've never done any such thing." He continued, "What exactly do you find absurd? You didn't pay for her services either. Not even common thugs do business that way." So it was about Violet. Elsa, feeling wronged, teared up and shouted, "I didn't know. I wouldn't have done it if I knew." Winter looked down at her with displeased eyes. He replied, "Well, being of low birth myself, madam, I couldn't care less what you did. But my wife hates rude people. I want you to stay the hell away from my hotel." Having had his say, Winter turned and was about to leave the place. Elsa's hands shook in rage and fear, then she shouted, "No one here would have known that Violet was your wife. I'm very active within the local social circles, and not even I know of her. You've never cared for your wife all this time. Does it even make sense that you're going around trying to take care of her now?" Winter listens to every word said by Eloz. Then he slowly walked away and left the room. After a while, Winter went back to his hotel office. Hyle was worried about work which is still pending. He said, "President, we're way behind because you left work for Madame Violet's house last time. We also need to send out all of the invitations going to Lacround by today." Winter was checking out the list of guests. The list excluded his parents. He thought, "I just couldn't bring myself to forgive them after what they did to Violet." Suddenly he remembered the Elsa words. His heart felt heavy, seeing Winter in such state. Hyle leave the files there and gave Winter privacy. Winter was lost in his thoughts. He thought, "Do I even have the right to be angry at my parents? After all, I was the one who didn't realize how they were treating my own wife. Still, I want to see Violet, and I'd use any excuse to do so. But if I keep seeing Violet without telling her anything, how does that make me any different from before? I wonder what would happen if Violet ever found out about these letters." Suddenly he remembered Violet's devastated face. It seems like his heart will come out through. A knife fell from the desk which is used to open seals. He picked up the knife. Then a knock on door. He opened the door and went outside. His employee tried to stop him, but Winter didn't stop. He went to the washroom and stand in front of the mirror. He muttered, "I am sorry, Violet. I finally understand what meant. Yes, sometimes it is easier to end your life." Then he committed unthinkable. Then the scene shifts to Violet House. Hyle had taken refuge here with a very tired look on his face. He was a very bad drinker and took a sip of beer as he muttered, "He expanded the business like crazy before he found you, and now he's simply ignoring his work. I think it's high time I really quit. His temper is growing worse, if that's possible, and he puts us through so much." Though Hyle was usually quite artful, he wasn't a big talker. Drunk on the single sip of beer, he grumbled on. Winter was always softer towards Violet and she wondered if he really deserved this much criticism. In any case, Hyle seemed very hard to put on it and Violet lent him a ready ear. She was about to get up to get water for Hyle. But then Jen and Flip came running. They asked, "Do you need something, madam?" Violet told them she was about to get water for Hyle. Flip ran to get it and Jen told Violet to relax, they both will do everything. Violet thought, "I may have gotten hurt, but they won't even let me move an inch. It feels quite nice to be reunited with everyone once again. I'm tired, too. I'm going to get a different job. The hope of all office workers. I know you must go through a lot." Though she was tired of his complaining, she found it slightly cute and couldn't help laughing. "Still, no one takes better care of my husband than you, right? It's a blessing that he met you. Please be sure to tell him that. If he hadn't saved me when I was begging on the streets, I'd have quit long ago." Hyle mumbled. Violet suddenly brought her hand up to her temple as if she was dizzy. Suddenly Winter and Violet changed their body. The conversation was going on. Hyle looked at Violet's disgruntled face with worry, and Hyle suddenly lifted his head. He said, "The two of you are getting along again. I guess that would be difficult, right?" Jen stepped forward, glaring. She spoke, "Do you know what he said to the little mistress?" She asked him why he didn't want a divorce, and he said he was sure he could still turn a profit from this marriage. "Really?" Hyle inquired. Jen continued, "Yes. What kind of person would want to maintain a marriage after hearing their husband say something like that?" Violet's expression went rigid. spoke after a pause. She spoke. Well, it was quite long ago. And it's not such a bad thing to say, is it? Hyel noticed the way Violet replied. He immediately gets the situation. He knew it was Winter blooming, not Violet. Winter continue. It means the marriage is valuable, right? In the long run. What's so wrong about that way of thinking? I don't understand. All three people went pale and looked at Violet. Don't say that, little mistress. Jen replied. Flip now also takes the Jen side. He said, that's right, I've changed my mind too after what Jen said. I oppose reunification as well. Jen and Flip spoke gravely. Apparently annoyed at their reaction, Winter glared at them with murder's eyes. He spoke, whatever. I hate people like you anyway. Don't you step any closer to me. Instead of feeling offended, Flip looked baffled. This was not something Violet would ever say. He muttered, I'm sorry I looked this way, I guess. Jen screamed, I think the little mistress is possessed. Flip nodded. Winter turned around at this absurdity. And Jen shouted, our little mistress can't catch bugs with her bare hands, not in a million years. Who are you, you devil? Jen was about to spray him with salt when Hyel hurriedly intervened. It's Lord Blooming. Don't do it, Jen. Jen paused with a fistful of salt in the air. Hyel continued, their bodies are swapped at times. It's been going on for quite a while now. Winter tutted and reprimanded Hyel. You can't tell them that. Hyel replied, people will think the little mistress is actually possessed otherwise. Violet was being fussed over by Jen, Flip, and Hyel at home when she suddenly found herself gasping and seated in Winter's office bathroom. There was a mirror right in front of her and she realized immediately that their bodies had been switched. She wondered how he'd done it this time and looked around her, but she saw nothing. Confused, she stepped out of the bathroom and found Nisa frowning at her. Do you think I'll give up if you act this way? Stop it and get to work. Violet's jaw dropped at the huge pile of documents Nisa was pointing to. Winter must have left her to do his work for him. She knew he wasn't doing his work properly from what Hyel had told her, but she hadn't expected something this underhanded. Winter's employee Nisa spoke. See, I knew you could do it if you put your heart into it. Violet thought, who is this man? Looking at his eyes, he looks like he's from the Khanits tribe. While she was doing Winter's work, suddenly someone enters. It was Vice President. She said, I'd like to read something to the President. Will you please excuse us? Violet thought, silver hair and gray eyes, she must be Vice President Eglin. Violet somehow didn't feel awkward in this woman's presence because she gave her all the missing information she needed with her chatter. Eglin said, I'll leave the documents you asked for here. She continued, please don't make me go on any more errands. I need to get some drinks in my system after this. As I've said before, investigating Varel isn't part of my job description. Eglin was chattering away without the need to be prompted, and the name of the doctor she'd almost forgotten about surprised her. When Violet didn't say anything, Eglin sat in a chair and continued like Violet had expected. What is wrong with your parents? To give her medicine that makes it look like she's pregnant. I don't believe that's something you do to your own daughter-in-law. I wanted to beat that Varel up real good. Though I understand you're being more lenient because we wouldn't have known about this at all if he hadn't come clean. Violet's expression went cold. She then speak. What did you said? Can you please repeat what you said? The scene shifts to Violet House. Winter felt tension dissipate from his body and mind when he lay down on his wife's bed. He planned to sleep until Violet returned when the little kid from next door came trotting in. She said, Violet, are you asleep? Winter responded without even opening his eyes. Can't you see? Lena said, Mommy is taking a nap, too. She told me to ask you to play with me. He paid Pim to take care of his wife, and here she was leaving her child in Violet's care. Winter tutted. No, I'm sleepy. Seeing Violet refuse right off the bat, Lena continued, I'm going to jump on the bed. I'm going to bounce up and down if you won't play with me. Winter thought, to think of exploiting Violet's greatest weakness, little kids, it's cunning. After a while, Winter took Lena market. He purchased a lot of stock for Violet and also for Lena. Lena was so happy, Winter bought her a new dress and ice cream too. Lena joyfully spoke. See, Violet, it's fun playing with me, right? You're the only one who's having fun, Winter replied. But Lena said, but you're poor, Violet. I'm nothing of the sort, kiddo, he retorted, and the child chortled. Lena continued, you're strange today, Violet. His actions must be really different from Violet's to make even a 6-year-old notice. Last time when winter came he hid some money under Violet's bed for emergency. They both arrive in front of Violet's house. Then Lena spoke. Look, it's the scary-looking Mr. Isn't. Winter and Violet both saw each other. Winter realized how unpleasant he looked when he wore no expression on his face. He walked over to Violet and spoke in a much brighter tone than usual. Sorry about leaving the work to you like that. I simply couldn't bring myself to work today. Besides, a lot of it was something I wanted to ask you to do. Violet spoke. When were you going to tell me? Tell you what? Winter was puzzled. That your parents drugged me. Winter paled. He asked, how did you know? That's not important, she replied. He continued, I was going to tell you after the divorce. I was worried you might decide to run away before the 3 months were up. She hugged her husband. She felt immeasurable rage against the Bloomings. But she couldn't decide whether to be angry at her husband or pity him for the victim that he also was. Then came the pain, the terrible pain she'd felt that day, crushing her soul again. Don't blame it on me. You disappeared for a whole year after the incident. That was enough of a punishment, don't you think? And I'm also offering you a divorce. So please, don't blame me anymore. Violet hadn't been able to make up her mind about how to respond towards her husband. Winter just kept telling her not to blame him, and this was a completely unexpected response. Winter loosened his arms a little, and spoke. You said you felt like dying when you were with me, right? Violet's eyes shook slightly when she saw the expression on his face. He had the look of a man facing a tsunami. He had no intention of doing anything, prepared to be washed away. Violet stared at him without saying anything, and he continued. That's why you left me. I know that. That's why I agreed to the divorce. Violet had said this place made her happy, that being with him was hell, and none of that had changed. She spoke in a soft voice. I'm not even angry yet. What are you so worried about? Of course, I am a little angry at you as well. But I think your parents are the ones I really need to be angry at. You come after that. For now, please give me some time to think. Winter thought about what she meant. He continued, you must mean you don't want me to come visit you for a while. Yes, that's right. I need time, she replied. A scary calm had come over her. She expressed rage in a completely different way than he did, and it made it impossible for him to gauge exactly how angry she was. After a while, during that time, Violet planned a strategy to do significant damage to the Bloomings and give her husband something she hadn't been able to thus far. By the time she left the house, it was afternoon. Pim spied her leaving and followed. She asks, Violet, where are you going? I'm going to the Chiron post office, Violet replied. Pim spoke, that's great, let's go together. You probably don't know how to send intercontinental mail, so I'll help you. You know, about the dress you bought Lena yesterday. She liked it so much she insisted on wearing it to bed. Winter must have visited the marketplace with Lena. Pim walked with her even though Violet hadn't given her consent. Pim asks, where are you sending the letter? I'm writing to my parents-in-law. She replied, the only way to send a letter from Lacrown to Chiron was by ship. If you got lucky the letter was delivered quicker than usual, but depending on the ship's course it could take over a year. On the other hand, this continent had lightning-fast mail based on the strong magic that surrounded the continent. It was expensive, but not impossibly so. Pim said that sounds like it'll be quite expensive. Is it that urgent? Violet replied, yes, it's very urgent. Violet went to the post office with Pim and sent a letter to the Bloomings. They'd be coming soon to Chiron, and she'd be able to hear an answer directly from them. She thought, with this, she will be able to strike a blow against the Duke and Duchess. And at the same time, she will be able to give Winter something I previously couldn't. Meanwhile in Lacrown, tea party at the Blooming household, in Lacrown. One of the Catherine guests spoke. I heard everyone who's a Conic Hotel Social Club member got an invitation. They're even running the train and ship that gets you to the party, and paying all the expenses for the whole trip. Another one said, I suppose you'll be staying at the hotel's best suite again, Madam Catherine. I envy you. By any chance, would it be possible for us to get an invitation to? With their most recent tea party over, James sounded nervous. He didn't send us the opening party invitations, either. He seems seriously upset. Catherine shouts, "Still, our son loves us. He'll stop being angry when he sees us in person." "I certainly hope so," Duke Jane replied. While they worried, their butler came running up to them. Quote, "Sir, Madam, there's a letter from Madam Violet Blooming." James took the letter and read it on the spot. His hands began to tremble. To Duke Blooming and his wife. "I have heard from the doctor about the vile drugs you had me take. I was very angry at first, and unable to figure out why you'd do such a thing. I'll hazard a guess and say you probably wanted us to divorce each other. I heard that my husband grew upset at hearing this and stopped sending you money. I'm currently undecided whether to be angry at my husband, or forgive him. I'm certain my decision will have a huge impact on my husband either way. If I forgive him and ask him to do so, he will resume sending you money. The choice is yours. I will forgive the unforgivable, only on one condition. I want you to give him one thing I couldn't give to my husband on the day of my marriage to him. Make Winter Blooming the first successor to the title of Duke Blooming. He is your oldest son, a talented individual, and someone who will bring prosperity to your family. He is also the only person who can help you maintain your social life. I will not negotiate. I await your reply. Violet Blooming." Reading the context, Catherine shouts, "How dare this devil of a..." At night Winter's mother came back. He asked, "Why are you back?" Line hesitated at Winter's irritable tone. "Your money has made their condition much better. I wanted to thank you. Then just send a telegram. What a waste of time this is," he replied. Line closed her eyes at his coldness. He continued, "Mother, it's not that I don't understand. But what you did was unforgivable." Line hung her head, her shoulders were trembling. Winter clucked his tongue. He spoke, "Past events aside, if it's more money you want, I need you to tell me something. Do you know anything about people having their bodies switched?" She replied, "Not really. I have heard there are a few conditions in which that can occur." He continued, "Okay, then, what I really want to know is," he said glumly, "how does someone that experiences that die?" At his words Line was startled and she spoke. "Huh, what? Why are you asking such a thing?" "Die," he spoke. "I plan to die 3 months from now. But dying just switches my body with my wife's, and death continues to elude me. I own too much, and I'm tired of it. Of course, I'm leaving it all to my wife. Don't you dare try to get your dirty paws on it." Line asks in a trembling voice. "Does your wife know about this?" He chuckled and spoke. "Of course not. Don't talk to anyone about this, unless you no longer need money for your children." Line then spoke. "Why would you think such a thing? Doesn't this whole building belong to you? Why would you want to die when you have so much?" Line had thought that Winter had a good life. Even when she'd worked at the restaurant and seen him being beaten and locked up in the stables, she thought it would probably be better than living with her. She'd been thankful he was still alive. She'd left for Alika when she was certain he'd soon grow up and be able to fend for himself. She'd kept wondering about Winter after she had more children, and then heard news of his marriage, his failed attempt at a title. The marriage had gone on, however. She'd thought Winter was doing okay. Winter spoke. "Just tell me how I can die." She then spoke. "Not everyone experiences these body swaps. As far as I know, it won't occur in the event of an accidental death or death due to disease. So I can't die on purpose." He'd expected it would be something of the sort. Winter tutted. That meant he would only be able to die when he wasn't intending to. It probably wouldn't be hard to get murdered if he loosened security around him a little, considering the many enemies he had. Should he wait for someone to come along and try to kill him? He had to die once the 3 months were up, however. While Winter thought, Line held out a pouch. "Don't say that. Take this. You used to like these when you were little." Winter took out an envelope he'd already prepared from his inner jacket pocket and held it out to her. Line took it and hesitated. Winter gave a hollow laugh. He then spoke. "No need to make a face like that. There's no one in the world anyway who'll love me without wanting something in." Then she left. "I want to hold hands." Violet's voice suddenly rang out in his head. She'd said she didn't need anything, and instead had something she wanted to do. She'd taken his hand and smiled. There was only one person in the world who only wanted to hold his hand. Winter thought of her hands, hands he would no longer be able to hold, and looked at his big, rough palms. Winter set out late at night without a bodyguard, and Hyel followed him out. Where are you going at this time of night without any security? This isn't Blackground. You should take one with you. Winter got angry and shouts. Don't meddle, he retorted as he began walking away. He walked to the dark alleys in the outskirts. The road that led to them had a sign warning that this was a crime-ridden district and that going about alone was not advised. The surroundings were quite dark. Winter walked on without a second thought. He found a bar as he went along, so he took a seat and began drinking cheap beer non-stop. He walked over to some young men who were drinking boisterously and punched one of them in the face. What the hell is with this guy? The guy shouts. One of them threw a bottle of beer on the floor. He was about to punch Winter, but apparently their difference in stature convinced him otherwise. He just fumed instead. He grabbed Winter by the collar at least, and Winter leaned down to give him a better grip with a satisfied look on his face. Another young man pulled on his friend's shoulder. Hey, let's just ignore him. There's something strange about this guy. What the hell is wrong with him? All of them looked confused but backed away, apparently afraid something was up. Here, stab me. He wondered if it counted as suicide if he was the one who provided the weapon. Seeing him offer them a knife, the men swore at him with guarded looks and got up from the table. Feeling Winter's strength from the grip on his arm, the man paled. Instead of stabbing him further, he dropped the knife and desperately rushed back to his friends. This man is completely insane. I told you we should just leave. It's best to simply ignore crazy bastards like him. The bunch swore at him and flipped tables and chairs, making a mess of the place. Then they proceeded to leave the bar. His first attempt having failed, he muttered, Why can't I end my own life? Winter woke the next day on the hotel bed, feeling perfectly fine. The soft sheets made him frown. Finally feeling the hangover, he sat up and Hyle walked in with a grimace. Sir, you don't remember how you got back, do you? Do you think I would? Winter replied. Hyle continue. You passed out at the bar, and the owner of the bar moved you to a bed. The owner found your business card in your wallet and came to me this morning, so I brought you back. It cost exactly 5,000 lon. It ended pretty cheap, actually. That's a hellishly expensive beer. Winter muttered. Hyle continue. What is it that you want, exactly? What can I do to make you stop with this juvenile foolishness? There are limits to what I can do to cover for you, you know. Said Hyle, giving him a deadly glare. Hyle didn't have the warmest of faces, and now he looked ready to kill Winter if he bothered him any further. Winter replied, I went there to die. Don't pay them next time. Hearing this Hyle was too stunned. He then spoke. What is that supposed to mean? Just leave me to die, said Winter with a frown. Hyle clamped his lips and said in slow, clear tones, I'll pay again to bring you back if this happens again. And after that, I'm quitting. All right. Having remembered something, Winter called out to him as he left, don't breathe a word of this to Violet. Hyle was unable to contain his temper. He screwed his eyes shut and shouted, and if you die that way, I'm telling the little mistress immediately that it was suicide. And she won't even come to your funeral. He stomped out of the bedroom with a disgusted look. Hyle left the hotel immediately. The stress from all this manhandling piqued his stress levels. He had his own house in the capital, but here his only lodgings were at the hotel. He had only one place to go. Winter was angry but his hangover was killing him. He muttered, shit, it's harder to die than it is to build a hotel. He lay in bed with his arm over his eyes to obscure the bright sunlight when he heard the door open. You're here, he said. You knew it was me? Asked Violet. You sound different from other people when you move about. Really? Like what? She asked. Hottie, said Winter, both hands covering his head. My head's splitting open. Violet laughed a bit and then spoke. It's your own fault. Are you here to get angry at me? He asked. Yes. Why did you drink so much? Violet had come to scold him, but from Winter's perspective it was more of a reward than anything else. It made him decide he'd drink like this again whenever Violet refused to meet him. Winter sat up and Violet looked surprised at the wound in his neck. She asked. What happened to your neck? Winter felt his neck with his hand and lied without missing a beat. What? I don't remember. I had too much to drink. What? Winter. She muttered. Ouch, that stings, Winter said irritably, though he'd brought it upon himself. Don't touch the wound. Do you want to torment me? I'm trying to take a closer look. She replied. Seeing that Violet wasn't going to give up, he grabbed her arms and pulled them down towards the bed. He then grumbles. What good will that do? You're not a doctor. I think my shoulder must be infected. I can't really stand. What? Let me see. Winter Spike. Are you a doctor? She replied. Violet had realized that reasoning wasn't enough to control this man, unlike normal mature adults. The maneuver had quieted Winter for a change. Violet tucked away her stick and brought out the carrot. Now that I know the situation, I'll forgive you for suspecting me of having an affair. You're a victim, too. Really? He replied happily. She continued. Yes, of course. That doesn't mean you were right to do what you did, but I've been angry at you long enough. Winter was grinning. He shouted outside the door. My wife is here. Where are the refreshments? Yes, sir, someone outside the door said, startled. Violet flinched at his shouting. Winter grabbed her arm and pulled her up. Good timing. We have to pick out the dress you'll wear for the party. She was confused for a second, then she spoke. What? You didn't even tell me I have to go to the party. I've told you now. Feeling even his hangover subside, he dragged Violet out of the bedroom. Let's go with blue, Winter said. I prefer white. There's a lot of white on the first floor, which is the party venue. She replied. Blue, Winter repeated. I want white. Violet gave her words. He continued to insist. Blue is better. It makes you look the part of the hostess. What are you looking for? A camouflage? Taken aback by the statement, Violet clammed up. Winter's eyebrows knitted obliquely at her disgruntled expression. He muttered, What? I'm buying it. I don't get a say. Violet led a sight. You're not giving an opinion, you're being obstinate. He continued. You think you aren't obstinate. You're just as bad. Do you think there's anyone in the world that treats me as badly as you do? I treat you badly. Her eyes went wide at the shocking accusation. Thankfully, before the two could really fight, an employee brought a trolley and placed tea and desserts on the table. They sat at the table and sipped the tea. It was brewed just right. It's good. Winter leaned back at an angle. Your maid told me the tea temperature you prefer. You also prefer not to have any stray hairs hanging out when you tie your hair back, and prefer neat clothing designs but don't care about the color. She told me all that. Then suddenly Violet's eyes saw the newspaper from Lackround. She asked, Is this Lackround newspaper? He replied, Our cruiser arrived moments ago. Because it has been traveling to Lackround for sending the invitation. She then grabbed the newspaper and started reading. The newspaper detailed that there was a new head for Margrave House Heston, the most powerful family in Lackround. That there would be a new person heading the house had been expected and wasn't surprising in the least. What was shocking was the announcement made by this great house, beloved by the citizens of the Lord for its important role of guarding the northern border. House Heston has always been a house that guards the throne. How can a new head of the house be regarded as one without the king's blessing? The message from Heaton was written. I, Carson Heston, hereby request the blessing of the King of Lackround. Reading this, Violet was in utter disbelief. This was so absurd that Violet laughed aloud. She spoke. Is this a request to bring back the royal house? They want Ash to be the king. Yes, that looks like it, Winter replied. This is serious, right? She folded up the newspaper. She spoke. It's not a request to restore the royal house just yet, but it's true that Ash has to perform a ceremony to acknowledge the new Heston Margrave. That will mean formalities undertaken as the royal house, and people will see that and begin to consider Ash Lawrence the king, even though the throne no longer exists. He'll be the constitutional king who always takes care of such large events in the country. That'll allow him to slowly cement his position as its leader. Winter tutted and swore. That, son of a bitch. Then closed his mouth because he was afraid of Violet's scolding. Violet looked disappointed. Even the great, respectable House Heston was doing the wrong thing to maintain capital and power. This was disappointing, even if it was how things worked in the world. House Heston had the support of the entire population, and Ash had no choice but to plan a ceremony to acknowledge the new head of the Margrave House Heston. Ash had been forced to return the Long Leawood land to her, and he didn't have the money to move a great house like House Heston. Violet began to suspect that perhaps she'd been the commodity used in this deal. The previous Heston Margrave was 68 this year, and his son who was taking over the role was 47. His wife had passed away recently. Feeling the onset of a headache, Violet brought a hand to her forehead. It can't be. Her brother couldn't be intending to marry her off without even telling her. Her brother was capable of such a deed, yes, but not House Heston. Violet calmly folded the newspaper. She muttered firmly, never. She wouldn't sit still and let that happen. Rather than being forced to stand at some wedding she didn't walk, she'd run away somewhere even farther. And if there was some way for her to win with less effort, she'd take it. The scene shifts to the next day at Violet's home. Jen walked in and began to fuss over it. Little mistress. Tada, Jen said again, and Violet recovered enough to speak. What is with that revealing dress? A gift from Lord Blooming. Jen replied. Violet replied, I told him not to send. Jen said, he said it was very cheap. The finish is not at all high quality, as you see here. There are no ornaments, either. Jen lifted the dress for her to see. Jen's description was far from correct. In fact, the dress was immaculate. Furthermore, Violet had never worn such a fancy dress that revealed her legs, shoulders, and chest as much as this one did. He said he would take you to a conic bar wearing this. I don't know why you fought, but he said it was to be a make-up date. A sudden date, Violet muttered. Jen asked, will you be going? I know he's of mixed blood, but how can a person like you go somewhere so? Jen regarded Violet as the most precious person she knew, and didn't like the idea of Winter taking her to a secret bar that not many even knew the location of. Violet, on the other hand, disliked the dress. She had to try it on, at least, so Jen began to help her put it on. Violet was wondering why Winter had sent such a dark dress when he knew how sick she was of such colors. When she'd put it on, however, she changed her mind. The dress was made of the highest quality fabric and was lighter than it looked. Even the slightest movement made it shimmer with a faintly different color. It showed off the soft skin on her arms and legs, which she'd always covered over in the Blooming mansion. Instead of imparting a stifling, dark feeling, the dress looked elegant and modern. Violet walked over to her and opened the door, and Winter looked at her for a moment. Then he opened his mouth and spoke. Did you cut your hair? Seeing his surprised expression, Violet decided to have a little fun. Yes, it was getting a bit hot. He continued, you should have asked me about it. Why, so you could tell me not to cut it? Violet replied. No, he muttered, shaking his head. I was thinking I'd start taking more of an interest. What? She spoke. He spoke. Before you died for the first time, you cut your hair. You asked me at that time if you should cut your hair, remember? Yes, she replied. He continued. I told you to do as you liked because I really thought the choice was yours to make, but people swore at me when I told them what I'd said. They told me I sounded like I didn't care. That's not how it is. I just meant that I didn't mind whether you cut your hair shorter or not if that's what you wanted. And in the event that you asked my opinion again, I was planning to give you a more proper answer. Violet had an odd expression on her face. What were you going to tell me? He continued. I've learned a thing or two about talking to women. Go on, try me. She then spoke. It's getting warmer and I thought I should cut my hair. I see. I guess that would be cooler in the warm weather. His casual reply made Violet laugh. She began speaking again. Oh, but I like long hair better. He spoke. Oh, is that right? I feel that way too. But it'll be a problem if it feels stifling, right? He replied. She continued. I can tie it up. I think that would look cool and cute. He replied. Winter kept up his replies to the end, nodding at her. Violet burst into laughter. Then she spoke. What is that? So you don't actually have an opinion? I really don't mind either way, but saying that would make me sound uninterested. He replied. You still prefer longer hair, right? She asked. No, now that you've cut it, I prefer it shorter. He replied. I didn't cut my hair. It's been tied up and rolled inwards. She answered. You should have told me so. Longer hair it is, then, Winter said quickly. Violet's eyes drooped with laughter at his adroit change of tack. Finding Jen's skills surprising, he looked at Violet's hair and mumbled, I didn't know you could do something like this. Fascinating, Violet muttered. Jen is very good at these things. Having had a good look, Winter held out his arm so Violet could take it. She wrapped her arm around his softly and he began to walk. It looks good on you, he said. She asked, why did you choose a black dress? To make the expensive gems stand out. He replied. She continued, so they're expensive even for you. I'm scared I'll lose them. He told her. They're insured. If someone steals it, the insurance company will go after them with a shotgun, so no worries. But if you don't like the dress, you can put on a different one. There's lots of them at the hotel. Moments later, they arrived at some kind of warehouse that housed the bar. Violet asked quietly, "This is a bar?" "Yes," he replied, walking towards it and knocking on the black-painted wooden door. Violet was feeling a little excited. This felt like a game of hide-and-seek. It was bright and cheery inside, and filled with people who either had the conic gray eyes, or silver hair, or both. Winter pointed with his chin at the menu on the table. He asked, "Any foods you know?" She replied, "I've never heard of these dishes before." "Kiant, is it?" "Chianti." He corrected her. "I see." Violet looked uncomfortable as she nodded. Winter grinned. He spoke. "Happens to me too, at times." "What?" she asked. He spoke. "I asked for blue plaid at a boutique and the seller told me it's called Latika. Apparently it's the name of the person who made it. How was I supposed to know? Can you tell?" Violet stared at him without replying, and Winter grumbled in outrage. "Well, of course there's no chance that you didn't know that, princess. Blue plaid is called Latika. A person named Latika of House Genus popularized it. And I have no clue what to order, so please order something you eat often." Violet quickly explained, changing the subject afterwards and pushing the menu towards Winter. Winter thought long and hard as he inspected the menu. He spoke, "Let's go for something exotic." "Exotic?" she repeated. He continued, "Yes, nobles like exotic, though they don't like outlanders." "You're right," nodded Violet without denying it. Winter thought for a moment before saying to the server, "Hey, bring us an ishing." The man was surprised. "Really? You never buy us anything? What's the occasion?" Winter replied, "Why would I use my money on you? I wonder if brazenness is in the conic blood." Winter looked ready to grab the man by the collar. He dashed away in fright. He proceeded to bang at the bell hanging to one side. "Mr. Winter is buying us ishing." "What? Really?" the guest muttered. "Thanks, Winter." Everyone began moving about gleefully, and Violet got up as well, confused as to what was going on. She said, "I've never seen something like that before." Winter replied, "I've never lived among conics so I have no first-hand experience, but in their culture they celebrate by pouring in every food they have into a pot and boiling it using a traditional sauce. It's quite banal, if you ask me." "Fascinating," she replied. Winter had expected Violet to think it rude for everyone to gather around a pot and share the food. Instead, her eyes were sparkling like gems with curiosity. The broth was already boiling and the foods were cooked in no time. The employees gave out bowls to everyone gathered around, and people sat around the pot and helped themselves using the ladles hanging on the pot. Violet also brought some in her dish and sprinkled some conic condiments on top. She tried some and broke into a smile. "This is wonderful," Winter spoke. "It has the greatest meat content among conic foods." "And you're a picky eater," mocked Winter. Violet glared at him over her bowl. Winter snickered and began eating himself. The evening air was quite cool, but sitting in front of a boiling stove made the temperature just right. People danced and drank around the pot. The jolly meal was nearly over when a young man holding a rectangular paint-covered wooden container approached them. The young man spoke. "You've fed us, so would you like some free body paint?" Winter instantly grabbed him by the collar. "Are you trying to get your dirty hands on my wife?" The young man was frightened. He spoke. "No, I just thought you might want some traditional conic body paint." Winter continued. "You're trying to draw outlander body paint on the Lacrown princess." The man said. "The paint will come off in a month." The young man blubbered. Violet grabbed Winter's arm and lowered it. She asked, "Where should I get the body paint done?" Winter spoke. "You should learn to refuse." "Why aren't you calling anyone rude today?" She replied. "You think I call everything rude. Besides, you have one too, behind your left shoulder." Winter tutted. Violet pointed to her left shoulder. "Please draw one here." "Yes miss, it won't take long." The young man put down his wooden box and took out a pen with bluish-black ink. He carefully drew onto Violet's shoulder while she remained seated in her chair. A unique conic pattern of flowers and snakes trailed across both her shoulders. Moments later, the pattern was finished. Violet looked back at Winter. "How does it look?" Violet asked. "He's got skills, at least." "But why would you get one?" He replied. She replied. "Because you have one." He asked. "What does it have to do with me? Why would you follow the traditions of these petty creatures?" he asked, frowning. Violet frowned even more deeply. I told you, you have one too. Your hotel is named Conic Hotel, and you follow Conic traditions. So why do you keep berating your own blood? Her quiet anger placed him at a loss for words. He turned his head and changed the subject. The opening party is a few days from now. That won't come off before then, he said, backing away. Violet, perhaps sorry about the angry outburst, spoke in a more playful tone. Come to think of it, you didn't even invite me to the party properly, did you? We made an agreement of sorts. He replied. She continued. What did you do when you were asking me to come here? I bought you a dress and told your maid about it. He replied. She spoke. Now, is there any way to request a date? Winter grinned from ear to ear and said mockingly, No, Miss Violet. Don't mock me, she said peevishly. Winter held out his hand. Will you go to the hotel opening party with me? The nobles of Lacround will also be there, so it may not be an entirely happy occasion. If you feel like it'll only bring back bad memories, you don't have to come. But I would like it if you attended the party as the wife of the host. Violet tilted her head slightly and looked down at his hand. She put her hand on top of his and pulled. All right. Even if she was preparing for divorce, there was a lot to think of as the wife of the party host. When she arrived at the hotel, she found the floors to be white marble and the walls finished with copious amounts of gold. It looked like some kind of huge temple. Winter gestured with a finger towards Violet, who stood at the entrance, and took the lead. The rooms of a hotel are the most crucial aspect, the entrance is the first impression. It has to be perfect no matter what. Elegant, but not inconvenient. She spoke. I see, but Winter, can you slow down? He replied. I have a lot to tell you, so walk faster. Violet felt like a new recruit as she walked after Winter. The hotel in Chiron was on a different level from the hotel she'd seen in the capital. The lobby spanned 2 floors with huge chandeliers hanging from the ceiling. The second floor, which one could access through the central stairs, featured tables arrayed in a circle skirting the walls. It was one of the 3 restaurants of the hotel, and offered a view of the sea from every single seat. From the front entrance there was the reception desk of the left and a stage opposite for musical performances. An artificial waterfall stood right next to the stairs, and colored glass sparkled within. Violet looked down at her shabby outfit and grabbed his arm. I'm going to have to change. I'm not dressed properly for this place. He smiled and spoke. I'm glad you know. She continued. I'll go back and. They're in the room. He gestured to an employee who'd been about to follow them, to stay back. He had Violet get into the elevator first, then followed her in, closing the door. Moments later, they arrived at the highest floor. He told her, the entire floor here is a single suite. No matter how much money one has, only members of our social club can use this suite. No exceptions, not even for royalty. I see, she muttered. He continued, you should try and look a little more surprised. You're taking the wind out of my sails. The multi-floor suite was obviously perfectly built, even at first sight. The bar had a unique design with pebble-shaped ornaments, and the meeting table and sofas near the balcony felt exceptional. Winter spoke. Here, clothes for you. I brought some here for today. Winter said casually, and headed for the dressing room. Seeing that Violet refused to take any gifts, he was now claiming that everything was his. Violet wondered what this man wanted from her by using all this money on her. The answer was clear. He sought to be loved. Just as he'd continuously poured out money for his parents, just as he paid his employees a very high salary. What Violet hated the most was how her own heart was betraying her, becoming excited even though she knew it wasn't because she meant anything to this man. Violet took the dress. He spoke. It's odd, though, you don't usually care about how your dress looks in relation to your surroundings. She replied. This is your workplace. No woman wants to wear random clothes and meet people at her husband's workplace. He muttered, oh, you're saying it's my fault. She replied, why are you twisting my words? I'm changing for your sake. He continued, I twisted them so I could hear you say that, Winter said mischievously. Violet gave a small sigh. He grabbed her by the waist and began to loosen the dress ribbons at her back. Violet hesitated. What are you doing? I'm helping you, he replied. Compared to the suite outside, the dressing room was small. Violet pushed him away, but they were still only an arm's length apart. Winter untucked her white blouse from her dress. And he said, I want to kiss you. She then spoke. Do as you like, but this time is really the last. If I move away while you're kissing me, it's because you did something strange, so it'll be your fault. He continued. Don't miss a single detail, do you? She gets little angry and spoke. Don't mock me, I'm serious. And why must you always try to kiss me at moments like this? He replied, what moments? She then said, when I don't want to. Winter stepped towards her and their bodies met. He lifted her chin with his index finger so she was looking at him, and mumbled, when I'm looking at you like this, you're always asking me to kiss you quickly. She replied, that's not because I want it, but because I find it uncomfortable to be looked at that way. Oh, what a picky princess, he said playfully. He still held his face close to hers, but not quite touching. As Winter said, Violet found it hard to stand it when he stalled close to her like this. She bit her lip and said in an involuntarily plaintive voice, this really is the last time. All right, don't make any more of those weird excuses. He replied, I always keep my promises. She continued, don't lie. I've never seen anyone more unreliable. Winter grinned at Violet's criticism. He hugged her waist tight and wrapped the other hand around her neck. He kissed her. Violet's shoulders trembled. Winter's hands felt strong. The passionate kissing made her knees buckle. Violet was about to slide downwards, so Winter pushed her and kissed her thoroughly. The inside of her mouth was scoured and Violet's breath grew hot. She began gripping Winter's shirt, wrinkling it. Winter held his hand over hers as if he found the action endearing. They kissed until the small dressing room grew noticeably warmer. Belatedly, Violet pulled herself together and pushed him away. Winter also seemed to have recovered a little of his composure. The heat didn't dissipate even though they were apart. It instead grew hotter, filling their bodies with heat. Winter groaned and spoke. This is driving me crazy. Violet asked. Why are you breathing so fast? You're breathing that way, too, he replied. Winter was turning his head this way and that to avoid meeting her eyes. Answer me. Why are we breathing so fast? She hesitated then spoke. It feels strange. Winter continued. What's strange about it? And why are you pulling me like this? What do you want to do? Violet looked at Winter's tormented expression. I just want to know why you won't look at me. Winter spoke gravely as if this was a life and death situation. We're still a married couple. Yes, she replied. He continued. And the look on your face tells me you'd very much like to take me to bed. Don't lie, she spoke. I'm serious. I get that look a lot from women. Violet frowned and glared at him. Winter thought to himself that not even the worst perverts the world had produced had received such a look of revulsion. He continued his attempt to tempt her. So he spoke. Just take me to bed. I won't hold you responsible. She frowned and spoke. You're wrong. You're not doing this because it's me. This is just instinct. Everyone has it, and so do you. And it's surfaced now, that's all. He continued. Use me. I'm always thirsty for it, he joked. Violet didn't respond. She was considering whether this feeling of her chest heaving, this desire to take all Winter's clothes off and touch his entire body was really sexual hunger. She closed her eyes as if giving up and nodded. Winter carried her and walked out of the dressing room. Her body soon fell on the bed, and Winter climbed on top of her. Violet was insistent to the end. She spoke. It's not me, it's you. He laughed a bit then spoke. It's always me, and if you want to think of it that way, go ahead. She asked, please turn out the lights. He replied, they've been out. From the start. The room has great lighting. What can I do about it? After a while then she spoke. Well then we can wait until evening. He frowned, it's too late. You agreed to this. She said, don't walk over my words. Wait, what are you doing? This is not allowed by House Lawrence. Winter starts kissing her but Violet can't believe what he is doing. He replied, you hate to be called a princess, don't you? So don't pretend you are one in moments like this. She shouts. Wait, what? Violet's voice broke up. Her eyes were filled with consternation, then with pure pleasure. The two came to their senses 5 hours later. Violet, wishing to pretend nothing had happened, took a shower and dressed herself. She moaned as she flopped onto the bed. Winter, on the other hand, was humming as he came back to the bed. Seeing Violet fully dressed, his face was filled with dissatisfaction. He spoke, where are you going? Didn't you say you have a lot to show me? Our schedule is a mess because of you. Violet sounded angry. Winter tutted and laid her softly onto the bed. Don't do anything stupid, and lie down. We can do it tomorrow. She frowned. How can you do this to me? You didn't hate it, did you? He replied. She hesitated then replied, I simply couldn't speak. He then spoke, well, why couldn't you? It's because you liked it. She cursed him, you're a scoundrel. He laughed at Violet's naive words. You can't say anything worse, can you? She frowned and spoke, you're arrogant, rude, and a sex addict. She was still in shock, and her best rendition of swearing sounded extremely cute to Winter. It made his head spin. He lay down beside her. He hugged her close and mumbled, this is it. What do you mean? She asked. He continued, this was the married life I wanted. What do you mean by this? Violet asked, embarrassed to have her face buried in his chest. Winter closed his eyes. Being naked, having sex like animals, then sleeping, skin against skin. That sort of thing. Violet's face fell at his words. It came as a shock to her that just as she'd wanted a married life where she could share tea and chat, Winter had also had something he wanted. He'd asked her what kind of couple they'd be if they couldn't even converse without brushing their hair. Her husband had told her what he wanted as well, but she hadn't understood. Regret filled her, and she sat up. When Violet left his arms, Winter looked up at her. You don't like it? Perhaps he'd always been paying close attention to her actions. 3 years. Winter had felt like a cold wall to her during those 3 years, but how had he felt about her? Had she seemed to always have her back turned towards him, like she'd felt about him? Had he thought that she also refused to listen to what he wanted? He asked, what? Are you crying? Winter jerked up with surprise. Violet softly wiped her tears away with her palms and smiled. I felt sorry. He asked, for what? She continued, it was tough for me at times because I didn't understand you, but I've been thinking you probably felt the same. I'm sorry. I knew so little about you. This time I really, truly understand. Winter sat frozen, unable to even reach out to wipe her tears. He stared at Violet's smile. Then finally he wiped her tears and they hugged each other. Thank you for tuning in to watch this season unfold. Your support means the world to us. We're excited to continue the journey with you in the next story. Until then, take care and stay tuned for what's to come.